Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Marriage Agenda by Sarah Balance, narrated by Georgia Gray. Chapter 1. Chloe Lachlan swallowed in an attempt to chase away the nervousness bundled in her throat. It was useless. Somewhere in the crowd, a man waited for her. Not just any man, but the man. At least as long as Chloe was inclined to believe her best friend's forward opinions on the well-worn topic of Chloe's love life, or lack thereof. Of course, if she'd learned to dodge Lila Powell's bright ideas, Chloe would be on her sofa with a spoon and a pint of Ben & Jerry's. Instead, she stood with her feet uncomfortably crammed into heels no sane woman should wear, 4 inches taller and uselessly scanning the clientele at Off the Record, an upscale hotel bar that doubled as Washington, D.C.'s premier place to see and be seen. Blind date. If only she could have said no, she would have avoided the whole awkward situation. But Lila knew Chloe too well. A blind date gave Chloe absolutely nothing to reject. It was impossible to find flaw with someone she'd yet to meet. But truthfully, her serial incompatibility with just about every man she'd ever encountered had less to do with failings of the opposite sex than with her admittedly one-track drive to be a kick-ass investigative reporter. Chloe had always harbored an ambitious streak, but a year ago, a devastating breakup narrowed her focus to a laser-like precision. Her job wouldn't break her heart. But Lila wouldn't hear of excuses. A night with a carton of ice cream was no comparison to a man, as far as she was concerned. But Chloe had stocked her freezer anyway. She'd endure the date, all the while thinking of the threesome with Ben and Jerry, waiting for her at home. A couple of hours wouldn't kill her, right? Maybe not. But she was beginning to think they might come close. As she stood alone in the bar, second thoughts closed in. No one had approached claiming to be her date. Had he taken one look at her and left? Patience and nerve waning, Chloe scoured the room, hoping for a sign she should leave. And she found one. A big one. Watching her intently from a corner table was her everything. And in spite of a strict never again policy for all things Knox Hamilton, her body melted in traitorous anticipation. His trademark bedroom tousled hair, the same luscious brown hue as those smoldering eyes, did little to kill the energy coursing through her at the speed of orgasm. Her knees weakened, further threatening her unsteady perch on the stilts a sales clerk had tried to pass off as a wardrobe staple. Chloe stared at Knox, an uneasy feeling crawling through her chest. All her synapses fired, "Flee!" But her GPS was off. Her attempt at escape landed her at the corner of his table, where she nearly collided with a waiter setting something in front of Knox that was suspiciously akin to Chloe's favorite drink, a strawberry daiquiri. Though the drink beverage seemed to confirm her suspicions, she eyed the glass with a touch of misplaced jealousy. It wouldn't surprise her if he had a date. Well-known and filthy rich, up-and-coming politico Knox Hamilton had everything, including his pick of eligible women. Chloe. He drawled her name, adding a seductive syllable or two. You look amazing. Her mouth watered at the sound of his voice. Hi, her voice squeaked, with a less than dexterous reply. He grinned. It's been too long. Have a seat." She eyed the daiquiri. "Actually, I have a date. As do you, it seems." His gaze met hers over the deep amber mouth of his beer bottle. "I ordered that drink. For you." The words simmered with the husky promise of the bedroom, slipping from his lips with an odd amount of reckless, deliberate ease. Entranced, she caught herself staring at his mouth. He leaned back in his chair, giving her a good long look at the way his torso shaped his neatly buttoned and pressed shirt. "Will you join me?" He had no right to look so good. She swallowed, getting a full taste of memories she'd sooner forget. "My date is one unlucky bastard tonight. That is, of course, if you'll sit." If she was smart, she'd give Knox a view of her amazing legs and phenomenal ass as she teetered out of the bar on those damned stripper heels. But curiosity would make a dead cat out of her yet. She pushed back the logic screaming at her not to risk involvement. A year ago, he'd made it clear the two of them had no future, and she had no interest in being a serial plaything to a confirmed bachelor. And assessed the offered chair. It appeared benign enough, and a reprieve from those shoes would be heaven. Sitting across the table from him didn't have to mean anything, and a free daiquiri made for a good incentive, as far as she was concerned. With his eyes hotly following her every move, she eased into the chair and waited for the dull ache of his rejection to return. But joining Knox at a table made for two didn't fill her with quite the degree of heartbreak she'd expected. Of course, their split hadn't been due to anything unholy. He hadn't philandered, pillaged, or otherwise found himself aligned with the wrong end of a horse. To the contrary, he'd been a perfect everything. Right until the moment he'd left her. Things had gotten too serious between them, he'd said, and he wasn't interested in being tied down. Chloe hadn't exactly been aisle-bound herself, but the dismissal had come as a blow nonetheless. When he'd spoken those words, she had managed to stay on her feet until the door to her apartment had closed behind him. Only afterward had she fallen apart. Once her eyes were no longer swollen to slivers, she'd put all of her efforts into finding a reason to hate him. Wife, girlfriend, a dog he didn't walk. But to no avail. Knox Hamilton was a great guy. He just didn't want her. The best relationship of her life, one with the only man she'd ever loved, had been merely a means for him to scratch an itch. Chloe admitted to no one she'd yet to get over Knox. Still, her refusal to dip a stiletto in the dating pool ever since was evidence enough for Lila, who had heard the whole sordid tale over an all-night binge of hiccup-laden sobs. As far as finest moments went, that evening didn't make the list. Chloe had given up trying to figure out what had gone wrong. A year later, the most painful piece of the whole puzzle was the failure of her judgment. A reporter with horrible instincts? No wonder she'd thrown herself into her work, trying to prove otherwise. Acutely aware of Knox's gaze on her, Chloe toyed with the straw poking from her drink. "Your date? Is it serious?" He sounded outwardly detached, but Chloe sensed a little more under the surface, almost as if he wanted to play it casual but couldn't quite keep his voice there. She probably was reading too much into it, wanting it too hard. Playing his game, she said, "I don't know yet. She hoped the edge she'd managed in her voice would morph itself into a wall, one that would protect her from where this would likely go. These days, I'm more interested in furthering my career. He smiled, a bit too secretively for Chloe's taste, and scoured his jaw with his palm. Seems we have that in common, then. Of course they did. Chloe squirmed. Her admission, however vague, hadn't bothered her. She was rather proud of being a woman who didn't wither without a man in her bed. But something told her his eyes saw too much. They searched her, appraising. Beneath fabric suddenly far too thin. Her nipples peaked, as if magnetically drawn to him. And why shouldn't they be? The things that man could do with his tongue were lethal. If Chloe wasn't so determined to hold onto a shred of her self-respect, she'd probably reach for him, too. She settled for her daiquiri, and what was supposed to be a ladylike sip morphed into a gulp of liquid courage. The resultant brain freeze made her skull throb, but did nothing to settle her libido. Neither did Knox's lopsided grin. How long have you known this date you don't want? It's a blind date. We've never met. It would have been a humiliating admission if she hadn't been so proud of her ambition and in no hurry to resurrect her disaster of a love life. Knox could think what he wanted. How will you know who he is? She twirled her straw. He's supposed to approach me. My friend Lila texted him a photo. She wanted to surprise me. And if he sees you with me, do you suppose he'll give up and leave? She laughed. Is that your ego talking? Maybe. It's just the way I'm looking at you. She took another sip of her drink, measuring her words. How do you know how you're looking at me? He leaned close. I want you, Chloe. She froze. Her hand clamped on the daiquiri glass. For what? He laughed, stirring the air between them. Somehow the entire bar and everyone in it seemed to disappear, leaving just her, Knox, and a really bad idea, one on which he elaborated. I want to apologize, explain, grovel for forgiveness. Come upstairs. We'll talk about it in private. Forget it, Knox. You can grovel right here. In public, where it's safe. He'd left her so she wouldn't distract him from his political aspirations. And there he was, trying to get personal, playing her. But to what end? Was this some kind of joke? She glanced around. Oddly enough, despite the fact that he and his family ranked right up there with the Kennedys, he wasn't drawing attention. At least, not outwardly, though the more closely she looked, the more she noticed a growing number of sideways glances from other patrons. Fortunately, the off-the-record clientele wasn't easily impressed. Politicians were a dime a dozen inside the Beltway, and rubbernecking wasn't generally a sport of the elite. It was more of a pastime for the uncouth, a grand specimen of which seemed headed in their direction. Eyes like saucers, the guy went straight to Knox. Mr. Hamilton, it's an honor. I'm Jeff Lennox. Knox stood and extended his hand, which Jeff shook eagerly and extensively. But where Chloe would have yanked back her appendage and hit the guy with her purse, Knox merely endured for way too long before he finally extricated himself and clapped the guy on the upper arm. Not hard enough. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, Mr. Lennox. I don't believe we've met. Actually, we haven't. I'm here to meet... He paused and extracted a cell phone from his pocket. He looked from the image to Chloe and back again. Oh, God, no. Her? You must be Chloe. He grinned like the proverbial idiot. Oh, yes. Lila was a dead woman. Jeff was attractive enough, but the way he swayed at Knox's feet reminded her a little too much of a Twihard fangirl. Sure, Knox was impressive, but he wasn't spittle impressive. Well, maybe a little. But Jeff was supposed to be her date, and he was gawking at the wrong person. Knox caught her eye, lifted a brow. She could only smile pleasantly. "What business are you in?" he asked Jeff. "I'm a software systems analyst." Knox smiled widely, as if Jeff had said something mildly earth-shattering. "This must be my lucky day, Mr. Lennox. How about you come by my office next week? I might have something on which I could use your opinion." Chloe blinked. Knox was just making time for all the little people that night. First a lowly reporter, then a computer geek. Next he'd probably save a puppy from a burning building. Jeff looked to Chloe, as if he needed her permission to date them both. But he didn't wait for it. A split second later, he'd turned back to Knox. Knox poured on a killer grin and still somehow managed to look sheepish. "Before you answer, I'm afraid I have to admit there is a caveat. It turns out I'm going to have to borrow Miss Lachlan for the evening. I know she hoped to consult with you." No. Of course. I understand." Chloe narrowed her eyes. Had she just been dumped? For Knox? Damn the legendary Hamilton charm. Good, then. I'll leave your name with my admin. Knox handed over a business card he'd extracted smoothly from his pocket. I look forward to meeting with you. One more enthusiastic handshake, a nod for Chloe, and Jeff quickly disappeared into the crowd. Knox turned that killer grin on her. "You're welcome," he said. He wasn't so bad. He wasn't your type. Now, about our trip upstairs. Why did you tell him I wanted to consult with him? I want to talk to you. Give me the chance, and I'll explain. Do it here. He drained his beer and chased it with a long, lingering look at her. It's a private conversation. If it's the same lame excuse you used when you left me, I can guarantee most of the people in this room have either used it or heard it. If it's all the same to you, it's not all the same to me, he said. His words quiet but firm. Unless you want the recap to make tomorrow's news. Chloe sighed and looked to the ceiling, as if doing so gave her a glimpse into the hotel rooms overhead. Bad idea. But he was right. Everything Knox did made headlines, and the last thing she needed was to have their personal conversation end up on the society page. She'd never be taken seriously as a reporter if her name was mired in tabloid gossip. Besides, he promised an apology and an explanation. Something, she expected, more than the old, "It's not you, it's me" line. At least it had better be, because if they took this upstairs, they'd be sorely lacking witnesses. She threw back the rest of her daiquiri. I guess I owe you one. Damn straight. He tossed a 50 on the table. The move sealed their unspoken agreement. She was screwed. Chapter 2. It didn't really matter how Chloe justified accompanying Knox upstairs. For no matter how foolish her actions, she was no fool. She may have been set up for disaster, but she'd rolled the dice for some closure. With any luck, Knox would manage to knock himself off the pedestal on which she'd planted him, giving her a chance to move on. He kept his distance in the elevator, the silence between them thick with anticipation. Sex wasn't on the table, but the promise hung hot in the air, steamy enough to dampen her skin and probably enough to curl the locks Lila had spent hours trying to gloss and straighten for her. He'd always liked that messy look. Bedroom hair, he'd called it, and he'd seen it plenty. Chloe smoothed her dress and tried not to notice the natural bulge in Knox's pants. He stood casually, half leaning against the wall. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone. He'd shed the formality of a neat collar when the door slid shut. His shirt tail, newly freed from the confines of his chinos, lay wrinkled, caught under one of his forearms to give her that stellar view of his goods. The whole display was just enticing enough to send her heart careening around a forbidden corner or two. "You remembered I like strawberry daiquiris," she said. His gaze never wavered from her face. "I remember a lot." "That's good. Then you probably remember that stupid line you exited on. I deserved more than that, Knox. Anyone would." Chloe pressed the back of her hand against her forehead and sighed dramatically. "So gallant. How you held on to the memory of my drink preferences like a talisman, hoping for the day you'd get to order one up again. It's a wonder you haven't been nominated for sainthood." For an endless moment, one that couldn't have lasted more than 2 seconds, he just stared at her. Then, "You're right. I'm sorry." That was it. No trace of the smooth political facade he wore for the public. It wasn't that he'd never been anything but genuine, but when he slipped into professional mode, the transition carried with it the slightest shift. A nuance, really. One that separated her intimate knowledge of him from the suit and tie version he presented to the world. The apology, devoid of excuses and denials, inexplicably riled her. The elevator door slid open. Knox gestured for her to exit first, so she did, clutching her handbag as if it could save her. Then, realizing what she held, her face heated. Lila had tossed in some condoms, assorted neon colors, which Lila likely found hilarious. Could anyone use those with a straight face? Chloe doubted it. Knox led her to a room at the end of a long hall. He slid the keycard through the lock, then held open the door. She entered, and her breath caught. Although the room boasted what she guessed was a fairly standard layout, luxe shades of cream and gold, paired with crisp white, for a rich, airy ambiance that instantly put her at ease. Through an open balcony, D.C. sprawled in a sea of twinkling lights. The White House glowed prominently, and behind it, the Washington Monument pierced the sky. Though she couldn't see him from her vantage point, she knew Lincoln sat just a few blocks away, stone-faced over her decision to accompany Knox to a hotel room. "It's beautiful," she said. Knox didn't take his eyes off her. "Stunning." It wasn't fair. He'd dumped her. It had been his choice. not hers. He had no right to the sorrow in his eyes. She rolled hers in response. You left me. Odd, arguing with a facial expression, but she wasn't going down without a fight. This time. She set her bag full of condoms on a nearby table, far from the bed. In a pinch, she could drop-kick them off the balcony if she had to. He reached for her, his fingers curling near her cheek. After a momentary hitch, he fingered a strand of her hair. I've regretted it. Good, she said. But the word came without oomph. He was too close, and she was in the middle of a nuclear meltdown. She dug for the hurt she'd gotten so adept at ignoring, using the sharp edges of the pain as a life raft. Still, old memories closed in, leaving no room for grudges. Just his intoxicating scent and the delicious warmth simmering in his chocolate brown eyes. God, I've missed you. Slowly, ever so slowly, he took her hands. Tell me to stop, Chloe, and I will. Stop what? She was so dizzy she hadn't noticed he was tugging her toward the bed. Strawberry daiquiris are your favorite, he said. And that melon body lotion with the matching spray stuff. Showers, not baths. Sleeping in. Late morning jogs. Cats, but not in the house. Fast cars, but only at the speed limit. Dazed, she sank to the bed. Knox dropped to his knees. He took off one of her shoes, massaging her foot with deep, firm strokes. You hate high heels, he said, grinning. You love your job at the paper, and you're damn good at it. You have a ticklish spot. Here. He traced light circles on the inside of her knee, smiling when she trembled. And this, he said, moving his fingertips to her inner thigh, higher and higher, makes you so wet, I can almost taste it. She wanted to press her thighs together, to do something about the desire burning there. But she couldn't move. Maybe she didn't want to. He abandoned her right leg for her left. You like to ride me, he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. You find that rhythm, and my God, it's all I can do to keep it together. He pressed a kiss to her calf and worked his way up her thigh. You love having your nipples sucked, and when you feel my teeth on your skin, you come undone. She felt certain she'd broken a sweat, probably from laboriously raising the height of his pedestal. All thoughts of getting over him vanished, leaving in their wake a wet little puddle of want. Too late, she realized. There was no way she could walk away from this encounter unscathed. But she could sure as hell walk away first. Before he could. The next time he wanted to feed her one of his stupid lines, he'd have to find her. He crawled over her, sending her backward on the bed with the power of suggestion. Hovering, depriving her of his weight, he leaned in to press kisses to her neck. His cheek grazed her jaw, teasing, leaving her to clutch the duvet to keep from seizing him. Chloe, he whispered. I'm sorry I hurt you. The words still carried that husky, sexy tone, but they weren't at all what she'd expected. She took a steadying breath, unsure whether or not she welcomed the break in momentum. This encounter had disaster written all over it. But where her mind still entertained doubts, her body craved his touch. And in her heart, she knew he hadn't remembered those things about her to get her in bed. He remembered because he cared, and that brought on a whole new kind of hurt. Her own warning came back to her, something about this being a bad idea. But the chastisement dripped with a sugar-coated haze of euphoria. Forget falling for him. She was in bona fide spelunking territory. And the closest thing she had to protective gear sat too far away in rolled-up neon latex. The past year came rushing back. One in which she doubted herself, closing the door to all things romantic because of the blow he'd dealt her confidence. She hadn't moped or felt sorry for herself. Not after the first few days, anyway. But she had neatly sidestepped any chance of falling victim to those feelings again. Or she had until Lila's blind date nonsense. Knox touched her face, his impossibly tender caress coaxing her back to the present. To the hotel room. To the possibilities of an impeccably made bed. And a past she was far too willing, in that moment, to forget. He drew closer. She had all the time in the world to resist. She knew this because the pause from the moment she realized he was going to kiss her until the moment it happened felt like an eternity. But she wouldn't have resisted if she could have. And the second his lips touched hers, she was lost. He cupped her face, lowering his mouth until it melded with hers. Her lips parted out of pure breathlessness, and he met her open kiss by nipping her lip, waiting until she smiled to press his tongue deep inside. She had had enough hovering. With both hands fisted in his shirt, she pulled until his weight finally settled deep against her, all the parts lining up as if they were made as one. His taste, so familiar it curled her insides. One kiss, bold but not frantic, stoking with every sweep of his tongue, a fire she had no chance of surviving. And damn him for making her think it was worth the risk. Chapter 3. God, she was gorgeous. Knox had memorized everything there was to know about Chloe, but the paintings in his mind gave no justice to how deeply he craved her presence. Her body seemed to demand his touch, but those deep blue eyes watched everything, shouting questions for which he had no answers. She wanted to know why he'd left, and why he'd come back. Even after all this time, she had a way of overtaking him. He wanted to consume her. He wanted her hair between his fingers, to feel her body tighten around his in release, to sweat and shout and breathe, all she was to him. He wanted to turn the bright, clear hope in her eyes, dark with passion, to steal the pleas from her lips and leave her incoherent with desire. But for all he wanted, he couldn't give her what she needed. He was no Prince Charming, not by a long shot. Chloe's sleek dark hair fanned over the bedding, the rich hues making her eyes look bluer than ever. Her dress, which flirted with her thighs when she stood, offered a glimpse of the intimacy he so often craved. He hadn't intended on getting her into bed, but once he'd laid eyes on her, He wanted nothing more. He'd missed her. Missed how unbelievably right they'd been together, even as he'd run from it. He'd screwed up, leaving her as he had. But she'd yet to impale him with one of those incredibly sexy mile-high heels. Whatever she allowed him now was worth the risk. He cupped her face with his hand, his thumb dragging across her lip when he stroked her. Hot, thick tension splintered into flames when she opened her mouth enough to nip at his thumb. The plume of desire that shot through him made the room waver, but the gravity shift didn't stop him from leaning down to catch her lip between his teeth. She gasped, her breath a wisp against his mouth, but she remained soft and willing under his weight. Time seemed to stop and funnel all of its energy into this one moment. She was giving him a chance, one he hadn't earned, one rife with complications he didn't need. But now that he'd touched her, the chance was one he fiercely craved. He leaned into another kiss, almost too late. She'd already clutched him, pulling him the last inch to meet him with her mouth parted. In the face of her aggression, he quickly realized he was in way over his head. She met the raised stakes gamely, licking and sucking his tongue, just like she had his finger. And other things once upon a time. The memory left him throbbing. Suddenly ravenous, he kissed her deeper, tasting strawberries and the tang of the alcohol from her drink. He ransacked her hair with his hands, dragging her closer, as if he could somehow save her, save himself, by gripping every erogenous inch of her breathtaking body. Knox! Her fingers curled at his nape. Eyes shining with emotion, she drew him back in, her mouth speaking all the forgiveness he needed. For now. He yearned to be everywhere at once. He longed to feel everything, to somehow memorize her anew with his touch. He hungered to sample her skin, to taste what he was doing to her. His own body begged for release, but what he wanted most was to pleasure her, to give back pieces of what he'd taken away. He pushed up on one arm, hating the distance he put between them. Moving quickly, he averted her attempt to reach for a zipper and relegated her hands to a position just over her head, holding her wrists captive with a firm but gentle grip. He pressed his thigh between her legs, leaving her to squirm against him. He trailed kisses from her ear to her neck and collarbone. When he could no longer resist, he nudged her dress out of the way with his nose and sucked, deep and hard on her breast, sweeping her hardened nipple with his tongue. Her sharp breath ruffled his hair. Every whimper that left her luscious lips filled him with a deep satisfaction that could be outdone only by the feel of her body hot around his. That was something he wasn't sure he could take. But at the rate he was going, he might not get the chance. Even with her hands bound by his, every supple move she made seemed to caress and taunt him. Release threatened to crash with the destructive force of a storm surge. Just the thought of spilling himself deep inside her was enough to send him over the edge. But he forced himself away from the cliff. This had to be about her. He switched from one breast to the other, trading deep, hard pulls for a light tease of his tongue. The tip danced around the swollen bud, lapping gently. When she seemed to relax, her cries giving way to whimpers. He again turned the tide, biting and licking intensely. Somehow, she broke the confines of his grip and managed to rip his shirt free of its buttons. Shoving aside the torn garment, she ravished his bare skin, her fingernails raking his back with trails of pleasure he'd likely feel for the better part of a week. With her legs wrapped solidly around his hips, he had little means of escape from the exquisite contact of her body. But some inner piece of long-forgotten sainthood demanded he try. Chloe believed in romance, and he would ruin her fantasy if he opened his mouth to do more than close it again on some delectable piece of her. But he would not, could not, put an end to this unholy feast. She trembled in his arms, and even in the warmth of his mouth, her nipples pierced his tongue with rigid arousal. His touch left a trail of goose flesh over her thighs, her shivers contrasting wildly with the heat nestled against the front of his slacks. A string of profanity grazed his lips, where they crept against her skin. More. He dragged her closer, but the dress bunched around her waist and created a surprisingly formidable barrier for something so damn soft. He tugged and shoved the fabric to no avail, then finally gave up and slipped a finger beneath her panties. Though he didn't enter her, the barometric pressure lowered with the force of her gasp. She caught her breath enough to utter a very unladylike oath, and he had every intention of following through on that particular demand. He withdrew to his knees, gaining an edge of control with the distance. With a laziness that belied the charge of his heart through his chest, he explored her outermost contours with soft, intimate strokes. Little sounds of contentment spilled from her lips, a breathy staccato of demands for more. Clearly, he wasn't the only victim of this crippling desire. She was wet and unbelievably hot. And he was an ass. When this was over and the sun pasted a morning-after glare on what they'd done, she'd want to fall in love and charge head over heels for a happily ever after. That wasn't on the agenda. Not his, anyway. But sex. Damn it. He bit back a groan that had nothing to do with the erection that had probably by now reshaped his zipper. He didn't have any condoms. What's wrong? Her breathless words were punctuated by the trace of her nails down his abdomen. Her dress, at this point, was little more than a belt. She hadn't worn a bra, but she hadn't needed one. Her breasts, perfect handfuls, each of them, were fully bared and begging for his attention. Her soft, sleek hips gripped him, framing the silken V of her drenched underwear. He stroked her there, watching desire churn in the oceanic depths of her eyes. No condoms, he muttered, fully sheathed in some sort of Chloe trance. Whatever element she possessed belonged on the krypton block of the periodic table. She vexed him, and he'd have been smart to remember that before he'd gotten close enough for all of his blood to rush south and point her way. Simple instructions for a senseless man. No condoms. For some reasons, his words incited a riot of blush over her face. She raised a white-tipped nail to her lips. In my bag. You help yourself. Well, hell. Good for her. but she hadn't planned on spending her evening in his arms, which meant Chloe was prepared for, well, someone other than him. A man she didn't know, per her own admission. The news stung, but didn't change the fact she lay there wet and trembling and offering Knox the latex key to her kingdom. He'd cope. With the barest grasp on control, he disentangled from her legs an undergarment. He tried not to limp on his way to the bureau, where he found her purse and a liberal handful of condoms. He swallowed the growl that erupted in his throat and focused on shedding his khakis. The bent zipper thing hadn't been much of an exaggeration. The damn thing stuck, and he almost resorted to scissors to escape. But finally, he broke free. Naked, he snatched one of her packets and rejoined her on the bed, where he pulled her to a sitting position and roughly yanked the dress over her head. Her eyes widened, then narrowed, smoldered. In a move right out of a shampoo commercial, she shook free loose waves of hair, then snared him in her arms and hauled him back to the bed with her. They landed in a breathless heap of tangled limbs and slick skin. He fumbled around and found that scrap of cloth she used for panties, and ripped them down with one hand. She rewarded him with a squeal, and a quick maneuver with her hips that left his length pinned between her thighs. He sucked in a harsh breath and froze, teetering on the verge of prepubescent disaster while she lay there, wearing nothing but a Cheshire grin and strumming his packs like guitar chords. "You sure?" he asked, praying it was the most useless question he'd ever uttered. She responded with the slightest tip of her hips, a move that left him cringing and willing the boys back down the chute. "Condom," he sputtered. The little vixen opened her legs at a snail's pace, leaving him panting over a barely there, impeccably trimmed landing strip. While he stared, his manhood jolted free of its fleshy prison. He caught it on the upswing, using his other hand and his teeth to tear into the wrapper and extract a bright green rubber. He snorted. It was just the dial down he needed to keep from shooting her in the eye. But moreover, it was hilarious. "Got a cucumber fetish?" he asked as he rolled it on. She might have blushed, but it was too hot to tell. And fetish or not, he was going in. Any pretense of a polite nudge would have been wasted. The heat, searing her lady parts, made for one hell of an invitation. And when he took the plunge, he did it balls deep. She gasped and dug into his triceps, leaving gouges he'd likely take to the grave. Were his eyes not lodged uselessly in the back of his head, he might have checked for blood. But as it was, all he could see was a kaleidoscope of color, brought on by a series of unsteady dives into her delicious body. He slowed his strokes and took in the glorious view of her sprawled on the mattress, vowing not to, never again, let her on top, no matter how much she enjoyed the ride. She had him turned inside out, and that was under the pretense of him being in control. At this rate, he might as well turn over ownership of his loins. She was a breather. She didn't talk a lot during sex, and she didn't scream. But the rhythm of her breaths made clear he was doing something right. She met his eyes and, whether physically or with a look, drew him in. He slowed his pace and lowered himself to meet her skin to skin, his frantic need easing into a slow burn as he rocked against her, exploring her mouth with his tongue. She nipped in turn, murmured laughter, and held him. From sex surged intimacy. One or two late-to-the-party neurons misfired a warning. This isn't just sex. But it didn't have to be. So he ignored those emotions, ducked his head, and watched as he drove into her with the kind of spiraling momentum one gained from falling down a flight of stairs. His name tumbled from her lips in a frantic whisper. She tightened from within. Something he'd have sworn impossible, with the grip she already held, and arched against him, pushing him over the edge. Before he could blink, he found himself tumbling head first into the land of orgasm, his brain sputtering reminders to breathe. Not to crush her with his inevitable collapse, not to fall off the bed. He dropped his head and found himself nuzzling the impossibly sexy hollow of her neck. They took ragged gasps in unison, his rewarding him with the scent of that melon shampoo he hadn't been able to forget. In the cozy comfort of her arms, their bodies still joined, he felt the sort of good a man like him had no right to feel. He hadn't exactly been honest with her about his intentions, but he sure as hell hadn't intended this. Wanted, maybe, but planned? Never. Chloe wasn't a casual sex kind of woman. She believed in love and forever, and clearly some misguided part of her still believed in him. But that belief wouldn't last. Not once she learned he'd set her up. And not for romance. All of his parts were either numb or made of gelatin. But through the post-coital haze, he realized falling off the bed was the least of his problems. He'd left one very important item off his to-do list. And it had everything to do with the soft, willing woman trailing her fingers in lazy circles through his hair, and a proposition that would end it all. Fuck. But he was screwed. Chapter 4. Chloe had forgotten her getaway. Rather than taking off in the middle of the night, as planned, she awoke to the intoxicating sense of fresh air, coffee, and bacon. She squinted against the bright light of day and saw Knox, pacing back and forth through morning sunbeams like some sort of ethereal god. His dark hair was wet, and he was dressed in a clean pair of khakis, the crease crisp enough to throw a shadow. He wore a white dress shirt, buttons intact, cuffs undone, and held a phone to his ear, though he'd said nothing into it in the few seconds her attention had been glued to his form. When a light breeze kicked through the open balcony doors, it carried with it a citrusy scent so enticing. She took a deep breath and feasted on it. Knox finally looked her way. In lieu of a warm, world-thoroughly rocked smile, he nodded toward a tray set up beside the bed, then looked away. Suddenly self-conscious, she drew the sheet to cover her nakedness and removed the gleaming silver dome from the platter. Though she indeed found copious amounts of bacon, the wow didn't stop there. Mounds of fresh fruit lounged beside a trio of crepes bursting with strawberries, and she poked a finger in the luscious white filling for a taste. Mascarpone cream. Beside the tray, a carafe promised hot coffee, and next to it, in miniature detail, an elegant creamer decanter delivered the means to turn the coffee her favored milky white. For a man who would barely look at her, he'd sure pulled out all the stops. She helped herself to a little of everything, and watched him as she ate, naked as a featherless jaybird, but for the sheet. Her dress, she noted, lay ruined in a ball against the baseboard where he'd flung it. Goosebumps singed her flesh at the memory. "Are you cold?" Startled, she jumped, sending a forkful of mascarpone plunging to her chest. When she looked at him, his gaze was pegged decidedly south of her eyes, but then he cleared his throat and turned away. Not awkward at all. She swiped the mess with a finger and wiped it on one of the cloth napkins beside the breakfast tray. "I thought you might like some fresh clothing," he said, "so I had something delivered." "Thank you." She tried to infuse some enthusiasm in the words, but it didn't work. This dynamic was new to her. Knox, when he wasn't tearing through her clothes with his teeth or feeding her lame breakup lines, was a pretty happy, playful guy. This version left her feeling as if she'd just had a one-night stand with a brooding stranger, and she'd seen enough made-for-TV movies to know he'd cued her exit with that whole no eye contact thing. What was breakfast? A white flag to abate any hard feelings? Damn him! Wordlessly, she untangled the king-size sheet they'd somehow twisted into a knot, and using it as a robe, headed for the bathroom. 3 strides into her journey, Knox was in front of her. "What?" she asked. Her hard tone didn't seem to faze him. He reached for her with both hands, threading her hair and pulling her mouth to his in a tender kiss. That turned her knees to mush. "We'll talk when you're dressed," he said. There it was. We need to talk. When were those words ever a harbinger of good fortune? As it was, they took the goo right out of the smooch and ruined any harbored hopes of relaxing in the shower. She dropped the sheet in retaliation and headed for the bathroom. Au naturel, feeling his eyes on her the whole way. 30 minutes later, she'd lathered her way through an entire hotel-sized bottle of almond milk soap and slipped into a pretty blue sundress. He had replaced her ruined underwear, a tidbit the gossip columnists would have for breakfast if the Courier talked, and even offered her a comfortable pair of sandals. Upon discovery of the latter, her earlier grievance faded. Any man who thought to rescue her from those god-awful high heels could be forgiven just about anything. She emerged from the bathroom feeling like a new woman. Knox looked up from his seat at the table and snapped shut his laptop. "How's the dress?" She sat across from him, her mood considerably lightened, when she saw the stark raving approval in his eyes. "It's fantastic." "I tend to agree," he said. Doubts rallied. In spite of the amazing sex, she'd managed to keep her brain ahead of her emotions. She faced him now, bleakly dismissive. Not because he didn't thoroughly rock her world, but because her expectations were pegged at 0. The fact he hadn't had a go-to condom in his possession lent credence to the notion he hadn't intended to take her to bed, which left her wondering what he could possibly want from her. and whether she'd care, whatever it was. Pride kept her hackles raised, but the glass wall she'd built around her heart had turned to crumbling sand. Old feelings rushed the fragile barrier, sweeping away more of that well-intentioned indifference with every ebb of her emotional tide. But she wasn't going to need him this time. He'd wrecked her naivete once. She was stronger for it. Suddenly wary, she crossed her arms over her chest. "What do you want?" He raised an eyebrow, but didn't mince words. "You've heard about my father's latest scandal." It wasn't a question. Knox's father, Rex Hamilton, had been a United States Senator for nearly 20 years. Though his terms were not without controversy, most of the trouble associated with his name was of a personal nature. Rumors flew, as they often did, but Rex had been discreet enough to ensure they remained unsubstantiated. He'd sent the gossip columnists into a tizzy a time or two, but without foundation. The gossip didn't directly affect his career. At least, not until recently, when he'd been strongly urged to step down after admitting to an affair with a well-respected cabinet member's wife. Chloe wouldn't have guessed Rex to be the type to surrender. But the fallout after the latest tryst had made national headlines, planting him in the middle of a semi-permanent three-ring circus and drawing paparazzi and political ire from every direction. When he'd given up his seat, he'd claimed it was for a love of politics and country, that in his absence the business of governing could be accomplished without distraction. But Chloe didn't necessarily buy it. Politicians were caught in scandals all the time, and Rex had a pristine record in the political arena. His extramarital affairs may have been a distraction, but he was a man for the people, and his constituents by and large loved him for it. Some clearly more than others. What made this affair different from the rest? It was possible Knox's mother had put her foot down, preferably in a very personal spot. But Catherine Hamilton was a gracious, classy woman who'd kept herself well above the fray. Chloe suspected there was more to the story. But with the news of Rex's departure from the Senate breaking less than 48 hours before her date with Knox, she hadn't had time to dig. Her hopes weren't high. Gaining access to the upper echelon of Washington was a pipe dream for a lowly print reporter such as herself. But breaking a big political scandal would cement her job at the Washington Tribune. And she'd just reunited with one hell of a connection. Even better, she knew just the story to break, if she could prove true her suspicions about Rex Hamilton. "What about Rex?" she asked. "I want his seat," Knox said. She pulled her damp hair over her shoulder, feigning indifference despite the interest tearing through her. "I'm a reporter, not a fairy godmother." "Actually, you're amazing." "Skip it, Knox. I don't need the ego boost. Why am I here?" "Remember the night we met?" Did she ever? It was at a dive bar 2 hours out of the Beltway. He'd bought her a daiquiri that night, too, and they had slow danced to every song, even the fast ones. She hadn't realized his true identity as a member of the Hamilton political dynasty until a couple of days later, when she'd seen his photo splashed on the front page of the newspaper next to some charity headline event. She'd felt like an idiot for not having recognized him. But he'd given her only his middle name, and Chloe wasn't one to follow the gossip rags. Besides, Knox Hamilton didn't wear 5 o'clock shadows, baseball hats, or jeans and faded tees, rescued from the 80s, as he had that night. and the ruckus that tended to follow him had been absent. He'd found the perfect disguise playing a nobody in a bar. By the time she'd reconciled the face on the front page with the man she knew, she'd spent a whole night in his arms, whispering sweet somethings while they made plans to see one another again. What had happened between them had come fast and hard, every moment filled with a quiet intimacy, his every touch one of fulfilling tenderness. There had been no pretensions between them that night, and in the months of under-the-radar dating that had followed, there never were. "I do remember that night," she said, vaguely. Had the words trembled on her lips? She'd spent a lot of time trying to forget the connection they'd once shared. Past tense. That connection was beyond moot after the way he'd left her. Or it should have been. From the moment she'd laid eyes on him in Off the Record, she'd known that route of denial was over. He grinned. "I think it's the first time I'd ever escaped recognition by a reporter," says the man in disguise, she said, matching his smile. Then the weight of her own words sank in, and she realized what had been missing all along. "I never knew the real you, did I?" He held her gaze, the moment lasting a beat too long. "Actually, Chloe, you're probably the only person who has ever known the real me. Which is why you're here." His words sent delectable little shivers tiptoeing across her skin. She tried to fend them off, but tendrils of that old connection still haunted her. "Get to the point." "I promised you an explanation as to why I left." "Yes, you did." "This life," he said, "isn't one I'd wish on any woman." She rolled her eyes. "Fame, fortune, it would be brutal, yes." The theatrics didn't earn a response. "You're thinking of your father." "His running around has destroyed my mother. She's outwardly strong. Hell, most people think she's a saint. But it's killing her inside. This last time was just too public. Too much." "So your father really stepped down for his family?" "That's what he says." Knox's tightly indifferent tone suggested anything but indifference. She thought better of asking him to elaborate. "And you want his seat?" "I do. And I have a good chance. Despite the scandal, my father carries a good portion of the state, and the polls indicate his constituents think favorably of my taking his place." "Polls? Already?" She rolled her eyes. "It sure doesn't take long for the vultures to circle." "We had some lead time before the news broke, which is how I know the fact I'm single and have a playboy reputation could hurt the campaign." She winced inwardly over the playboy part. The last thing she needed was the reminder she was just another smudge on his otherwise impeccably polished headboard. "So, what do you want from me? A signed affidavit attesting to your fidelity?" He leaned back in his chair and gave her what had to be his best podium appraisal. "I ended things between us because I didn't want you to get hurt." She snorted. "Gotta say, that didn't work out so well. I'm over it now. Or I was until you came at me with the bald Avenger. But your selfless dissolution of our relationship wouldn't win you the character vote. If you don't believe me, put that in your poll." Pinning her down with a hard look, he said, "Damn it, Chloe. I get it. But I need you. to get it. I didn't want to draw you into this life." "Nice chivalry," she said, her voice heavy with sarcasm. "Did it ever occur to you to let me make my own decision? I'm a reporter, remember? I make a living off the ugly side of life, from which you're so gallantly trying to protect me." She froze, his words sinking in. "You didn't want to? Past tense?" "My campaign manager has decided I need a wife." She blinked. "He was ready to fabricate a relationship, but I drew a line. I'm not going to lie for votes." She forced a laugh. "Are you sure you're cut out to be a politician?" He ignored the jab. "I have a proposition for you. A business arrangement. Mutually beneficial, of course." Her eye twitched. "You have boatloads of money, privilege, connections. I'm from the wrong side of the tracks and, judging by the way you left me, completely disposable. What could you possibly need from me?" He looked at her so long her insides started to quake. Finally, he said, "I want you to be my wife." The room jolted into silence. After several seconds, the drone of a distant airplane broke through the fuzz in her head. She looked down at the dress he'd provided, then back up again. "What?" "I can do the Senate job, and I can do it well. I can restore honor to the family name. The race is mine to lose, but like I said, I need a wife." She took a deep breath that did nothing to steady her churning heart. "And what exactly is in this for me?" But even as she asked, she knew. Access. Access to a story that, if her suspicions proved true, would tear Rex Hamilton's reputation to shreds and possibly land him in jail. And Knox hadn't a clue. "Networking," he said. "You'd be on my arm at every major function in this town, including the ones closed to the press." Even as the implication of his words sank in, her mind spun. Her job, her integrity as a reporter, meant everything to her. With newsprint losing favor in the shifting digital landscape, where competition was fierce and freelancers worked for a portion of her pay, job security was a myth. She wasn't willing to stoop to tabloid reporting to keep her name on the front page, but a legitimate story? Exposing one of the Washington elite? She'd grab it in a heartbeat. And this had the potential to be so much more. She strongly suspected Rex had pushed through approval on a project that should never have seen the light of day. As a direct result, her grandmother was on the verge of losing the farmhouse Chloe's grandfather had built with his own hands, and a huge swath of environmentally sensitive wetlands were endangered. If she accepted Knox's offer, she'd be in an unparalleled position to prove it. But marriage? Marriage should matter. Knox hadn't professed his undying love, and there had been no mention of his inability to live without her. Sure, the sex between them was incredible, but by marrying him, would she give up her chance at something real? Her heart ached for love at first sight, or happily ever after, or whatever fairy tale Disney was selling these days. All things he hadn't mentioned, let alone promised her. She had everything to gain, but at what cost? Either way, marrying Knox could be the biggest break of her life. He watched her expectantly, the question in his eyes genuine. It wasn't a politician who stood before her, but a man. A man who offered her almost everything. Almost. She took a deep breath. No. Chapter 5. Knox's heart plummeted to the ground beneath his feet. No? Chloe was looking at him with disgust, as if he'd flattened a kitten. That's right. No. As in, you've got to be kidding me. Actually, I'm serious. Also, a little stunned. Granted, his wasn't exactly the type of proposal girls dreamed of their whole lives. In fact, he wasn't sure he'd actually pop the question, at least not in the traditional sense. He certainly hadn't left a dent in the carpet with his knee. But he'd been sincere, and that ought to count for something. How did you foresee this playing out? She jumped to her feet. As you've just so eloquently pointed out, I'm a lowly reporter. Not only am I not from your esteemed social class, but in my professional capacity, I am the Hamiltons' sworn enemy. I think you might be overstating that a bit, he said mildly. He kept his seat, letting her tower over him. You just hinged your entire offer on the fact that I need you to gain access. You're missing the point. You're missing one too. I'm a real person, and I'm not going to spend the rest of my life, or any portion thereof, playing a part. Not for my career, and not for yours. She paused long enough to take a breath. Long enough for his gaze to travel the length of her body and back. Twice. She didn't miss the fact. Find another fake wife, she snapped. There is no one else. 5 words. That was all it took to douse the fire and soften the rigid fury that had risen like some sort of atomic plume. She worried her bottom lip, looked away, then found his eyes again. What do you mean there's no one else? Perhaps you haven't noticed, but the line gave way to a mob when you became DC's most eligible bachelor. I think that might be a slight exaggeration, but it doesn't matter. I don't want a fake wife. I don't care how long the line is or how sizable the purported mob. I only want you. She sank onto the chair she'd vacated. But you don't love me. He shifted, suddenly uncomfortable, entirely too aware of a vulnerability he couldn't afford. I don't do love. But you're okay with sex. He almost laughed. Almost. Because with her sitting there, her hair falling in those long, soft waves, and that blue dress a lot more dangerous on her than it had been on the rack, he couldn't imagine anyone looking at her and not being okay with sex. It had to be a trick question. And, damn it, he was hard anyway. He followed her gaze to his groin. She didn't wait for his answer. She had it. I want to be respected, Knox. As a reporter. As a woman. And I'm not going to get that with an arranged marriage and a husband who puts me fourth. Somewhere after politics and interns and sex. He shifted, hoping to disguise some of his interest in the sex part. But truth be told, He couldn't remember the last time someone had come at him so furiously. It set fire to his blood. Her eyes snapped furiously like branches in a storm, and it thrilled him. She thrilled him. And she wasn't walking away, despite what he figured to be a damn good exit line. Maybe he had her after all. He stood, moved closer. She didn't retreat, not even when he thought she should have. "Let me make this perfectly clear," he said. "I wouldn't do this with anyone else. I mean that." She swallowed. "Considering I'm the last person you should be asking, I kind of believe you." Had she smiled? He watched the corner of her mouth, hoping the brief sign would reappear. But the tilt of her lips remained neutral. "I'm not asking for a fake relationship," he said softly. "I'm not asking for something short-term. And I'm not having sex with the interns." Eyes rolled to the heavens, she said. "Where have we all heard that before?" He pressed his lips, trying to avoid a smile. "I will have sex with you, and only you. Any and every chance I get. And for the record, I hardly think it's fair I get blamed for the fact we can't seem to get near a bed without setting fire to it." She pinned her doubt on him with the harrowing skill of an opposing candidate. He forced his voice to soften. "I told you. Only you." "I hope you mean that, because if you run around on me, I'll cut off your balls." The lilt of humor in her tone suggested she might be kidding. Maybe. Not that it mattered. He didn't need her warning to know he'd stay faithful. He'd seen what infidelity had done to his mother. But more than that, he respected Chloe. He might not be able to promise her a lifetime of the love she deserved, but he'd honor her. Not because he had to, but because he wanted to. Because when it came to this woman, he wanted nothing more. "Does that mean you'll marry me?" "How long?" "For life," he said softly. Her eyes widened. "You're asking me to give up my entire life for a man who refuses to love me?" The inches between them were suddenly far too few. "Look, if you find you can't deal, then give me a couple years, and you're free to leave. But if you think falling in love is some kind of endgame to a happy life, you need to think again. Hell, look around. How many happily ever afters do you see? From where I'm sitting, there are a lot of miserable marriages, and quite a few bitter divorces, but not a single fairy tale ending in sight." She frowned. "That's your world, not mine." "Unless you've packed your bags to move to a cornfield somewhere in Iowa, I beg to differ." She sighed and sank onto the corner of their unmade bed. "What about kids?" "Only if you're in it for life. I will not bring children into a relationship from which you plan to walk away." She seemed to accept that. "You're asking a lot." "Look, you want to keep your job, and I know your work. You're good. Better than good. And you deserve a chance to prove yourself. You couldn't ask for a better opportunity to get your hands on a career story. And I need you. When I marry, I want it to be for life. But if you need to walk away, I understand that. Just give me a couple of years. And if you're not happy, we'll reevaluate. In the meantime, it's a business deal, and it benefits us both. It would likely continue to do so for years to come. I know I'm asking a lot, but I'm offering more. He leaned over and nudged her with his shoulder. Probably more than Jeff. Her eyes grew round. That's why you told him I wanted a consultation. You were planning this. I was hoping for it. The wide eyes morphed into dubious slits. Yes, I planned it, he admitted. I called your office, and someone took pity on me and said you'd mentioned you would be it off the record. I didn't plan on you having plans, but I'll sort out that little misunderstanding next week when I meet with him. I can't exactly have Jeff telling everyone he had a date with my fiancé. He stopped, the contents of her purse coming back to him. That was an impressive condom stash, by the way. That was Lila's idea. For Jeff? She told me to live a little. How about you live a lot? One of her eyebrows lifted. By marrying you. He grinned. Actually, I was just going to ask if we could use another one of those condoms. Maybe there's a yellow one in there somewhere. Her brow furrowed. Yellow? Banana sex. If you think that's a turn-on, fine. If you can ignore the cucumber, you can ignore the banana. I don't think I ignored anything. I think you're right. And I think the folks in the adjoining rooms know it. She blushed. Her eyes shone. His heart raced, but he ignored the thrill that shot through him. It's a business deal, nothing more. He took her hand and slid to the carpet, for good measure down to both knees. He couldn't give her love, but he'd give her a proper proposal. I know this loses some of its luster, being a mutually beneficial arrangement. But I don't want anyone else. And as long as you're my wife, I never will. Will you do me the honor of marrying me? Silence followed. On his part, because he had to catch his breath. The question suddenly felt a little too important. The risk a little too big. And Chloe looked a little too uncertain, perhaps even guilty. But she answered him anyway. Okay. There's more. She rolled her eyes. By all means, continue. I would also like for you to provide multicolored sex toys for as long as we both shall live. Sex toys? Accessories. He grinned, feeling more sheepish than he cared to admit. Freudian slip. Put that in the vows, and we'll see what happens. His heart sped along. So, you'll marry me? She sighed, but she smiled. Yes. Chloe looked at her 3-stone engagement ring for the umpteenth time, still not convinced it was really hers. She wasn't quite sure of her sanity, but she couldn't argue with the lure of job security. That alone was worth the plunge. Plus, she genuinely liked Knox. Theirs was the only really great relationship she'd ever known. She had no idea how she'd keep herself from falling for him all over again, but she'd be sharing his bed. If she had to pine away for someone who wanted emotional distance, she couldn't ask for a better position from which to do it. "I know it's not exactly traditional," he said, "and I do hope you'll wear it for the rest of your life. But I figured, if you ever married again, you might want your first solitaire to be special." "That's just lovely." "I can't say I've ever been called that before." He shook his head. One corner of his mouth lifted in a grin. "You're not having second thoughts, are you?" "That depends. Has the press been notified?" She was joking. "Sort of. Because no matter how great the appeal of exposing Rex, to do so would hurt Knox. The fact that he didn't want a real relationship with her didn't cloud how much she genuinely cared for him. But he'd made her an offer she couldn't refuse, even if he didn't fully understand the reason. "Actually, there's a charity dinner tonight. I thought we could attend. Let the news trickle out without making a grand announcement of it. We can say we were keeping it quiet and waylay some of the rumors." "So, if I understand you correctly, the press has not been notified." The slight twitch of his lips was the only sign he'd heard her. "Been on any dates recently? Other than Jeff, I mean." Like Jeff counted. "Why? Are you worried you're going to run out of business cards?" "Not so much. I'd just like to know when we started dating." Great. So much for her dignity. "Over a year ago? When we actually started dating." He adjusted his tie, his expression neutral. "That makes it easy." Chloe bit her lip, but couldn't stop herself from asking, "What about you?" "There was this one girl. Brown hair, blue eyes. Unbelievably sexy." The thought of him with anyone else nauseated her. And so did that realization. She held up a hand. "I don't need details." "Incredible in bed." "Enough." He walked toward her, idly fiddling with his cuff. Her fiancé, most eligible bachelor, no more. The predatory gleam in his eye made her squirm, mostly in the G-spot. An honest-to-goodness shudder crawled up her spine, drawing chills over her flesh. The man gave off heat, and she had the sudden urge to bask in it. Not so sudden, more like chronic. And she'd just admitted as much. "She's got a vegetable fetish," he murmured, a split second before his mouth closed over hers. His lips were soft and warm, demanding, destructive. "Me?" she murmured. "No one else." He nudged his body against hers, walking her backward, simultaneously yanking his shirt tails out of his pants. When the backs of her legs hit the bed, he crawled over her. Déjà vu all over again. Only this time, he wasn't whispering about cats and sports cars and daiquiris. This time, she wore his ring, and he wore yellow. Chapter 6. "You're hell on a shirt." Chloe peered over the edge of the bed, surprised to find Knox on his hands and knees. "What are you doing?"
"Looking for buttons."
"Wouldn't it be easier to have the dry cleaner fix the shirt?"
"Are you trying to tell me you don't sew?"
"I don't cook much either." "Why are you looking for buttons?"
"Because you ripped them off my shirt. Again."
"You love that. And that doesn't exactly answer my question." He reached under the bed and came back in triumph, a small white orb between his thumb and forefinger.
"Thought you might want to put it in a scrapbook or something."
She couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. "A scrapbook?"
"Take a picture, then. Put it on Instagram."
"Instagram?"
"It's a photo-sharing site,"
he said mildly, as if he thought she really hadn't a clue.
"Are you ready for this dinner?"
"Not really. It's $2,000 a plate. How does one prepare for that?"
"Being able to fasten your shirt would be a damn fine start,"
he muttered, then softened it with a grin.
"Although, the trouble is worth it."
"How good are you with names?" "I won't embarrass you."
"I'm not worried about that. You'll probably know most of the attendees from your work with the paper. Remembering the names of folks I've only met in passing is my downfall, so maybe you can help me out? People love when you address them personally. It's one of those dirty tricks politicians use to appear likable."
"And all this time, I just thought it was good manners." He exaggerated, clearing his throat.
"Speaking of manners, I only have 2 shirts in my possession with their buttons intact."
"I might be doing you a favor. You'd probably win a lot of votes with those abs." He stopped and cocked his head.
"You know, you could be right. If there's a demographic put off by my father's affair, it'll be—"
"Women?"
"Yeah," he admitted. "And I'm sure there's a man or two out there who thinks he's a jackass. Maybe even one from our side of the aisle."
Politics reminded Chloe too much of the high school cafeteria. Cliques, gossip, and taking sides, which had nothing to do with principle. She sighed. Knox wasn't like that, but how long would that last? Maintaining alliances within opposing parties could pay off big. Or it could bury him. Either way, the chances of coming out unscathed were minimal. Knox had grown up in the arena. He knew the odds. Unfortunately, after a few years on staff at the Tribune, so did she. If he didn't win the election, what would become of their marriage? And why the hell did she care? Her gaze touched on the prenup he'd had his attorney drop off. She'd had exactly 2 minutes to look at it before Knox had hauled her back to bed. Since he was currently preoccupied with having shirts with buttons, now seemed a safe enough time to dig in. He barely glanced up when she dragged on his latest wrecked shirt and crossed the suite to pick up the document.
2 years, he said.
"What?"
"You're locked in for 2 years."
In the warmth of sexual afterglow, 2 years didn't seem nearly long enough. So what if he didn't love her? He was gainfully employed, and the sex was incredible. There were worse things. Besides, she hadn't exactly turned down any prospects to accept his proposal. Except Jeff. Knox adjusted his tie in a mirror, watching her reflection.
"If you choose to leave thereafter, you'll get alimony. The numbers are all in there."
She flipped through a couple pages, not really seeing anything. "And the fate of your balls if you cheat on me?" She hoped the notion ridiculous enough to draw a smile, but he didn't flinch.
"You get 4 times the alimony if I admit to an affair, or you otherwise have proof of one."
Just peachy. She dropped the papers on the table, where they landed with a loud smack. "Take it out." Now he froze.
"Take what out?"
"Heaven forbid you abstain from bending your secretary over your shiny desk, just so you can avoid paying quadruple."
The only way anyone will be bent over my desk is if you show up at the office naked under a trench coat. Fine. Take out the claws. He turned from the mirror and stared. I don't want to wonder if the reason I haven't caught you having an affair is because you don't want to pay the price, she explained. In fact, I don't want your alimony at all. That clause is there to protect you, he said. Only it sounded a lot more like don't be stupid. Then rewrite it. Ditch the 2 years. Alimony effective immediately, but only if you ask me to leave. Which was a probability if she nailed Rex to the wall. Maybe he's not guilty. The thought gave her an inkling of relief. But wasn't that what she wanted? A chance to prove wrongdoing and derail the sale of her grandma's farm. He frowned. Are you sure? I get that this is never going to be a real relationship, she said, enjoying a little too much the way her words made him wince, even though she was also torn. But I don't need to extort fidelity via a prenup. He sighed. Okay, I'll call my attorney. Is there anything else I need to address? As soon as I have an attorney review it, she said, sweetly. I'll let you know. For a $2,000 plate, it was surprisingly empty. Chloe looked at Knox, who was watching her with a hint of a goofy grin. Playing lovesick for the press? She didn't know and didn't much care. She was too busy remembering to keep her left hand under the table. She was far enough out of her element without flashing that gargantuan trio of diamonds. What's wrong? He asked. He leaned so close his lips grazed her ear when he spoke. There are 8 green beans on this plate, she murmured, so only he could hear. And tenderloin, he pointed out. Sure. The long beans were artfully arranged teepee style, so as to almost entirely cover the beef. That's your argument? And potatoes. 3 of them, bite size, seasoned with parsley or something that looked like it. She glanced up. Their table mates, 2 senators, a gazillionaire benefactor, and their respective wives, were lost in their own conversation and not paying her and Knox any mind. We're going out for tacos after this, she murmured to Knox. Cheap ones. He looked down at his tux and back to the elegant blue evening gown she wore. Like this? Use the drive-thru. Like this? He looked so stricken she almost laughed. Okay, order in if you want. But if you pay more than $5 for my taco, you'll be wearing it. Across the table, one of the senators mentioned Rex's name, putting an end to whatever argument Knox might have prepared. All heads swiveled in their direction. Where is Rex? The other senator asked. I heard he was on the list. Chloe looked expectantly at Knox, curious how he'd handle what had no doubt become a tired subject. He's laying low, Knox said, with an affable grin. Honesty. The road less taken, to put it mildly. As long as his donation found its way, Senator Pierce said. He added a healthy dose of canned, boisterous laughter. That it did. I think he wanted to avoid distracting from the cause, Knox offered. As well as from your lovely bride-to-be, said the senator's wife, Lucille. I have to admit, my daughters were rather heartbroken to hear you were off the market. Heat crept to Chloe's cheeks. He'd introduced her as his fiancé,
though to little fanfare. A few raised brows, perhaps, but in a room full of A-lister celebrities, United States senators and presidential cabinet members, even Knox Hamilton could manage to avoid creating a stir, at least outwardly. Chloe had caught a few whispers and had seen heads swivel in their direction, but she'd merely smiled and moved on. As far as she was out of her element, she wasn't going to miss a chance to people-watch. Her job depended on it. Unfortunately, aside from a bunch of posturing, there wasn't much to see. Instead of gaining any valuable information, she'd spent a half-hour picking at the paltry contents of her plate. Not because she needed 30 minutes for a handful of food, but to keep pace with the rest of the table. Just as the waiter cleared the plate, she caught sight of the aforementioned Pierce daughters headed in the direction of the restrooms. Curiosity got the better of her. "Please excuse me for a moment," she said. Knox stood immediately to help her with her chair. She smiled sweetly, ignoring the questions in his eyes, and wound her way across the room. The diamonds on her left hand glinted, like the rotating spotlights car dealerships hauled in for holiday weekend sales. The stares she earned made her want to crawl under any one of those lavish tables. But when she caught sight of a waiter with a dessert platter, chocolate mousse, she changed her mind. The hallway through which the Pierce daughters had disappeared held a number of doors, which somewhat deflated Chloe's chances of running into them in the ladies' room. She didn't want to talk so much as she wanted to listen. But when she entered, she found her chances for either were not. She also found the restroom to be larger than her apartment, and appointed with nicer furniture than any she'd ever seen, save for that in the hotel. The plush sofa was several feet away from the nearest stall, but she made a vow to stay away from it anyway. Toilets were germ volcanoes, and that upholstery was probably dusted with evidence of every flush since its arrival. Chloe had just shut herself in a stall when she heard the bathroom door open. High heels clicked across the floor. She'd just started thinking she'd struck out when a woman spoke. "Love my ass. He hasn't dated anyone in months." Chloe's heart rate kicked up a notch. Ever so quietly, she stepped onto the toilet seat so they wouldn't see her feet, and prayed her high-heel shoes would provide enough traction to keep her from landing in the bowl. "Can you imagine?" asked a different voice. "A reporter?" Great. They were definitely talking about her, but more importantly, about Knox. He really hadn't dated anyone in months. She felt impossibly warm and tingly for someone who was crouched over a toilet. "I bet she's a gold-digging slut," said Thing One. "Not that you'd have to be to climb into bed with that man." A dramatic sigh followed. "Do you think that's her real hair?" "Of course it is. What reporter could afford extensions?" Thing Two pshawed the notion. "I don't know. They look pretty bad." The extensions she didn't have? Chloe rolled her eyes. "I think one of her eyes is larger than the other," Thing One said. "Did you notice?" "I was too busy staring at that ring. It's kind of garish, don't you think?" "It would be exquisite on my finger," said Thing One. "But on a reporter, it's awful." "Sure it is." Chloe glanced at her finger and grinned. She had 1,001 reasons to mind her manners, but somehow she didn't expect the truth of this exchange to leave the room. With nothing to lose, she stepped off the toilet and opened the stall door, enjoying very much the subsequent surprise that etched the overly painted faces of the Pierce daughters. "I don't know," Chloe said sweetly, holding up her ring next to her face. "It kind of draws attention away from the bad hair and the asymmetrical eyes. Of course, I must be a lousy gold digger. You can barely see the metal for all the diamonds." Neither thing uttered a word. For all their highfalutin manners, society left a lot to be desired. Chloe suppressed a laugh as she washed her hands and left the room, knowing full well the two cats had likely found their tongues the minute after the door shut behind her. Knox stood nearby in the hallway. "What are you smiling about?" he asked. "I met Senator Pierce's daughters. Apparently, I have bad hair extensions, asymmetrical eyes, and questionable morals." "You have hair extensions?" She rolled her eyes. "Is this the part where I get offended because you didn't argue my morality or dispute the poor configuration of my face?" He grinned. "I happen to know your eyes are perfect, and I don't question the state of your morality. But I don't think I'd know hair extensions if I saw them." "Rumor has it you can see the bad ones from across the room. And rest assured, my hair, however faulty, is my own." "I think your hair is as beautiful as the rest of you." He shook his head and chuckled. Who the hell chuckled? Senator Pierce's daughters, huh? Maybe they'll scratch one another's eyes out trying to win your affection. Then we'll see who's asymmetrical. He made a whooshing sound under his breath. What's the classic sitcom reaction to that? Meow? If you want a classic sitcom reaction, tell me something I don't want to hear about the fate of my dessert. You mean there's a woman inside the Beltway who will actually touch a dessert? She glared. He laughed. It'll still be there when you get back. The women at the table started talking about wedding stuff. Not ours. Not that it would have helped. So I made my escape. Do you want to dance? The last time they'd danced in public had been in that dive bar, and they'd barely made it out of there with their clothes on. That might not end well, she said. He grinned devilishly. No self-control. Isn't that how you like it? You've got me there, he said, and he led her onto the dance floor anyway, immediately pulling her close. She put her arms around him, lacing her fingertips behind his neck. With the feel of his long, hard body moving as one with hers, she quickly forgot her concerns about flashing the diamond or missing dessert. Her heartbeat thundered and drowned out the din of conversation. On some level, she knew she should be scoping out the crowd, but she was a lot more interested in the man who was in danger of losing his third shirt in 2 days. Her fiancé. The guy with all the complications. How long are we staying in D.C.? She asked. She'd yet to break the news of their engagement to Lila, who had probably worn calluses on her texting fingers with the effort to find out what had happened with Jeff. Chloe's parents were also due a call. Despite the fact they lived halfway across the country, she probably didn't have long to break the news before someone else did. Unless you have a conflict, we can leave tomorrow. What do you think about renting a furnished house outside the city? Anywhere, as long as it has a bedroom. God, he was hot. And just like that, she really was questioning her morals. She'd agreed to marry him for access, not cash, but she'd just eaten a dinner at better than $100 a bite. And she had enough ice on her ring finger to sink the Titanic. Maybe she really didn't have any morals, but she had a chance, and she was taking it. Chapter 7. Somewhere in Lila's proximity, glass was shattering. It had to be, with her shrieking. "You what?" Chloe thought twice about dropping the phone and covering her ears. Whatever Lila would say next, Chloe probably wouldn't want Knox to hear. And with the racket Lila was making, he'd hear it for sure. I said yes. "Why the hell would you do that? What happened to Jeff?" "Don't ask. I think he would have left me for Knox in a heartbeat. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what happened." "You do realize that tells me absolutely nothing of what happened." Jeff was starstruck. Knox handed him a business card and told him to call him later. It was almost humiliating. "Only almost?" Chloe shrugged, though Lila couldn't see her. "I got the man." Lila laughed, or maybe sobbed. "You got the wrong man. Please tell me this is some kind of revenge thing. I get Jeff was a bit grounded for your taste, but I figured that was what you needed. You know, to get over Knox. Over, not under. This is utter insanity. As far as you're concerned, this is the natural evolution of a relationship that's been kept quiet for the last few months." Lila grunted. Chloe sank onto the edge of a bed that probably cost more than her car. Her old car, that was. Knox had provided a brand new one, which had been delivered to the house within a couple hours of him signing the lease. They hadn't needed long to house hunt. As far as she was concerned, $1 million mansion looked the same as the next. And considering Chloe's entire apartment would have fit easily into her new closet, she hadn't felt the need to argue the finer points. The second home the realtor showed them was both fully furnished and immediately available, so they'd taken it. "Think about this, Chloe. Really think about this. About how he left you. What changed? I don't doubt you have feelings for him, but what did he do to deserve you? There's got to be more to this story." Of course there was. But she had signed a non-disclosure agreement. The terms, and consequences, of which left her praying she didn't have a habit of talking in her sleep. "He said he was ready to get married, and I was the only person with whom he could see that happening." That part, at least, was true. Chloe sighed. Who the hell was she mad at? Knox hadn't lied to her, and she hadn't exactly surrendered her self-respect by saying yes. As far as she was concerned, she had more to gain than he did. Even if she did have to deal with media scrutiny, they'd quickly grow tired of her. She was an only child with an uneventful, lower-middle-class upbringing, and parents who believed in staying together for better or worse. Nothing newsworthy there. "I am marrying him because I love him," she said quietly. Because that was what she was supposed to say. "Chloe, after what he did to you..." She sighed. She didn't have many close friends, and her marriage was the last thing that should come between her and the best of them. "Look, Lai, he said he made a mistake. I believe he's genuinely sorry. And you know, better than anyone, that I've never stopped loving him." Ouch. Fine. Love him. But do you have to marry him? If he loves you now, he'll love you in 6 months, and then... Oh, hell. Now I sound like my mother. Lila blew sharply. I may never forgive you for that. Chloe laughed. Look, I know it's a hard sell, but can you trust me here? I know what I'm doing. Lila sighed. That must have been some amazing sex. Amazing was an understatement. The sex was so amazing, it had bad idea written all over it. Despite the tingles wreaking havoc with her body, Chloe outwardly ignored the comment. The wedding will be just him and me and the minister and the required witnesses. But there will be a reception next Friday at the Wyndham Club. Lila's long, low whistle cut the silence. Nicely played. Chloe let go of a breath. Lila's tone had lost its suspicious note. Chloe had been worried her friend would push until she got some version of the truth. But she'd backed off. I wouldn't say... Knox walked in. To their bedroom. Everything had happened so quickly. 48 hours ago, she'd been complaining about missing a date with her sofa and a carton of ice cream. And now she was engaged to a man who had literally been named DC's most eligible bachelor 2 years running. She just couldn't get over the fact she and Knox shared a bedroom and a bed. And soon, vows. False ones. I've got to go, Lila. Chloe ended the call to the sound of Lila's unanswered protests and drank in the sight of Knox leaning against the doorframe. Though his stance was casual, and effortlessly so, he stood as if he had been sculpted. The man was a model of physical perfection. He looked more like an athlete than a politician. It was no wonder he was polling favorably. He probably left every woman in his target demographic quaking. That lopsided, boyish grin just begged to be tasted. And she'd yet to wrap her brain around the fact she was the only one whose mouth would get anywhere near him. She was the one he wanted. She was the one he didn't want to love. His gaze toured her unapologetically, and she returned the perusal as good as she got. How did a man who probably spent 90% of his waking hours in a suit manage to be so tan? He looked as if he had just stepped off a yacht. Hell, he probably had a yacht. They were to be married in a matter of days, and she didn't even know. She'd tried to make up for the year of ignoring his existence with an hour of Googling him that morning, but the yacht thing hadn't surfaced. Interestingly enough, neither had any other women. She didn't think him dishonest, but it was so hard to believe that he'd managed to keep his hands to himself, however literally, since they'd split. She had no doubt the Pierce girls had their sources, but they couldn't know everything. They hadn't known about her. Have you really been flying solo since you broke up with me? His lips quirked. In what way? Her field of view narrowed with her eyes. Sexually. You first. I already told you I had. And I already told you the same. A year is a long time to abstain, she said. Just because the internet hadn't spewed forth any candidates didn't mean they didn't exist. He'd managed to date her for months without drawing attention to their relationship. He raised his brow. Where are you going with this? Too late. She realized this conversation might be taking a dangerous turn, but she wouldn't give him the pleasure of thinking he was getting to her. He had enough evidence of that already. She smiled sweetly. I don't think you've made it more than 10 hours since we were reacquainted. He graced her with a smug, tilted grin, which couldn't be more kissable if it tasted of chocolate and wine. He crossed the room, his bare feet toe-deep in the most ridiculously plush carpeting that could possibly exist anywhere, and leaned so his lips grazed her ear. I haven't heard any complaints. Well, he had her there. The sex was incredible. wasn't that the problem? She wasn't a Neanderthal. She couldn't be the recipient of those tender touches and mind-bending orgasms, and not fall harder. And then there was that whole morals charge. As ridiculous as it sounded, she didn't want to be the mistress to his almighty principles. It didn't matter how sincere his purpose for refusing love. He refused it, all the same. And if she wanted to keep a single piece of her heart intact, she'd have to refuse him back.
"Are you suggesting I can't go without sex?"
he asked. "I bet you can't." She was flailing, and with that challenge, she was flat out crazy. His eyes narrowed, but not with suspicion, more like interest. Enough interest to suggest she'd just taken a misstep of epic proportions.
"Can't what?"
She found her tongue, and, in looking at him, 1,000 things she'd rather do with it than continue this no-win conversation. "I bet you can't wait long at all for sex."
"Are you serious?"
He didn't present any of the indignation the words suggested. He looked more like an animal circling its prey. An animal with a serenity of expression that indicated he knew he'd already won. No. "Of course I'm serious."
"You're on."
Uh-oh. On what? He laughed, but he didn't sound as if he was joking.
"You don't seem to think I can last for an extended period of time without sex.
And I don't think you'll last the week."
"You're on. First one to beg for it loses."
Chloe pasted on a grin, though inside she was undulating at the knowledge of what he could do to her. She was in it this deep, and it didn't sound much like a bet anyone would lose. At least, not without winning. That's a bit open to interpretation, don't you think? I think we need something a little more concrete.
"What do you have in mind?"
You can beg all you want. It's the orgasm that decides it. His brow lifted. "Any orgasm," she clarified, shooting a pointed look in the direction of his man parts. "Keeping your hands to yourself won't help you this time." He returned the carnal focus, and she'd swear she heated under his appraisal.
"That's cute,"
he said.
"It's also fundamentally unfair."
"Why?" "I'll match you coy word for coy word, buddy. Do you have such a hard time controlling yourself?"
"Around some people."
Good to know. Some people harass. He'd better learn to control himself around all people. Which brings me back to my point. You can't make it without sex. He didn't back down.
"Not exactly. My point is, you can pretend your orgasm didn't happen. Mine are unmistakable."
She shrugged. "Suit yourself."
"Wait a minute. I didn't say no. What's at stake here?"
"If I win, you get to dress up in your tux and take me out for tacos."
That's not much of a deterrent.
Clearly, you didn't see your face last time I mentioned it. He grinned crookedly.
"Fine. When I win, you sign up for a culinary class, one where they teach the minimalistic art of plating."
You're on. And by the way, that will never, ever happen. So prepare to beg. "Knox?" A woman's voice called from elsewhere in the house. Chloe jumped, but Knox didn't flinch. "Who is that?" she asked.
My mother. Chloe looked down at her packing and moving sweats and back to Knox. Great. Exactly how anyone would dress to meet the Queen. You're in here talking about sex? She hissed. And your mother is here? He shrugged from behind one of those boyish, lopsided grins. You have that effect on me. That's just what I want your mother to know. Ever heard of a first impression? I wanted you then, too. Chloe stared at him, her jaw unhinged. Knox? His mother sounded closer now. Get out there before she finds us, Chloe said. I need 5 minutes. Yes, dear. Chloe rolled her eyes and nudged him through the doorway. She stopped short of pushing the door closed all the way. She didn't want news of his mother's visit to be met with that noise, of all things, and made a mad dash for the biggest closet on earth. Her meager wardrobe looked to be even less so in the massive space, but that didn't make it any easier to find something to wear. Fortunately, the clothes she had hanging in her apartment had been brought over on their hangers. She quickly found a simple maxi dress and ditched her sweatpants and tee, brushed her hair, and slipped into a comfortable pair of sandals. Mother-in-law. Somehow that particular phrase hadn't entered the vernacular of the marriage talk. She swung open the door and followed the sound of voices to the kitchen. Great. Chloe was completely out of her element in the gleaming expanse of polished granite and stainless steel. The only things in the room that were remotely familiar were the sink and the microwave, and the latter had twice as many buttons as hers at home. She was totally without her bearings. What better place or time to meet Knox's mother? It didn't matter how nice Catherine Hamilton appeared in the public eye. Selling a sudden marriage to the media would be hard enough. Convincing this woman she hadn't married her son for his bank account would probably require a miracle. Deep breath. Chloe had heard plenty about Catherine Hamilton, but despite her reputation, the news coverage didn't do the woman justice. She was perfectly put together, in a simple cream-colored suit, while her sweeping updo, flawless makeup, and brilliant jewelry lent the impression she just stepped off the cover of a magazine. But while Chloe expected the woman to carry an air of superiority, she exuded nothing but warmth. Her smile when she saw Chloe lit her eyes, and despite her nervousness, Chloe took an immediate liking to her. Mrs. Hamilton, she said, it's an honor to meet you. Chloe Lachlan. Please, call me Catherine. She swept Chloe into a hug. Smiling kindly, she said, My son tells me you'll soon be a Hamilton. Will you be taking the family name? Chloe bit her lip. She hadn't given her name a second thought. Knox wasn't marrying her for love, so she felt he should keep his name to himself. But was that what he wanted? She had no idea what would work best for his campaign. Maybe keeping her own would work in her favor. Surely someone seeking no more than the prestige of the Hamilton family coffers would want the perks extended by carrying the last name. Chloe's a writer, Knox offered. She's keeping her name for professional reasons. Good one, Knox. His explanation was not only reasonable, but hard to argue with. Catherine released her lingering hold on Chloe's arm and addressed her son. There are some samples for your reception in my car. Would you kindly get them so I may have a moment alone with my future daughter-in-law? He nodded, though to his credit he appeared a bit wary. Of course. Catherine watched her son leave, then turned to Chloe. Ever gracious, she asked,
So, what brings you to the family? Chloe froze, the smile falling from her face. What do you mean? Catherine smiled knowingly. 3 days ago, I was under the impression Knox was single. He didn't have a girlfriend, much less a fiancé. Great. She and Knox had gone over their so-called story, most of which was the truth, sans the business proposition. But she hadn't counted on convincing his mother. Under her kind exterior, the woman had to be shrewd to maintain her reputation in the face of Rex's betrayals. Chloe didn't think her unkind, but she also harbored no expectation of fooling her. And moreover, she didn't want to lie. We started dating over a year ago. Then why haven't I heard of you? Chloe had to give the woman credit. 2 minutes after meeting Chloe, she had her alone and strung up, all without a hint of animosity. I can't speak specifically for Knox, but we did agree to keep our relationship quiet. I can't imagine what it's like to be followed everywhere, but it's bound to be exhausting. I think he just wanted a little downtime. Catherine smiled. Secrets tend to create more gossip than they prevent, Miss Lachlan. Please, call me Chloe. Where was Knox? This serene, placid woman was going to have her for dinner. I assure you, my intentions... Catherine waved a hand. You don't need to explain yourself to me. At least, not if you're who I think you are. Who do you think I am? Knox has dated a lot of women. Of course he had. Why did everyone feel the need to remind her of this? Catherine tapped the polished granite with a perfectly manicured nail. When he called to tell me of your engagement, he was the happiest I've ever heard him. It wasn't just a good mood, either. His feelings were far more than superficial. Chloe's gaze shot to Catherine's face, and she prayed her guilt didn't show in her eyes. She'd been worried about hurting Knox, but she hadn't considered that she'd be hurting his mother. Arguably, neither of them deserved it, but Knox at least knew what he was getting into. He knew the marriage was fake. Catherine, on the other hand, actually believed Knox cared for Chloe. As much as Chloe wanted that to be true, the fact that their deception would affect other people hit her with force. I didn't realize I could have affected him so. Honey, he's marrying you. And I can't say I didn't have my suspicions about your intentions. But one fact remains indisputable. Any other woman who has dated my son has landed herself on the front page of the social section within the week. But he tells me you dated for months, and until yesterday, I didn't even know your name. I can't begin to know what's between you two. But when he says you're different, I have to believe him. I've already seen that much. And while I don't know that I approve of his desire to follow in his father's footsteps to the Senate, you seem to be the kind of woman he needs to stay grounded while he's on that path. Chloe swallowed, taken aback by Catherine's words. Did you bring the whole store? Knox walked into the kitchen, bouncing off the doorway with a grunt. His voice was muffled, his torso invisible from behind a tower of books and boxes. Chloe released the breath she'd been holding and rushed over to relieve him of some of the pile. You can't make more than one trip? He scowled. There's more. Can I help? Catherine stood. Be assured, dear, he'll be glad for the escape. I know my son. He's not going to care one bit what color table linens we choose for your reception. Knox snorted. I wouldn't dream of insulting you ladies with my uninformed opinion. Besides, I'm due for a phone conference. I'm on my way out myself, Catherine said. I know you two are still getting settled. You look through these things, Chloe, and then we'll finalize plans. I know I'm not giving you much time, but on such short notice. It will be beautiful, Mother. He kissed her on the cheek. And you're right. I couldn't care less about place settings. As long as there's food on the plate, I'm in. Though, I'm afraid I've gotten word that a mere 8 green beans won't cut it. Insist on at least 9, no matter the cost. Catherine looked at him as if he had descended into utter madness. He ignored her incredulity. And speaking of dinner, I'm going to order a pizza. Are you sure you don't want to stay? Catherine gathered her things so quickly. Chloe thought the woman must have been repelled by the very thought of food served from a greasy box. No. See to your conference? Chloe, it was lovely to meet you. We'll talk tomorrow. Chloe nodded. Of course. Good. I'll stop by mid-morning. She put a hand on Chloe's arm. I mean it. Welcome to the family. Chloe followed her to the door, watching as Catherine got into a gleaming Mercedes-Benz. It was the same cream hue as her clothes. Chloe shook her head. She was lucky to have a matching pair of shoes, and Catherine Hamilton managed to accessorize all the way down to her automotive paint. I think she liked you. She jumped at the sound of Knox's voice so close to her ear. She turned, finding the length of his body mere inches from hers. He pushed shut the door with one hand, the motion positioning him even closer. Pizza? Of course. Never mind that they'd gone through approximately 11,000 pizzas while they were dating. They even had the same favorite, New York-style pepperoni. Her mouth watered, and not only for the food. The man was gorgeous. And now off limits. It's for your own good. But was it really? Unrequited love was one thing. Life without orgasms, another entirely. But the greater the distance between them, the easier it would be for her to take advantage of their arrangement. She'd get her story, and with any luck she would do so before her grandmother's house was razed, to make way for the factory that never should have been approved. What about your meeting? She asked. He shrugged. It's just a phone conference, and it'll be quick. I'll order, you answer the door, and I'll meet you on the sofa. Just like old times. But it wasn't. Back then, she thought, they'd been falling in love. She knew better now. Now it was just her. The chances of her walking away without a broken heart were passing nil at the speed of light. But he was still hers. He might never love her, but at least he wanted to share his life with her. She forced herself to smile. Pizza would be great. Chapter 8. 30 minutes later, Chloe was kicked back on an Italian leather sofa trying, and failing, to keep Knox from stealing her pepperoni. If he'd been on the phone 5 minutes longer, she could have had at least one slice in peace. But no such luck. Eat your own, she groused, punctuating the words by jabbing her elbow into his side. He dodged easily the brunt of her attack, then countered with an utterly wounded look.
I like extra.
Then order extra.
Can't, he said. Extra pepperoni upsets the balance. Changes the flavor.
Order extra on the side, then. I'm sure you can make that happen.
He shook his head. Nope. It won't taste the same if it doesn't come on the pizza.
Chloe rolled her eyes. Did it ever occur to you that my piece doesn't taste the same after you've pilfered from it?
All in your imagination, he said,
wisely ducking before the words had fully left his mouth. But he quickly straightened.
Oh, look. There's my worthy opponent.
Chloe peered at the screen, reading the caption. Charlie Jackson? Knox looked at her, brow raised.
Yep, that's him. Have you been under a rock?
More like under Knox. I've been a little busy the past 2 days. In reality, she'd probably seen his opponent's name while stalking Knox online that morning, but she'd been a little more interested in his personal life. Then intrigued by the fact she'd found little of it. He'd escorted a couple of dates to dinners and such, but the gossips had taken the time to point out that they'd left in separate limos. Not one photograph of him with anyone seemed to hint at intimacy. Not that that meant anything. She'd yet to find a single image of her with Knox, and they'd been together for months. He went for another piece of her pepperoni and came up empty. Without missing a beat, he said,
He's been making noise against Rex for months.
Yeah, well, I haven't exactly followed Rex's career, Chloe said, noting that Knox called his father by his first name. She thought that interesting, but she didn't ask.
Now that Rex is out, Jackson turned on me.
Knox grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. Charlie Jackson faced the camera with an unmistakable air of superiority, complete with a puffed-out chest and a smirk.
Knox Hamilton's only claim to fame is his father, who now leaves the office in disgrace. Knox doesn't have any Senate experience.
Please, Knox said, hitting mute.
And he does?
What does he do?
Aside from being a pain in the ass, he's an ambulance-chasing lawyer. Even with Rex's accumulation of so-called minor indiscretions, he's still beaten this guy soundly in 3 elections.
Chloe suddenly regretted her avoidance of all things Knox. For a D.C. reporter, her lack of knowledge of the finer details was almost embarrassing. But she didn't need to rehash the destruction of their relationship. Moreover, her focus of late had been on Rex, and for good reason. So why hasn't anyone who can actually beat Rex taken him on?
For all his personal faults, Rex is a damn good politician. And he's got a strong record and appeal across the aisle. Both parties love him. That makes him really hard to beat. So no one really wants to run against him.
So why aren't they all jumping in now? The usual reasons?
Knox shrugged. Someone might, but I put my foot in the door the moment Rex cracked it open, and I've been polling well. You don't have as much time to prepare for a special election as you would a general election. So the money has to be there. You know how things work in this arena. A successful campaign requires a lot of cash. And a few weeks isn't much time to launch a campaign, secure backers, and put the money toward winning votes. I've got the advantage of the family name. Not just my father, but my grandfather before him. And Jackson has been after this seat for years. We were both in a position to strike. Jackson has a better chance of defeating me than he did Rex, but it'll be hard for him to pull off.
They just turned back to the TV when the doorbell rang.
Knox tossed the remote on the coffee table and stood. That would be Toby. Toby Russo, campaign manager extraordinaire. And, because he'd likely pushed Knox to fall in line with the poll results, probably a big part of the reason she had a ring on her finger. Nice place, Toby said, as Knox led him into the room. You must be Chloe? Chloe stood. It's nice to meet you. And you. It's good to have you on board. On board? Knox pointed toward the TV while Toby helped himself to a slice of pizza. Knox glared over the pizza theft, but didn't mention it. Chloe and I were just discussing the many qualities of my opponent. None of them worthy, I presume? Knox shrugged. He puts up a good show. He's really playing up that like-father, like-son angle. It's a good thing you found someone quickly. Chloe winced. Apparently, Knox's "only you" speech meant more to her than she'd realized. She could have done without Toby's blunt assessment. Hey, man, I told you. If Chloe had said no, we'd be having this same old conversation about me needing a wife all the way up through Election Day. Win or lose. More likely the latter, Toby muttered. Clearly they'd gone rounds on the subject. So be it, then. I have no intention of being elected on a deception. He graced Chloe with a smile that turned her knees to mush. What am I, if not my word? Toby snorted. Channeling Shakespeare, from the sound of it? She wasn't sure what to make of Knox's campaign manager. He seemed analytical. But to navigate the turgid political waters of D.C., a person needed to be wired a little differently. Toby turned to Chloe. Did he tell you? We met at Yale. Excuse me, Knox said. Are you hitting on my fiancé? Slack-jawed, Toby turned to Knox. Because I went to Yale? No, because you want her to know you went to Yale. Well, hell. Earlier today I was at a bus stop. Am I now trying to get her to have my baby? Chloe cleared her throat. I'm pretty sure that wasn't in my contract. I'm glad someone knows the difference between business and pleasure. Oh, the irony. Because that person was so not her. Back off, Knox growled. Toby raised his palms in surrender. Done. You keep this up and I'm bringing a tranquilizer gun with me next time. Big game. Chloe laughed. Turning to Toby, she said, Yale, huh? He blinked. Are you trying to get me killed? Then in a stage whisper, he added, Apparently, he's the only one allowed to get personal in here. If only he would. Toby looked at Chloe and tipped his head toward Knox. Have you done your research on him? Memorized his life story? She wasn't entirely sure he was joking. He seemed a stickler for details. He graduated top of his class from Yale, with a degree in political science, served as a legislative staffer to a congressman friend of his father's, which led to a position as his chief of staff, from which he currently has a leave of absence until this election is decided. Not that she'd seen it online. I never told you all of that, Knox said. Did I? It's easy enough to look up. You should have told her, Toby said to Knox. Then he turned back to Chloe. You'll need to know more than that, Toby said. Like you said, that part's easy. Well, I know where his tickle spots are. Do you think that will come up? Both men stared at her. Toby cleared his throat. What about your marriage? You'll need more intimate details. More intimate than tickle spots? She asked. Knox spoke. If Charlie tries to dig up proof I hired her to play my wife, he'll just learn we dated for months prior to our marriage. When he makes that big announcement, he'll help my campaign, not hurt it. For all intents and purposes, we look legit."
Toby's brow rose. "If she knows your tickle spots, I'd say you're a hair past legit."
"Are you here for a reason?" Knox asked.
"Just dropping off paperwork," Toby said, glancing at Chloe. "And now I'm going." Knox shot a pointed look at Toby's empty hands.
"Okay, but are you actually dropping off paperwork?"
"Yeah, my briefcase is in my car."
"I'll walk you out."
"Yeah. Good night, Chloe." "Bye," she said, her eyes trained on Knox as he left the room. He was too personal? She didn't know what to think of that. On one hand, of course he was. But Catherine thought him different, and now Toby. And if Chloe didn't get over worrying about why it mattered, she'd torture herself. When Knox came back, he held a sheaf of papers and wore a slight frown.
"I'm sorry about that."
"No worries, I kind of like the guy." Knox frowned. "I need to catch up on some work," she said. "Leave me a slice for later, okay?"
"Sure."
His brow furrowed.
"Something wrong?"
Not something. Everything. Nope. I just haven't had my nose in my computer all day, and I feel a little lost. I need to make sure I haven't missed anything important.
"Okay. If you need me for anything, just let me know."
There he went again. Not exactly the words of a man who didn't care. But then again, he'd never said he didn't care. He just said he wouldn't love. And what did it matter? It was a complication with no place in a temporary relationship. It matters because you never got over him, and because you want to take the chance he's giving you and destroy him with it. Maybe not literally, but if she proved his father was a crook, the fallout would do nothing less. She sighed and pushed open the door to her office. She'd made exactly 2 trips back to her apartment since they leased the house, which meant she was lacking most of her stuff. She hadn't needed much, just her computer and some clothes. But now she wished she'd brought something familiar. Everything around her was either plush or shiny, and she had a feeling that would make it hard to concentrate on her job. Speaking of which, she hadn't checked in with her editor in over 2 days. Beth probably didn't miss her, but that wouldn't exactly be good news. Chloe settled onto her desk chair and opened her laptop. The password screen came up just as Knox poked his head through the doorway. She automatically turned her computer away, a habit she'd gained from her days in a cubicle at the Tribune, when having anyone look over her shoulder had made her skin crawl.
"Pizza is in the fridge,"
he said, giving her an odd look.
"I'm going to hit the shower."
Had he found it absolutely necessary to tell her he was going to be naked, lathered, and soaked in steam? Swallowing, she felt irked to notice she'd suddenly gotten hot. "Did you save me an undamaged piece?" He grinned.
"I guess you'll find out if you work up an appetite later, after you finish with whatever you're hiding on that thing."
She rolled her eyes. "The password is my birthday. Have at it. And work up your own appetite. I have a bet to win."
"I've been meaning to tell you," he said,
stepping into the room rather than taking his cue to exit.
"I think there's a flaw in that plan. An orgasm shouldn't count as a loss."
"No, no loss there. Was it even possible he could want her as much as she wanted him? His shirt hung loose and unbuttoned, offering a tempting glimpse of tanned abs and a happy trail that was borderline ecstatic. His hair was slightly tousled, his sensual lips shaped into the crooked grin that had become a tabloid trademark. God, she could go after him with a fork. But no. His brain, or that other organ, was probably just pegged on sex, and she was the only allowable source. Is our friendly wager a little too friendly for you? His trek ended with an invasion of her personal space, and not an unwelcome one at that. Considering you've banned orgasms, he said in a deliciously low voice, I'd say it's not quite friendly enough. Her pulse fluttered, fanning the fire that seemed to erupt inside her when he drew near. I'm sure you have enough friends. Keep your pants on. Can't. I'm going to take a shower. You mentioned that. Save me some hot water. And go, please. I'll see what I can do. Grinning, he took off his shirt, fully revealing the kind of abs seldom seen outside underwear ads, and the chest and shoulders to match. You didn't tell me to keep my shirt on. Chloe bit her lip. The man was delectable, and he was turning her into a stereotype. The kind who sat lusting in a wet puddle all day, because there was a ridiculously hot guy treading a little too close to her erogenous zone. Is this a strip club now? That depends. What are you willing to take off? She pressed her knees together and looked at her desk. Didn't I tell you I had work to do? Suit yourself. I'll see you in bed. She closed her eyes and counted to 10. When she opened them, Knox was gone. But he probably hadn't gone far enough. He was probably exactly where he said he'd be. In the shower. Naked. She so did not need that image in her head. And it was too bad she couldn't get her mind to stop with visuals. Her brain insisted on replaying in vivid detail all the sex they'd had. Everything, from the taste of beer on his lips to the ridiculous parade of brightly colored condoms. But more than that, what he'd said. She could not believe he'd remember her favorite drink or her preference for outdoor cats without there being some kind of emotional attachment. But hell, he was a politician. He was a schmoozer by trade, and she'd do well to remember as much. She needed to regroup. He'd given her a great opportunity, and if she wanted to make the most of it, she was going to have to come up with the story to end all stories. And, if she was really lucky, she'd save her grandmother's farm in the process. As it was, she had little to go on. Just Rex's name cropping up time and time again in the good old boys club, rubbing elbows with the heads of Pactron Energy Corporation. That in itself might not have been suspicious, if Rex hadn't also spearheaded a nasty public fight against the factory's expansion to a new site. Most of the people in Knox's circles had been unattainable, so if she was going to make the most of this chance, she was going to have to start digging. She scrolled absently through her email. Aside from a couple of older unanswered messages from Lila, asking how Chloe's date had gone, most everything was junk. She was just about to close the tab when she noticed a note from her editor. She glanced at the timestamp. 3 a.m. No wonder she hadn't seen it. Most of the middle-of-the-night stuff was auto-delete. Regarding your employment. She frowned. The subject of the email seemed a bit too serious for Beth, and that, along with the time the message had been sent, didn't bode well. She clicked on the message and scanned its contents. Midway through, she no longer saw words. She saw red. She stared at the screen in shock. She'd been reassigned as a staff writer in the Home and Garden section. Reassigned, her ass. More like demoted. Home and Garden? Knox. The timing was suspect at best. Beth didn't say as much, but Chloe didn't buy into coincidences. Furious, she pushed away from her desk. Leaving the computer, she headed straight for the master bedroom. From there, she followed a thick cloud of steam to the Italian marble bathroom, where she found Knox dripping soap and hot water under one of 2 extra-wide rainfall shower heads. The double walk-in didn't have a door, so her approach was soundless, and with his head tipped back and his face to the spray, he didn't notice her. But he would. She reached past him and cut the hot water, leaving nothing but cold. Spewing profanity, he turned off the spray and fumbled for a towel on the wall behind him. He wiped his face and blinked at her, his expression bordering on everything and landing nowhere. Despite the fact she had him naked and dripping with unease, she didn't crack a smile. "You just cost me my job." "What are you talking about?" To his credit, he looked bewildered. He made no attempt to cover himself, however, and the fact her gaze caught on his package irritated her. Even more so when she looked up from his goods and saw he was watching her and grinning. Not a good time to push buttons. She kept the warning to herself. My editor sent me an email mere hours after our engagement went public. Apparently, there's a conflict of interest. It seems the paper doesn't want to appear as if it has lost its objectivity with the upcoming special election. "You were fired." "No, but I might as well have been. I've been reassigned as a staff writer for the Home and Garden section." Home and Garden? Knox, you ass. He held up his hands, though he'd have been wiser to protect himself. "Hey," he said. "Wait a minute. I didn't do this." "The hell you didn't." She reached and unleashed the cold water. The spray didn't hit him as completely as it had the first time, but it hit him where it counted. "Enjoy your shower." She spun around, only to find herself pulled backwards, soaked and sputtering. Her body turned and fully pressed against his. "I think I will," he said. He turned up the hot water until the spray was remotely tolerable. "I happen to be quite fond of cold showers." Though she was fully clothed, officially drenched, and her knees a mass of jello, she didn't bat an eyelash. "I bet a man like you doesn't have to take many." His eyes had darkened to a rich chocolate hue. "And why would you believe a thing like that?" "Because, as you so clearly stated while in the throes of wooing me, you have quite the playboy reputation." "And you know as well as anyone, that reputation doesn't necessarily correlate to fact." "Yet it always seems to come from a place of truth." She tried to take a step back, but his grip on her arm tightened. "Where are you going?" She shivered, and it had surprisingly little to do with the lukewarm water cascading from the showerhead. "I think we're done here." He shook his head. "I don't think we are. First of all, I had nothing to do with your reassignment, though I can't blame them for the move. They're protecting their credibility. And, I might add, yours. Besides, this will only help you." "How? How is being labeled an expert on houseplants going to help me?" He graced her with a shit-eating grin. "Because, when I introduce you to the highbrows, not one is going to feel threatened by a writer with an affinity for houseplants. You'll be so far off their radar, you won't have any trouble breaking your big story." Damn him. He had a point. She moved away, but his grip on her arm tightened, reeling her in until there wasn't room for water to run between them. "As for my second point," he said, his focus intent upon her, "I'm only going to say this once more, so make damn sure you're listening." He increased the hot water, eliminating her chill, but he didn't draw away. Instead, he planted his other hand on the wall, effectively caging her between the cold marble and his every hot, unending inch. "There hasn't been anyone since you. No one." She swallowed. "Somehow I doubt that." "Careful what you say," he warned, peering at her from darkened eyes. Though the water had turned blissfully warm, he remained still a rigid, powerful mass of man. "I don't appreciate what you're insinuating. A casual affair wasn't something I wanted in my life then, and it still isn't." She opened her mouth and closed it again. Though for a moment she'd thought him angry, he seemed to have softened somewhat. His attention drifted from her eyes to her mouth. "You're wet," he said. "That would be the water." No one. She shivered again, despite the steam assaulting her. It'd be easy to attribute blame to the cold wall at her back, but that wasn't it. The shaking that had started at her core and crept down her limbs to her extremities couldn't be caused by mere cold. It was Knox. It was always Knox. But why? Clearly she had no desire whatsoever to be happy in life. She couldn't have chosen a bigger complication if she'd tried. Droplets gathered on her lashes, but her clouded view didn't obscure the dreadfully heated look in his eyes. He could tear her apart without trying. And rather than protect her, her misguided urges begged her to open herself to him and take whatever he'd give. "I've developed a bit of a habit lately," he murmured, "of removing your clothes." She said nothing, just stood there, trembling in the hot water, trying to process his words. He leaned down and brushed his lips against hers. Then, while the room spun, he pulled her dress up and over her head, leaving her standing there in her underwear. Her chest threatened to implode under the pressure. "Knox," she stammered, "you're not being fair." "You're probably right," he murmured. "Do you want me to stop?" "Of course not. What sane woman would want him to stop? Me. But then again, she'd probably lost her claim to sanity when she'd agreed to marry a man who vowed he'd never love her. That depends on what you're planning on doing."
What is it you don't want me to do?
Do anything you want. I'll figure out how to breathe again in the morning.
God, she really was a walking stereotype. Put her in the shower with an absurdly attractive, naked guy, and she fell apart. Not this time. She brushed past him and snatched the only towel off the back wall. She wrapped it around herself and paused, just long enough in her exit to answer his question. She had to force herself to look at him, but the words came easily. That's an easy one, Knox. Just don't do anything you can't take back. Chapter 9. A week. A week of trying and failing. She'd wanted to stay mad at Knox, but he had a bad habit of having coffee ready in the morning and sleeping a little too close to her side of the bed. He'd brought her tacos twice, chocolate, daily, and despite what she'd determined to be a rather cruel streak of kindness, he refused to spill one detail about the ceremony, citing a desire to surprise her. The only thing on which he consulted her was the guest list, or the lack thereof. With just the two of them attending, intimate promised to be an understatement. And now that she knew what he'd planned, she could have killed him. He couldn't have known she'd always wanted to get married on the beach, but for some godforsaken reason, the universe had turned against her. And there they were, her dream wedding. But all wrong. No family, no friends, no groom who would rather die than live without her. Instead, she had him. Utterly devastating in yet another tux, looking perfect enough to have been plucked from the top of a grossly overpriced wedding cake, and a white dress simply gorgeous in its simplicity. And their carefully worded vows all hinged on technicality. To cherish and respect, to greet with tender care, to honor with fidelity, to split the difference on the thermostat. Okay, maybe not that last part, but without mention of love, they might as well be discussing the mundane topics of cohabitation. Nor had the words forever or till death do us part made the script. It was just as well. Now she didn't have to live with herself for uttering untruths in their ceremony. She had far greater issues to tend, like the issue of the photographer, hell-bent on torturing her. Now, arms around each other, like you're dancing. That's it. Very close. Closer. Now, kissing. He punched the last word like he'd invented the lip lock. Better do what he says, Knox whispered. The sun will be down soon, and Mr. Enthusiasm over there is liable to drag us to another time zone for a do-over if we don't get it right. She laughed, much to the photographer's glee. That's it! Beautiful! Now, the kiss. Knox grinned and lowered his mouth to hers. And no matter how much she tried to remember, he didn't love her, and she wasn't about to fall for him again, she couldn't escape the brutal honesty of his touch. He held her with reassuring strength, yet with a tenderness simply not born of legal documents. She recognized that the slight caress of his fingertips against her skin wasn't because he didn't want to touch her, but because he longed to. He didn't have to admit that desire with words. She could see the raw emotion in his eyes. The months apart had done nothing to erase what she'd known so intimately
in the time they had spent together, and no amount of paperwork would change it now. The sinking sun pulled the last pink rays of light from the sky, while a gentle onshore breeze carried with it the last of the warmth. But Knox was solid and strong, and the only chills Chloe experienced were from the perfection of the moment. She expected their silent dance to end when the last pinch of light fell to the waves, and the photographer began to pack his gear. But it was then Knox tasted her one more time. And when he sought to deepen the kiss, she welcomed him, breathless, as was he. His hand slipped to her bottom and pulled her tightly against his happy place, which was ripe with enthusiasm from the feel of things. With the other arm, he cradled the small of her back, traced her spine, and finally, his fingers tangled in her hair with slow, sensual caresses, each one drawing her deeper against his body. The photographer cleared his throat. "The photos, Mr. and Mrs., they are done." Chloe wound her fingers into Knox's hair, gasping when he tightened his hold on her. The kiss didn't end. God help her. She didn't want it to. "Okay, we talk later." The man's clipped accent ended on a chuckle. Knox broke free a little, nibbling her lip. "Sorry," he murmured, though the words felt like a smile. "Got a little lost in the moment." "Yeah." Chloe tried to reel herself in, but it was no easy task. It was worth the effort, though, because she was going to walk away from him. Walk, not limp. "So, what's next?" she asked. He turned and raised a hand to the photographer who, with the help of an assistant, was carting cases of equipment off the sand. Everyone else, the officiant and their witnesses, Toby and his date, had already left. The bypassed huge wedding not only sped up their nuptials, it also authenticated the claim that they wanted privacy. That was Knox's go-to answer for why they'd not been seen together, and she'd quickly adopted it. Not that Lila had bought it, nor had Chloe's mother. She'd spent the majority of the week convinced Chloe would come to her senses and not marry Knox. Chloe would be a lot less tortured if she had. She pushed an errant strand of hair behind her ear, and the faint light glinted on her wedding bands. In addition to the 3-stone diamond engagement ring, she now wore a diamond-studded band. She'd probably never touched so much money in her life. "Do you like them?" Knox asked. He wore a matching platinum band with a diamond inlay. She wanted to ask if he was always so concerned with the feelings of his employees, but she bit back the snark. He'd done everything in the world to create a breathtaking wedding, even if it was for show. The thought left a sour taste in her mouth. He still watched her, waiting for an answer. "They're beautiful," she said. Not a shred of untruth there. He reached for her hand, then laced his fingers with hers and drew her next to him, as he set off at an easy pace along the shoreline. "I didn't want to get the traditional solitaire. I thought you might want to save that for it to be special, in case you moved on and found someone." What a thoughtful ass. "We've been married less than an hour," she said. "I'm guessing most couples at this point are still expecting it to last." He drew her to a stop. A wave tumbled ashore, the surf flirting close to their feet. And then he kissed her. No photographer, no ceremony. Just a man and the woman he vowed not to love, and the impossibly soft touch of his lips to hers. "I can give you that," he murmured of the kiss. "I will always give you that." She could have pushed him in the ocean. She should have pushed him in the ocean. But before she regained her equilibrium, his mouth was again on hers. And it was she who was drowning. The wave that finally did soak the bottom of her dress had nothing on his ability to pull her under, or the way he drove a new surge of sensation with every gentle, sweeping movement of his kiss. She was one misfired hormone away from ripping yet another shirt from his chest. Hormones. It was lust. It had to be, because she could not be so stupid as to allow herself to love him. They were still standing there, feet buried in wet sand. He touched her cheek, chasing a stray lock of her hair from her face. "Are you sure your mom's not upset?" "My mother? This is where this moment takes you?" He laughed. "Not exactly. I just feel a little bad about what you missed. Your father walking you down the aisle. Our mothers sobbing in the front row." "Oh, she'd be sobbing all right." "That doesn't sound good." "Can you blame her? Most of what she knows about your family she learned in the checkout lane of the supermarket." He frowned. "I hope she'll be willing to look past that." "Does it matter? She doesn't normally get a say-so in matters of my employment." Even in the growing twilight, the flash of pain in Knox's eyes was palpable. "I'm sorry," Chloe said. "You're not what those magazines say, and I know you care about me." She waited for him to argue, to explain for the umpteenth time why he couldn't love her. He didn't. "Is that why you didn't insist on having them here?" he asked quietly. "Because this isn't real." "In a way, I guess. My parents want to be happy for me. They want me to be happy. They taught me by their example that love comes first. Always. How would I stand in front of them and take vows that go against that?" "I guess I didn't think about how it would affect your family," he said. "Well, there's some good news." "How is that good?" "Total focus on the result and consequences be damned. Maybe you've got some politician in you after all." Chapter 10. Knox had never given much thought to the wedding night. He never thought he'd have. But any glancing associations had always included sex. Now, after sharing an exquisite dinner with the most amazing woman he'd ever known, the reality of not closing the deal was sinking in like a rock. But even worse was his growing and persistent knowledge that sex wasn't all he wanted. Clearly, he'd had a glass too many from the bar. "It's a beautiful night," Chloe said, turning from the window of their honeymoon suite. Though she'd been first on his mind, her voice still startled him. "Yes, it is," he said, locking his eyes with hers. She was stunning. She'd pulled back her long, dark hair, though a few pieces escaped to caress her face. The contrast between those sky-blue eyes and rich chocolate strands belonged on a long and growing list of things he found increasingly difficult to resist. He longed to plunge his fingers in her hair, wreck that updo, or whatever she'd called it, and explore with his mouth every delicious inch of her exposed skin. And what a place to strip her to nothing and dive into her again and again. The honeymoon suite with its plush everything, complete with candlelight and a heart-shaped tub, which the room servant had offered to fill with champagne.
To some, that might sound romantic. But to Knox, deep pockets notwithstanding, it sounded like a sticky waste of cash. The room also featured an entire wall of glass, which offered a panoramic view of the ocean waves, rolling ashore across an expanse of moonlit sand. The sky in its endless black seemed to spin with its tiny, ubiquitous bursts of starlight. Everything should have been perfect. Only it wasn't. She turned from the window, and his breath caught. The candlelight reflected in her eyes, mimicking the dance of moonlight over the water. She'd changed from her dress into shorts and a tee, and her bare legs seemed to go on forever. "You thinking about losing that bet?" she asked. "Actually, I'm thinking more about making you lose it." "Go ahead and try," she challenged. "I can guarantee you'll lose first." He cleared his throat and tried to swallow past the lump that didn't belong there. "Is this you upping the ante?" "Not at all. In fact, I hereby vow to keep my hands to myself." "Yeah, we'll see about that." The words left his mouth before he could stop them. One of her eyebrows rose, probably in an effort to evade the blatant skepticism running rampant over her face. Chloe was no kitten, and the narrowed eyes matched with a playful smile made for one hell of a reminder. He'd backed himself into a corner, and it looked increasingly to be a sexless one. If she wanted to find a way to torture him, she'd nailed it. "Maybe we should rethink." The last word was little more than an afterthought. Chloe had stepped out of her shorts to reveal a teeny, lacy thing that looked like another pair of shorts, with only a quarter of the fabric. "What?" she asked, dragging his attention from her derriere. Her demure tone spoke not of innocence, but of something more along the lines of game on. "They're called boy shorts. Cute, huh?" "Please, tell me that's just a name. They didn't come from the men's department, did they?" "Just a name," she said, and proceeded to take off her shirt. The bra underneath matched the boy panties, but he didn't get to consider it long before it, too, was gone. His manhood leapt for her, but the effort within the confines of his pants was useless, though under her coy scrutiny, it was the only part of him not withering. So much for the lack of sexy wedding night lingerie. "Which side do you prefer?" she asked. Gesturing toward the bed was probably supposed to clarify her meaning, but it had the opposite effect. His brain had calculated a few dozen positions before he reined it in. "No preference," he said. "Perfect." She turned and bent at the waist, a bit more so than necessary, to pull back the covers. He half hoped she'd crawl under the blankets and offer him a little respite in the process. But instead, she grabbed her bag off the table and disappeared into the bathroom, leaving him to pulse an involuntary phallic salute to every sway of her hips. He forced himself to look at the bed. King size. Plenty of room. Too much. Deciding he could taunt just as well as she, Knox stripped out of his clothes. Down to his boxer briefs, he blew out the candles and reached to shut the drapes. But the ocean splintered with silver moonlight, made for a stunning display, and, after a quick glance in either direction, indicated a deserted beach. He decided to leave the curtains open. He could give her the view. Feeling somewhat empty inside, he went to the bed choosing the side nearer the window. It was opposite the side he normally slept on. But if there was any way in hell someone managed to get a lens pointed deep into their fourth-floor suite, an angle that was extremely unlikely based on their proximity to the ocean, they'd see him before her. They'd have to face the press with the news of their marriage sooner or later. But damned if she was going to do so in those man-shorts of hers. On cue, a swath of light swept the room, into which she appeared briefly before the glow disappeared. She stood, eyes trained on the view, for a few precious seconds. He lived in that moment to study her, all sleek and toned and his. Her bare skin offered a visual feast, and not just because she was topless, though the latter certainly didn't hurt. What really got him was the fact she'd cleared her face of makeup. No pretensions, nothing to prove and nothing to hide. Beautiful. Real. "I haven't seen many women without makeup," he said. "What? You've never been to a grocery store? Life exists outside of that shiny office of yours, you know." "I'm beginning to realize that." Her eyes widened, painting her face with surprise, as if he'd said something profound. Maybe he had. She stood there, more than half naked, staring at the bed. "It's different now, isn't it?" he asked. Then, seeing her face darken, he added, "Unless you're just afraid you can't control yourself around me." She rolled her eyes. "I'm just not sure if there's room for me alongside you and your ego." He feigned offense. "Is that really my biggest attribute? My ego?" "I think you just proved my point. As for your point, you can keep it to yourself." She tossed him a lopsided grin and crawled under the covers. He left her alone for precisely 2 seconds before he dragged her across the mattress, caveman style. She shrieked his name, laughing and pushing playfully against his shoulders as he caught her in his arms. But all pretense of resistance ended when his mouth landed on hers. Her lips were already parted, and he took immediate advantage by pushing his tongue deep into her mouth, tasting her like a man starved. The hands she'd pressed to his shoulders looped around his neck, drawing him in and holding him there. And still, he feasted. He pushed one of his knees between her thighs, grinning at the soft whimpers the pressure elicited. He was desperate to touch her, desperate to fill her. He settled for plunging his fingers in her hair, cradling either side of her head while he found ways to deepen the kiss. The staccato of her breaths drove him farther against her, until he was cursing clothing and stupid bets and the absence of a neon-colored condom. He'd been too damn determined not to lose the bet to bring them along. But it was just as well. He'd never get past the application phase. She had him that turned on. And judging from the way her long, lithe body writhed against him, he wasn't the only one feeling the heat. He was harder than he'd ever been in his life, and dangerously close to losing. And not entirely sure the bet was the only thing at stake. Breathless and nearly trembling, he broke the kiss. His arms shook with the effort to put distance between him and this woman, his kryptonite. She was looking at his mouth, or maybe not seeing anything at all. Her chest heaved, her perfect breasts swaying with every inhale. Her arms were still draped around his neck,
and his willpower held on by a single frayed thread. His dick pointed, begged, strained. It was a full-on phallic tantrum, and it was all Knox could do to ease from the circle of her arms. His teeth, accidentally, grazing one of her rock-hard nipples. She drew a sharp breath, but when their eyes met, she merely offered a serene smile. Here he was, torn to pieces, and she looked as content as a basket full of puppies. Damn. He rolled over to his side of the bed, landing flat on his back with a sigh born of frustration. His pulse raced, and there wasn't a drop of blood left in his brain. All he could think about was diving into that sweet, hot body until he shattered, then laying there while the pieces knit back together. Maybe then he'd be whole. Maybe then he'd know how to love. He turned his head toward her, and immediately felt the heat of her gaze. The warmth drew him in, made blue his favorite color. "Night, Knox," she murmured. "Good night, Chloe." For the longest time, he didn't move. He reached for her hand. When he found it, their fingers laced together of their own volition, as if they'd done it 1,000 times before. As if they were meant to be that way all along. He told himself for the umpteenth time he didn't believe in love. But this time, something was different. This time, he wasn't sure he wanted to listen. Chapter 11. Despite the bright light of a new day, Knox was so far beyond screwed he couldn't see straight. And he wasn't sure what bothered him most about it. That he'd lost control or the fact that Chloe clearly had. He'd known she was different from the moment they'd met. But in spite of their months together, he'd failed to consider one thing. She'd never been a part of his ordinary life. She'd been a separate part of him. A part he desperately craved, but separate nonetheless. She was what happened after he shed the suit and tie and propped his bare feet on the table and ate pizza out of a box. She was losing control in a hotel room where he'd never have to wake up without her. Where everything they had existed in a singular place that never threatened his everyday world. He'd completely underestimated the effect of having those two worlds collide. Thoughts of her consumed him. They'd been back together a little more than a week, but any hopes of the novelty wearing off were lost by the fact he grew more insatiable with each passing day. And though on some level he knew he was a jerk for wanting her, he also knew he wasn't imagining what they had between them. And now, this stupid bet? He wanted to throw her down on the bed and dive into her until his limbs gave out. But the idea that doing so would ease the sexual tension between them was laughable. He was a wreck, and he didn't see an easy way around it. "Have you heard a word I've said?" Toby frowned and peered at him over a leaf of papers. He was always frowning over a leaf of papers. "Yeah, Jackson is a dick. You said that last week." Knox pressed his lips together. If looking at his campaign manager's ugly mug didn't eradicate thoughts of plunging balls deep into Chloe, nothing could. Dropping the paperwork on his briefcase, Toby asked, "Why do I work for you?" "Because I wanted the best." Toby rolled his eyes. "Careful. That almost sounded like a compliment." Knox grinned.
You've known me long enough to know not to take these things personally. They'd been friends since college, where they'd shared a major and a dorm room. Knox's trust was hard-won. It had probably taken every bit of those 4 years, but Toby had earned it. He also earned his salary. He was one hell of a political strategist. The only downside was that in spending that time in such close proximity, Toby probably knew more about Knox than he should have. Overall, Knox had been pretty well behaved, but he could think of a couple of incidents that were better kept under wraps. Of course, Toby had been right there with him. But of the two, only Knox had the kind of aspirations that could land him on the wrong side of a smear campaign. Toby cleared his throat. As I was saying, there have been some questions as to the timing of your marriage, but I think you're getting some points for not making it a power play. What's that supposed to mean? Toby looked in the direction of the kitchen, where Chloe and Knox's mother were going through those boxes of samples. Knox followed his gaze. He had never seen so many shades of white, and had no idea why each and every one required such scrutiny. But he was content to leave the women to their devices. He understood there was an innate difference between white and cream, but to that end, the shades either matched or they didn't. Why they required further degrees of separation was beyond him, and how they could completely fill an entire kitchen table, to say nothing of several hours of planning time, was mind-bending. It occurred to him then it was a good thing they hadn't taken the traditional wedding route. He'd heard horrible stories from his buddies on the nightmarish aspects of organizing such an event. Enough to realize whoever had come up with that ridiculous term, bridezilla, hadn't been so far off. At least when he spent his wedding nearly sexless, it wasn't because he'd worn the wrong color socks to the ceremony, earning the ire of his life's mate. At least. Toby hadn't responded. Knox tried again. What? Toby looked back and forth between the kitchen and Knox a half-dozen times before he managed to spit out actual words. She seems nice, and she's so damn hot she makes you look ugly. But you didn't exactly marry up. Ah. He got it. Chloe wasn't a socialite. In Toby's eyes, she probably wasn't anyone at all. She didn't come from a wealthy family, and marrying her didn't qualify as a political alliance. Arranged marriages may have fallen out of favor, but business transactions were all the rage. Little did Toby know, there wasn't a woman alive who could be any better. Didn't think it was possible for me to marry up, Knox said. Yeah, you're a god. Knox let the comment go. It was a lot easier than admitting what Chloe meant to him. So, Jackson is batting 0? What's he going to come up with next? Toby shut his briefcase. You're in a better position to answer that than me. Anything you can see coming to bite you in the ass? Knox leaned back in his chair and held out his hands. Squeaky clean. I doubt that. Yeah, well, you'd be hard-pressed to prove otherwise. And so would Jackson. Toby gave a rare smile. That's what I like to hear. Are you free to handle any commitments I manage to procure on your behalf? Other than the reception Friday night, which I presume you will attend, I'm all yours. Keep on doing what you're doing. Really? And your bride approves? Is that sarcasm? Because I'm pretty sure you and your poll were the brains behind the whole marriage thing. I just told you what the polls said. You took the plunge. And you're welcome. But don't be an ass. Women like being consulted. Knox snorted. How many years now have you been single? Also, I'm not paying extra for you to manage my marriage. Who's single? Apparently I'm married to my job. And, I might add, your marriage is a subset of your campaign. You may not be paying extra, but you're paying for it all the same. Yeah, for better or for worse. Toby shook his head in classic fuck me fashion. I see what you did there, and that's about as much of this as I can take. I have to go. I have a meeting in about 10 minutes with the money guy. Knox grinned. I thought I was the money guy. Point taken. However, misappropriation of campaign funds will put Jackson in a happy place, which is why you hired the money guy. And I have to go talk to him now. Knox stood and shook his buddy's hand. I owe you. Thanks for all your work. Just make sure my check clears, and I'll call it even. Might want to ask the money guy about that, Knox called. He shut the door after Toby and turned around, catching sight of Chloe's office. Home and garden. He hid a smile. He got why she was upset, but the reassignment wouldn't stop her from breaking her story. And it gave him the perfect opportunity to have a little fun. In the name of housewarming, of course. He checked to make sure Chloe was still occupied in the other room with his mom, then pulled out his cell phone. He was about to make a florist's day. Chloe's office had been invaded. Houseplants, 12 of them, delivered first thing that morning. She'd been looking at them all day. You're just freaking adorable, Knox. Problem was, she wasn't sure if he was being nice or rubbing salt in the wound. Either way, she'd never met a houseplant she couldn't kill. The implication of which didn't bode well for the inhabitants of the jungle she'd briefly called her office, which was now some kind of greenhouse. The jackass did it with the candlestick in the conservatory. Why did he do stuff like this? Because that's who he is. She should have seen this coming. She almost wished he'd be a jerk. A real jerk. Not the almost adorable kind who stole her pepperoni or mocked her with greenery. She needed him to be the kind of man who didn't turn her on, and inside out. She needed a man she didn't have to convince herself not to love. She needed a fake husband who hadn't spent the past few months not having sex with other women. No one since her. His admittance had thrown her more than she cared to acknowledge. He'd made it clear he wasn't getting emotionally invested in their relationship. But he'd also told her he'd broken things off because he didn't believe in love. Had his feelings for her, however he chose to label them, been the reason he hadn't been with anyone else? Or was it something else? Knox may not do relationships, but he didn't have the same prejudice against sex. So it had to be something else. Her mind knew that. But the logic didn't keep her heart from doing cartwheels in her chest. He hadn't been with anyone since her. Did it matter why? No, because the bottom line was he didn't want to be with her. Not in the way she needed. She told herself that 100 times a day. But doing so didn't stop the threads of emotional attachment from spindling mercilessly. She needed to get the rest of her stuff from her apartment, but the reality of moving from her old life to a new one sank in more with each step. Sure, she had gained opportunities for career advancement, but at what cost? She could push,
But Knox Hamilton was the kind of man who would push back. With her ability to resist him pegged a notch above 0, when he did, she'd probably fall naked and flat on her back. And now, she couldn't look away from her computer screen without seeing a dozen extra reminders of him. Because any other man would have sent a single bouquet. But Knox had made sure it was personal. She sighed and pushed back from her desk, looking up just as he appeared in the doorway. He'd been up before dawn, off to some charity thing a couple hours away. He'd slept shirtless in sweatpants that hung just low enough on his hips to reveal rock-hard abs and a slight trail of hair headed south. And it had been all she could do to ignore him. To that end, she'd actually pulled the sheet over him a time or two, but he'd managed to maneuver his way back to indecency before she fell asleep. Turning her back hadn't seemed to help, and for that matter, neither had the sheet. She still saw him. She couldn't forget him. Now he was back in a suit and tie. She relaxed a notch. If he stuck to formal wear, and she kept her attention somewhere between his shoulders and his belt, she'd be fine. "Good afternoon," he said easily, as though he hadn't turned her office into a botanical garden, or hadn't noticed her staring below his belt, calculating all the reasons she shouldn't look there. She swallowed. "Isn't it? A lovely day to water plants." His mouth puckered. He was probably trying not to laugh. "They should be okay for a little while. I thought you might like to immerse yourself in your work." "How very gracious of you. You realize you just sent these poor houseplants to their deaths." Now he did laugh. "Don't sell yourself short. I'm sure at least one will make the week." "And for the rest," she said sweetly, "I know exactly what to do with the casualties." She had to press her lips together to keep from smiling at the sudden furrow in his brow. Whatever he was thinking, it had him worried. Good. He cleared his throat. "I stopped by my mom's on the way home and picked up the guest list for the reception. I thought you might want the chance to get to know a few of these folks before the big night. And by get to know, I mean start digging." "That would be perfect. But are you sure you want me investigating your friends?" He laughed. "Most of these guests I barely know. As for my friends, I especially want you investigating them. If they're not doing anything wrong, they have nothing to worry about. Besides, you're not going to find anything by Googling them that's not already out there. And for that matter, the more you know about them, the more they'll like us both. I've found people are immensely flattered by personal knowledge. Here, come with me." Knox stood and took her hand, then led her across the entry hall to the study. The space had wowed Chloe at first sight. Everything in it was massive, from the floor-to-ceiling built-in shelves to the stone fireplace to the sweeping 8-foot windows, complete with cozy seating. Thick area rugs decorated the gleaming wood floors. The room had a decidedly old-world feel, but with everything fresh and modern. The space did not seem to date the sleek European-style mansion. He offered his desk chair. She sank into the butter-soft leather with a happy sigh. He grinned. "You like it?" My chair at home had a missing wheel and was covered in cat hair. His brow furrowed. "You don't have a cat." "Exactly. It was hand-me-down cat hair. The vacuum made a dent and the lint brush put in a good show, but ultimately the cat won." "I guess it's a good thing it was replaced." She offered half a shrug. "I kind of miss it. Things changed fast." "I know." She cleared her throat.
Why the tour? Oh, my files. They're in the 2 bottom drawers on each side. He tapped the nearest drawers and pointed to the others. Use whatever you need. Nothing is classified in here, yet. That said, most of it you'll find in public records. Business dealings and affiliations and such. Honestly, it's a bit of a cheat sheet thing for me. And I figured for you it's a little easier than wading through the entire internet. Though, as per our agreement, anything of a personal nature that you find remains confidential. Ah. A not-so-veiled reminder she could wind up on the wrong end of a lawsuit if she breathed Hamilton family secrets to outsiders. But there was a loophole. Unless, of course, I can find the same information elsewhere. He nodded. And therein lies your advantage. It's a lot easier to find something when you know exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, well, there had to be something in it for me. A predatory gleam sparked in his eyes. Is that all you're getting out of this deal? He hadn't a clue what she expected she'd get out of the deal. Guilt niggled. She opted to change the subject. Well, considering orgasms are forbidden. He leaned close. So close, she could see nothing more than the golden flecks in his honey-brown eyes. Not forbidden. Any time you want one, you just say the word. Chloe stared him down. This may come as a complete shock to you, but when I'm not winning a certain bet, I can handle that perfectly fine without your help. Sounds like an event not to be missed. He punctuated his soft words with an even softer kiss, leaving her acutely, painfully aware of why she had been avoiding him. She swallowed. You do realize you don't have to keep up the act in private, right? What act? His surprise seemed genuine, which only muddled things more. How could he not realize what he was doing to her? This whole touchy-feely thing. I told you, it's not an act. And I told you not to do anything you couldn't take back. Damn it, Chloe. Knox stood and crossed the room. He paused at the window with his back to her for a minute before he spoke. His words were soft. For as long as I can remember, I've seen Rex treat my mom like she was an inconvenience. Everything nice he ever did for her was for show. If no one was watching, he turned it all off. Seeing my mother go through that, well, that affected me. How could it not? He turned and looked at her. Obviously, I never planned to get married. But I did. We did. I don't want you to think for a moment I don't appreciate you. Appreciate? Well, that's just great. It should have been. Hell, it would have to be. She stood. I'll give you credit for one thing. What? That woman you eventually fall in love with? You're going to be amazing. She paused, trying to force the emotion from her throat. It didn't work. Oh, hell. She'd already lost her heart. What was a little dignity gone, too? She had to choke out the words, but she said them anyway. I just hope she knows how lucky she is. Chapter 12. The damned house was too small. 13 rooms and not a single molecule of oxygen to be found. Knox had crowded them all out. Even when he wasn't there, he filled every room. All Chloe had to do was glance in the direction of their bedroom to picture him emerging from the shower,
water droplets clinging to his broad chest. The kitchen reminded her of how he leaned against the counter in the mornings. Treacherously sexy, with his sweatpants riding low on his hips. Even the way he came home in the evenings, and immediately lost his tie, as if he was completely human under the requisite politician facade, made her feel all hot and mushy inside. She was spiraling hard and fast into forbidden territory, and the reality check she so desperately needed wouldn't be found under his roof. Guilt nagged at her. He had promised her a story and given her access beyond her wildest dreams. Would he have done that if he had known his father was her target all along? Despite the fact she planned to follow to the letter her arrangement with Knox, she knew if she found something on Rex, it would be a betrayal of Knox's trust. To that end, she almost laughed. A politician who trusted a reporter. It probably wouldn't be his first mistake, but there remained a very real possibility it would be his last, at least insofar as his political aspirations went. Rex hadn't fallen yet. He'd stumbled, but he'd landed fat and happy on a ledge, with no idea of how far he had to go. Chloe knew. She just needed to prove it. She would prove it. But could she live with herself thereafter? She squared her shoulders and decided it didn't matter. Not if she was able to give back to her grandmother what Rex and Pactron planned to take away. The farm. Last Chloe checked, there had been air there. Lots of it. After the fight with Pactron, her grandmother had moved to a retirement home not far from her property, and though only a month had passed since Chloe had visited, with everything that had happened in her life since then, it felt like years. The town was far enough from the stink of D.C. for Chloe to take a deep breath. It was far enough from Knox. He wasn't home, so she scrawled a quick note and left it on the counter. It would have to be good enough. Talking to Knox, even via text, would not be conducive to her search for oxygen. She had one foot in a sneaker before she realized she wore old jeans and a tee. Now that she was one of the almighty Hamiltons, she had an obligation not to look like a complete slob when she went out. But she wasn't exactly headed to the White House. The rural one-horse town in which her grandmother lived was a good 2 hours outside the Beltway, and Chloe had no intention of spending that 2 hours in heels and a dry-clean-only outfit. Jeans would be just fine. She grabbed her keys and was precisely 10 feet into her escape when she ran into Knox. Literally. She bounced off that ridiculously hard chest and backpedaled to achieve a safe distance. But he had already grabbed her arm, steadying her, his grip depriving her of an escape. "Everything okay?" "Sure." The words sounded as painted and fake as any she had ever uttered. But maybe he was busy and wouldn't notice. Please, let him be busy. The man had much bigger things to worry about than, "Where are you headed?" Chloe looked down at her jeans and paid a little too much attention to the rip in one knee. She'd seen a similar flaw on a new pair that sold for a few $100, but she'd gotten hers the old-fashioned way. "I'm going to visit my grandmother." His eyes immediately clouded with concern. "Doesn't she live near... Is she okay?" Her field of vision narrowed slightly at the way he switched gears. Was he thinking of where they'd met, or of the side of the coal plant that had been approved under Rex's watch? "She's fine. I just need a bit of a reality check." "You're not changing your mind, are you?" He'd stopped short of reminding her she was contractually obligated not to. "No, I just want some air."
His brow lifted. "We have air here."
"Your air reeks of politics."
A corner of his mouth quirked. "I suppose it does."
"Now, if you'll excuse me."
"I'll come with you."
"What?" He yanked off his Lorenzo Canna tie and tossed it aside as if it hadn't cost more than her monthly apartment rent.
"It's early, and I'm free the rest of the day. Do you mind?"
Of course she minded. 2 hours in the car with him to revisit the place where they'd fallen in love. Or where she had.
"Only you."
Chloe pressed her lips together and stared at the man who didn't want to love her. "Not at all," she lied.
"Give me a minute to change. I'll drive."
So much for air. She watched him go, thinking she should call Toby and tell him to invent something for Knox to do that afternoon. But then she would have to explain why she didn't want to be with Knox, which really wouldn't bode well for her position as campaign wife. Of course, if she gave it the right spin. What politician didn't love a good spin? Knox should be schmoozing someone other than her. Anyone other than her. Kissing babies. Something. Anything other than heading for the hills. She palmed her cell phone, but that was as far as she got. Knox reappeared in 3 minutes flat, now wearing jeans and a nearly threadbare t-shirt. That was the same color as the baseball hat he'd donned. Oh, God. She tried to swallow the lump in her throat, and failed. He was the man she'd met that night at the bar. The one who had taken her hand and slow danced through the fast songs. The one who'd made love to her all night, to the sound of a scratchy radio. The one...
"Chloe?"
She found her voice. "Are you sure you have time? We'll be gone the rest of the day."
"I'm sure."
15 minutes later, they were pulling onto the highway. Despite their unnerving proximity, she was beginning to relax. Knox didn't try to engage her in conversation. Rather, he passed the time singing along with the radio, tapping his fingers and shooting crooked grins her way, at a pace far too frequent for her already unsteady heart. She watched him from behind her sunglasses, and wondered just who the real Knox was. The polished politician? Or the guy who had bypassed the car's air conditioning in favor of a windows-down, wind-blown cruise in a backward ball cap? The man who was devastating in a suit, but who dropped jaws in dress-down mode. No more than he wore those jeans. They should have been stiff. But no. The well-worn denim fell against him like sin, fitting him just as naturally as that handmade Italian silk tie he'd tossed on the granite countertop.
"How's your grandma been?"
he asked, as if he knew her, as if he had a right to ask, after his father had somehow been instrumental in throwing her off her land. "Fine," she managed.
"If you're worried about the retirement community, I've looked it up. It's a good one."
"I've been there before," Chloe said, her words a bit harsher than she'd intended. She'd found the facility to be clean, well-staffed, and beautiful. Very much a home-like environment with friendly residents to boot. But it wasn't the farm. It wasn't home. Knox didn't push the issue, and she couldn't help but wonder if he realized the well-publicized Pactron bid had taken her grandmother's land. She suspected not. Knox seemed far too transparent to hide such knowledge. But she couldn't discount the fact that he was Rex's son. Dishonesty tainted the gene pool.
Will your grandmother be able to come to our reception?
Chloe snorted, then covered it, albeit poorly, with a coughing fit. Her grandmother would sooner strut naked down Main Street than step foot in a Hamilton function, especially after Chloe had shared her suspicions about Rex. But she didn't tell Knox that. If she did, she'd have to tell him why, at which point his generosity with his files would turn to ice. She opted for non-committal. I'm not sure she's up for the drive. The truth was, when her grandmother found out about the marriage, she'd probably borrow a cane and chase Knox from the building. Chloe would have to figure out a way to keep them apart, at least until she figured out how to break the news gently, and preferably from a great distance. He could walk her in the building, but there was no way she'd let him pass the front desk. A little over an hour later, the feeble granny theory was blown to hell. Chloe stared slack-jawed at the receptionist. What do you mean she's not here? Where is she? At a bocce ball tournament. She's one of our star players. Bocce ball? Knox didn't hide his bemusement.
It's a game where you throw balls across the lawn.
I know what it is, Chloe snapped, though she hadn't a clue. Her grandmother was throwing balls across a lawn? The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with a Maybelline problem, focused most of her attention on Knox. She didn't stoop to batting her eyelashes, but she wasn't far from it. Was she expecting you? Chloe ignored the question, which wasn't directed at her to begin with. When will she be back? They're scheduled to return tomorrow night. Tomorrow? Where are they? Pennsylvania. They made regionals, the woman said brightly. Can I give her a message for you? Her grandmother was at a bocce ball tournament in Pennsylvania? Chloe hadn't been so dumbstruck since Knox had proposed. And before that, well, she couldn't remember. She shook her head. No message. Thank you. She turned, only vaguely aware of Knox threading his fingers through hers as they walked back outside. Halfway across the parking lot, he spoke.
I take it you didn't know she played bocce ball.
She does crossword puzzles.
Is there some sort of law against doing both?
This isn't funny. He stopped and tugged her around to face him.
Actually, it's somewhat hilarious. You had this poor woman pegged for a crossword existence, and she's off playing in the bocce regionals.
Chloe wanted to lay into him and tell him just how not hilarious the whole mess was. But it didn't happen. Instead, her breath caught, and she was struck for the umpteenth time by how unfairly attractive he was. Would looking at him ever fail to wreck her? The frustration that had been building since he interrupted her escape softened. I guess it might be a little bit funny, she admitted.
Knox squeezed her hand and grinned devilishly. Want to go find her?
To Pennsylvania? With him? Actually, I have a better idea. 10 minutes later, they navigated the long driveway to her grandmother's old farmhouse, the car finding every rut. Other than the overgrown grass, it looked as it always had. When Knox stopped the car, she got out and waded through the knee-high lawn to the wide wraparound porch. Her sneakers were silent on the old boards, but she nevertheless heard phantom echoes of the slap of bare feet and the very real rumble of a distant summer storm. She reached out and gingerly brushed the petals of a rose that had bypassed the trellis and bowed gracefully into the open space, permeating the air with its fragrance. She looked up as Knox joined her. "When I was 9, she said, "I was running out here when a thorn caught me on the cheek." After that, she checked every day to make sure none of the branches made it past the railing, so it wouldn't happen again. If that had happened to me, I probably would have been grounded. First for running, then for any damage I caused the bush. Tell me you're joking. He shrugged. Only a little. She inhaled the sweet scent of the rose, her thoughts heavy. Maybe growing up Hamilton wasn't all the tabloids made it out to be. She'd always thought of it as a privileged existence, but perhaps reality was more sterile than enviable. Outside the tunnel of climbing roses, the wind picked up, bringing with it the promise of rain. The old porch swing creaked in the breeze, and overhead a sheet of the aluminum roofing groaned. For nearly 8 years, that had been the song of her life. Her heart hurt. Knox walked over to the swing and, after a moment of inspection, sat. With his long legs stretched in front of him and his arm across the back of the bench, he looked as if he belonged there. "My grandfather used to sit like that," she said, "and my grandma would fuss around him, sweeping beneath his feet and icing the tea and tending to her plants. He would eventually get her to slow down and join him. But the next night, he'd have to convince her all over again. I think that's the only time she ever sat still." "Yet you're surprised by bocce ball." She turned her attention to a nearby climbing rosebush, carefully tucking the vines to their side of the railing, just as her grandmother would have done. Then she realized that in time the house and the bush would be gone, and her small gesture would be erased. Her vision wavered with unshed tears. "Chloe?" She blinked back the moisture in her eyes before she looked at him. She didn't trust herself to speak, but she didn't have to say a word. "Join me." Refusing would have been a lot easier than saying yes, but the man inviting her to sit wasn't the one the world saw. He was the one she loved. It didn't matter how pointless her feelings were. They were as honest as they came. And this was a moment she'd never get back. She released her hold on the stem and eased next to him on the old swing. Countless times, she'd watched her grandparents sit there and wondered if she would ever find the kind of love they had. She had. He'd just never love her back. Another gust of wind blew, and with it came a smattering of fat drops. They made a racket against the metal roof. "I love that sound," she murmured. "How many times have you sat out here watching the rain?" he asked. He eased his fingers through hers and stroked her hand with his thumb. "Countless." She melded against him, finding contentment. Before registering, she'd be far better off on the opposite side of the porch. He stared pensively at the thickening clouds. "I just realized I've never sat to watch the rain. Not once." His admission surprised her. "And to think I used to believe you had the perfect life. You've probably never had a splinter in your foot either." His thumb ceased its motion. "Is a splinter in your foot supposed to be a good thing?" She looked up at him. "It would be, if you knew what you were missing." He watched the intensifying weather for a moment before he spoke. "You know, there's something else I've never done. I can only imagine." She rolled her eyes, but despite her flippancy, her heart sped. Not at his words, but at their soft, wistful quality. What might that be?
I've never kissed anyone in the rain.
Chloe swallowed. Maybe you've never found the right person. His gaze fell to her lips.
Maybe I have.
We are 2 hours from home and it's officially pouring. Don't even think about it. He stood, pulling her up with him.
Is that a refusal?
It's common sense.
Common sense is not actually wanting a splinter in your foot.
He maneuvered her near the railing, where a few errant drops found their way through the greenery and splattered the floorboards.
How's this?
She didn't answer, which was apparently answer enough. He tugged her closer. For an endless moment, he did nothing but look. Then he threaded his fingers through her hair and leaned down, kissing her so softly. She wondered if she had imagined the pressure. But there was no denying the effects. Her pulse raced. Her heart stumbled, and her hands shook. Chill bumps pebbled her bare arms. Just the rain. But it wasn't, and she knew it. Live up to your expectations? She murmured. The water weighted the rose branches and filled the blooms.
I know the home and garden gig was a bit of a blow to you, he said softly, ignoring her question. But it's not so far from who you are, is it?
Chloe stared at him, surprised by his conclusion. How had she never seen it? She didn't answer him. She couldn't. He brushed back her hair and smiled.
Ready to go home.
She looked around at the house, the porch, the storm, the man she loved. Words escaped her, emotion choking her. She nodded. He took her hand and led her to the steps. The rain fell heavily and they'd left the windows down. It would be a wet ride home.
Ready to make a run for it?
She nodded again, and despite her bittersweet emotions, she couldn't help but laugh when they jumped and the lukewarm water sluiced over her. They ran to the car, holding hands like kids, and were within a few feet of its shelter when Knox stopped and drew her around. Before she'd managed the first word of protest, his mouth was on hers. Rain sheeted, soaking them both. But in the circle of his arms, Chloe didn't care. He cradled her head with one hand and the small of her back with the other, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. Breathless moments passed. When they broke free, neither one moved. Then he kissed her again, slowly and gently, despite the torrent, and his smile was genuine. Even with the wet hair and clothes plastered to his skin, he couldn't have looked any better. The reason didn't hit her at first, but then that crooked grin traced his lips, and she knew. For the first time since he'd left her months earlier, Knox Hamilton had taken a step far more important than inviting her into his world. He'd fit into hers. Chapter 13.
Knox was soaked. Chloe was soaked.
The damn leather upholstery was soaked.
But despite the slight discomfort, Knox couldn't remember when he'd felt so good. She'd asked him about the kiss, the first one, and he'd avoided answering her because he wasn't finished yet. As for the second one, I kind of like kissing in the rain, he said. Slight understatement. Or, more likely, a vast one. Yeah, that was it. Vast understatement. She kicked up the heater a notch and gave him a pointed look. One he wouldn't buy as angry, no matter what she said. Then her expression softened. You were right, about the home and garden thing. I'm glad. Without thinking, he reached over and took her hand. Damn it. Why did he keep doing that? Between touching her and thinking about making love to her. Making love? Where had that come from? He'd never thought those words before in his life. Not even before their breakup, when he'd spent most of his waking moments thinking about when he'd see her next. Had those words dared breach his thoughts? Sex. 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 The mantra didn't help. Chloe felt like more. What do you know about the Pactron deal? Knox blinked. Pactron? They're the company buying my grandma's farm. He shifted in the heated seat, wondering how the hell he'd managed to get hard wearing cold, wet jeans. A glimpse of Chloe's wet t-shirt solved that mystery. He cleared his throat. I remember. Pactron Energy. I don't know all the details offhand. I do know they received approval despite vehement objection from pretty much everyone. Including Rex. Especially Rex. But once they passed the environmental studies, there wasn't much else they could do to fight it. Why was the zoning approved? If I recall correctly, the parcel they initially purchased had an old commercial or industrial zoning that grandfathered them in. She nodded. There was a small fertilizer distribution facility there years ago, mostly for the local farmers. Makes sense. If that was the case, I'm guessing Pactron didn't technically need a zoning approval, though they did need the permit, and more property. Rex figured they'd hit a wall with the environmental studies. But the site passed. Last I heard, they were making nice by buying up green space to create a buffer. Yeah, they're making nice, all right. They very nicely bullied my grandmother off her land. He gave her a sideways glance. He'd known people were losing property, but it had just gotten personal. Not just for her, but for him. He hated to think of her grandmother's house being torn down. Is Rex on friendly terms with Pactron? Her question surprised him. I can't imagine he would be. Why do you ask? Just curious, she replied. Chloe was a reporter. Random curiosity wasn't a thing they did. You can't undo the approval. And Rex sure as hell won't be able to ask nicely for them to go away. Nor will I, if that's what you're getting at. Her eyes snapped with irritation. Give me a break, Knox. I'm not expecting you to undo the Pactron deal. I'm sorry. People don't normally ask questions without expecting answers. I'm not people. He braced himself, expecting her to remind him she was his wife, subject to all of the privileges thereof. But she didn't. Several miles passed in silence. When she finally spoke, she did so softly. I won't pretend to know what it's like being you, but I can tell you what it's like being me. I cared about you when I hadn't a clue who you were. You can deny what we had all you want, but I know you know that to be true. I can't say the name doesn't mean anything now. We both know why I agreed to a loveless marriage, and the reason has Hamilton written all over it. But that's the extent of why I'm here. The rest of the world can think what they want,
But I've never asked you for your influence. And frankly, I don't want it. I'm my own person, and wearing your ring doesn't change that.
He should have been relieved by her words, but for some damnable reason, they stung. He spent a long time in silence trying to figure out why. They were nearly home when she spoke.
You told me you wouldn't have married anyone else, that you wouldn't fake the relationship.
That's true, he said.
Then you can understand it's the same for me. Anyone else could have offered a similar deal, but it wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't have considered it for a moment. Money, surnames, and influence mean nothing to me.
The house came into view. He hit the button to raise the garage door, then steered easily into the space. Still, he said nothing. Chloe picked up her purse and cell phone, then shot him a final look as she exited the car.
I only agreed to this because of how I feel about you. And if you weren't so damn blind, you'd know it.
She didn't slam the door. She just walked away, crossing the garage and disappearing into the house. Knox stared at the space Chloe had vacated, a knot in his chest. The last thing in the world he wanted was to hurt her. Yet, it seemed as if it was the only thing he ever managed to do. Maybe Toby had been right. If Knox had found an anonymous someone, willing to look pretty, play the part, and remain close-mouthed over the whole marriage agenda, things would be simpler now. He wouldn't have a care in the world. No emotional entanglements. No strings, sex. But he was kidding himself. He'd never been a casual sex kind of guy. If for no other reason than he couldn't risk becoming the next tabloid scandal. But he hadn't even dated since Chloe. Not really. He'd shown up at an event with a +1 when necessary. But any interaction had begun and ended at the front door. He wasn't blind. He knew an attractive woman when he saw one, but there'd been no brush with passion. No real desire. Not like he felt for Chloe. The woman had him on fire. No matter how determined he was to keep his hands and his dick to himself, he couldn't stop wanting her. And he couldn't help believing she wanted him to. She wouldn't fall apart so easily in his arms if she didn't. She wouldn't be so damn hot and wet all the time. Then it hit him. They were both thinking too much. They didn't need less sex. They needed more. She needed to be distracted. When he got past those ironclad defenses of hers, and kissed the sweat from her skin and took the breath from her lips, that was when she was happy. He couldn't give her version of a happily ever after, but he could sure as hell do happy. The knot in his chest loosened, and he had a feeling he wore a stupid grin as he stared through the doorway, through which she'd disappeared. Maybe he could give her a wedding night after all. Chloe wouldn't know what had hit her. He had a bet to lose.
Chloe decided to wait until Knox left the house to go through his files. Even though giving her access had been his idea, digging into his personal space felt like an invasion of his privacy. It was awkward enough without doing it in front of him. She figured she couldn't very well shoo him away if she was in his office, going through his stuff. So despite raging curiosity, she stayed on her own turf and tapped out a story on the season's most celebrated container plants. It was easy enough. She had most of them in the room with her. But finishing the story didn't supply her with the usual feeling of accomplishment. To the contrary, it filled her with a sense of impending doom. As easily as she'd managed that article, it was painfully clear anyone could do that job. She wouldn't keep her position with the paper long if she didn't make herself invaluable, and fast. She needed a scoop. After sending the document to her editor, she picked up the guest list Knox had provided. Over 100 people, and aside from Knox, his mother, and his campaign manager, she personally knew exactly 3 of them: her parents and Lila. Chloe was surprised her parents had agreed to attend. Her mother had been livid about the marriage, but at least she'd remained quiet. She hadn't admonished Chloe or berated the Hamilton clan, but she hadn't needed to. When Chloe dated Knox the first time, her mother had made it known how she felt about Rex's rumored philandering. Though she hadn't been quick to judge Knox personally, she'd offered plenty of warning, via the whole apple doesn't fall far from the tree spiel. Chloe wanted now to defend Knox. But how? She was bound by the terms of their contract. But even if she could talk, did it really sound that much better to say he just wanted her in his bed for a little while? She pushed the questions out of her mind. The clock was ticking. She needed her story, and she wanted Rex. She had little to go on beyond her gut, but she had reason enough to be suspicious. Pactron Energy Corporation's proposal to put up a new power plant had gotten everyone's panties in a knot. The location they'd chosen was at the edge of a protected marshland, and the environmentalists had gone nuts over the encroachment, to say nothing of the inevitable pollution. The community was outraged, and the anger spread downstream to the affected tributaries of the Chesapeake Bay, then to supporters of the bay itself. Rex, ever the voice of his constituents, had led the charge against Pactron, even landing a couple of national headlines in the process. Convenient. Despite the threat against her grandmother's land, Chloe had almost relaxed. The odds were overwhelmingly against the energy plant's approval. As part of the application process, 3 independent environmental impact studies were required. Because the site not only sat directly adjacent to waterways that fed the bay, but also under a migratory bird flight path, the likelihood of passing any kind of study was almost non-existent. Or so she'd thought. All 3 commissions had approved. Chloe had been stunned. Pactron's only obstacle was in buying up enough of the land around the site, land that included her grandmother's farm. Fortunately, family farms were the cornerstone of the rural community, and few landowners were giving in without a fight. Those who had wouldn't close until deals were secured on all the land. That was Chloe's saving grace. That, and a couple of rather suspicious moves on Rex's part. When he'd been paired with one of the Pactron board members in a charity golf tournament, something that could have been coincidental, they'd gotten on like old friends, despite their public feud. Chloe might have chalked it up to letting bygones be bygones, but she'd been unable to brush off the fact that the situation felt odd. On a hunch, she'd hunted down the Tribune photographer assigned to the event and studied the photos that hadn't made the paper. The laughter hadn't been for the camera. In every shot, the men were relaxed, candid, smiling. Chloe had dug deeper. She hadn't found anything earth-shattering, just more casual meetings with no obvious official mandate. Her instincts screamed something was off about Rex's playdates with Pactron board members. But she'd hit a wall. Until she'd accepted Knox's deal. She had no idea if she'd ever be able to prove anything with her suspicions. But now that she had insider access, she had a chance. One she didn't want to ruin by keeping her search too narrowly focused on Rex. She was still looking for a needle in a haystack. But at least she knew which haystack. And there was no better place to start than with the list for her reception. After searching each invitee, she ended up with about 20 who were newsworthy enough to warrant further investigation. She poked her head around and assured Knox's car remained absent from the garage, headed to his study to check the files. Cross-referencing names proved tricky. Most were labeled by corporation or organization. So she worked back and forth between her laptop and the paperwork. Then she hit pay dirt. Pactron Energy Corporation. A whole file dedicated to them. She went to the website and clicked to the page listing the board members. Nothing she hadn't done a dozen times before. And focused on one. Harold Leavenworth, CFO. The chief financial officer was on her guest list. But why? As far as the general public knew, he and Rex were bitter enemies. Anyone who bothered to read up on local charity golf might suspect otherwise. But Chloe was probably the only person on Earth who had given the unpublished photos more than a passing glance. Pactron's inch-thick file was more robust than the rest, but the contents seemed standard. She skimmed over a number of financial reports, unsure of their significance, before landing on a newspaper clipping. Environmental Impact Studies Clear Way for Carbon Energy Plant. There were a number of other clippings, but nothing stood out. Chloe wondered briefly if Rex's vehement opposition to the site was the reason there was so much information on the company. Perhaps he'd been watching? Waiting for a misstep? Something undoubtedly to wave around to prove he'd been right all along? But the documentation seemed standard. Something like a shareholder might own. She didn't know if the company was publicly traded, but even if it was, she didn't think Rex would own shares. Not after the way he'd fought against them. That information could be too easily traced, and she felt certain he wouldn't draw such obvious scrutiny. But Knox hadn't specifically said the files had come from Rex. Chloe had assumed as much, since they detailed the family business and their affiliations. But she would have to verify with Knox. She had just lifted the pages and tapped them on the desk to neaten the stack when a small card fell to the floor. It lacked personalization or anything else to identify its author, save for a set of initials. Thank you for pushing us through. HL. Harold Leavenworth? She checked and found he had been on the Pactron board from the beginning. Moreover, he was the only one there with the initials HL. Interesting. If the files were indeed Rex's, why would anyone with Pactron thank him for anything? He'd fought them tooth and nail. A scenario that stood in stark contrast to pushing through. Pushing through sounded like assistance. She frowned and stared harder at the card, as if her scrutiny would reveal anything more. She thought about making a copy, but she didn't see anything in Knox's study resembling a copier. Her all-in-one machine was still at her apartment. But she had her cell phone. She took a quick picture of the note for future reference, then tucked the paper back in the stack. Carefully, she reassembled the file and returned it to the drawer. She had a hunch she was onto something. And if she wanted to blow the lid off a story, Pactron would be a great vehicle for cementing her career. Her spidey senses were going haywire. But first things first. She had to get through her wedding reception. Chapter 14. Even through the limousine's tinted windows, the Wyndham Club glowed white. Designed on the outside to mimic a sprawling southern mansion, it boasted a grand ballroom, a 5-star dining experience, spa facilities, and 3 full stories of covered verandas, overlooking an award-winning 18-hole golf course. Or at least, that's what the website said. Until the night of her reception, Chloe had never been allowed past the gates. The limo drew to a stop outside the front doors. Chloe halfway expected a red carpet and throngs of people, but the privately owned club kept the photographers away. That, and most of the attendees, were probably as loaded as Knox, albeit sans the fame and notoriety that came along with the Hamilton name. They likely weren't prone to gawking. As Knox predicted, his mother had managed to throw together an event suitable for royalty, and in record time. Probably not hard when every vendor in town had surely fallen over themselves for the chance to impress Catherine Hamilton and her blue-blooded friends. The whole thing still felt surreal to Chloe. While she and Knox had been together months in their previous relationship, to say it was low-key would be an understatement. He didn't exactly loathe the press. Wooing the press was in the job description. But he had been quite open with her about his wish for privacy. She'd respected that, even preferred the casual version of Knox. Not that he wasn't something to look at now in his tux. And his wedding ring. She still couldn't believe he'd married her. The man could quite literally have his choice of gorgeous socialites who could handle their stilettos, and he'd chosen the plainest one of them all. She, who hadn't a clue how to play the expected part. She hadn't grown up in his realm and certainly hadn't known wealth. She was out of her league, and the stakes were unbelievably high. Hanging out in the house all week was one thing. Performing in front of people was another. She was scared to death she'd let him down. Knox put a hand on her leg. "You'll be fine," he said, as if he'd read her mind. More likely, the worry played all over her face, which was just something else to worry about. "One can hope," she said. Of course he wasn't worried. He probably hadn't spent an hour trying to memorize the purpose of 4 glasses at a single place setting. He touched her chin, drawing her to look at him. "One can hope for absolutely nothing more, Mrs. Hamilton. You are absolutely beautiful." She averted her eyes from the sincerity raking his achingly handsome face. "I have something for you." He released her, but the feeling lingered. Her fingers drifted to her throat, where a gorgeous diamond pendant necklace hung, which, along with matching earrings, had arrived that afternoon via special courier in a box from Tiffany & Company. They paired beautifully with her simple white gown, which was similar to the one she'd worn for their wedding, and together with her wedding rings, made for a jaw-dropping ensemble. As it was, she was scarcely able to walk under the weight of the diamonds. "What else could you possibly have for me?" He grinned and reached down to the floor of the limo. When he straightened, he held a potted plant. "In what universe is it a good idea for you to remind me of this right now?" She was still irked over having lost her title. Knox offered a soft smile. "I believe flowers are a rather gentlemanly gesture." "Flowers? Yes. Houseplant number 13? Oh, God. 13? Are you kidding me? Tonight of all nights?" He laughed. "Relax. Besides, I happen to think 13 is a great number." Easy for him to say. He hadn't just been hexed. Despite the fact they were sitting directly in front of the brilliantly lit venue, Knox appeared in no hurry to leave the car. "Do you know why I married you?" "Because I said yes." She gave a short, humorless laugh and brushed at the front of her dress, picking at spots she didn't actually see. What had she been thinking, getting herself into this? He didn't return the laugh. Instead, he traced her cheek with a fingertip. "That helped, yes. But before that, what attracted me to you was how real you are." Was I preceded by a line of blow-up dolls? "I'm serious," he said. But he smiled anyway. "You're spectacular. They won't know what hit them." Her breath hitched, and she got another whiff of that deep, citrusy scent of his, which she adored. It was the last conscious thought she had before his lips touched hers. In that brief instant, she'd expected something formal, something for show, just in case anyone was watching. But there was no formality to be found in the softness of his kiss. 1 minute he was sitting next to her with his hand on her thigh, and the next, he'd cupped her face with both hands, and his mouth had met hers with a tenderness that turned her inside out. His tongue tangled with hers, tentatively at first, but the more she moved against him, the more fiercely he claimed her. The kiss might have lasted seconds or hours. She'd been that lost to him. And when it ended, he didn't just break free. He caught her lip between his own and smiled. The sensual tenderness enough to break her. The Wyndham Club ceased to exist. And she saw only him. For a moment they sat frozen. And when he brushed her mouth the second time, her lips were already parted. If only he would dive in and put his hands everywhere and prove himself to be a brute. She could pull away and fuss about her hair and her dress and what people would say. But that wasn't Knox. His touch was so light she barely felt it. Yet it consumed her. The kiss that followed was impossibly leisurely and deep. It was as if time stilled and left them suspended in that moment of twinkling lights, she and Knox immersed in the rich scent of leather and the plush seats. Chloe, lost to feelings she had to convince herself didn't exist. But no such convincing would happen in that moment. Not when the fragile hunger of that kiss overwhelmed her. Not when she couldn't breathe from her want of him, and not when he swept her mouth with the kind of deep-seated desire that ought to be illegal from any man who wasn't already buried between her thighs. Passion flared hotly and burned slow. A raging ember, if such a thing could exist. All she knew was the taste of him and the furious tempo of her heart. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew they needed to be somewhere else, but all she wanted was to see him out of that tux, naked and sweaty, and pounding mercilessly into her. She slid her arms under his jacket, at the same time he reached for the small of her back and pulled her close, her dress inching to mid-thigh. His other hand flirted with the hem, then slid to her soaked center. The heavy scent of her arousal permeated the car. Damn it. Chloe. What? She practically panted the word. She might have been embarrassed if not for the hitch in his breath. The last time she'd seen that look on his face, they'd been so tangled up she couldn't tell whose limbs were whose. And in that moment, she'd have given almost anything to go back there. Lost in a conflagration of all-consuming passion. I'm sorry. This is not the time or the place, he said. But he didn't let go. Chloe sucked in a shaky breath. She should push him away, straighten her dress, and learn to live without him. But it was a hard sell with the taste of him still on her lips. It would be so easy, and so incredible, to let him follow through on that desire. Her dress was already bunched around her thighs. The only thing between them was his zipper, and she'd take it down with her teeth if it meant he'd drive into her until she couldn't breathe. He was hard. The evidence pressed deliberately against her thigh, and she couldn't remember when she'd been so lit with desire. Maybe it was that she could never really have him. Or maybe it was knowing there was a stable full of blue bloods anticipating their arrival. But it didn't matter. She wanted him. Desperately. All the more reason to save herself. I guess we should go in. He dropped his head to her shoulder. I guess we should. She leaned back against the seat, a little surprised to discover the windows were fogged up. That actually happened? I want you to remember. He tugged at his jacket to straighten it. I chose you, Chloe. Not because I didn't have a choice, but because you were the only woman I wanted. Yep, lucky her. Why did he have to keep doing this? Though she hadn't forgotten his "be kind to thy wife" speech, if she didn't put some kind of distance between them, she would drown in all those swarming emotions she could never own. Not with him. She swallowed. Careful. You're starting to sound like you like me or something. I believe we banned all emotional connections. He looked at her for an awfully long time before he spoke. Long enough that she started hoping for some great confession. I do love you. I just haven't been able to admit it. It didn't come. She had grossly underestimated her ability to maintain an emotional distance. On paper, it made sense that she should be able to keep her heart reeled in when she knew their relationship was just a business arrangement. But she could not look at him without believing there was more. Walking away might be a little harder than she expected. But did it matter? He didn't want more. It didn't matter if more existed or not. He hadn't replied, and she wasn't sure she wanted him to. To hear him deny anything between them, while the air still sizzled from the electricity they created, would have been painful. Suddenly, desperate to be free from him, she reached for the door. He put a hand on her arm and stopped her. "Let me." "I'm sorry. I forgot. It was the chauffeur's job." "Not tonight. Wait for me. I want to do it." He smiled gently and exited the car on his side, leaving her staring at the potted tree on the floor. It seemed to echo what he'd said about her, for there was no way in hell she could imagine him bringing a freaking bonsai bush to a tall blonde with enormous implants and a bank account to match. Her mouth twisted. The nameless bitch could probably walk in heels, too. Not a wobble. The door beside her opened, and even though she just had her tongue buried in Knox's mouth, the sight of him standing there took her breath. He held his hand out for her, so she took it, rising as gracefully as a recently mauled woman could. He stood between her and the Wyndham Club while she adjusted her dress, smiling when she was stuck palming her own boobs to get her dress to lay right. "Your fault," she said. "Guilty." He took her hand, lacing his fingers through hers, and smiled as he turned and led her inside. Her breath caught. The stunning ballroom was overwhelmingly white, with high archways, sweeping floor-to-ceiling windows, and columns that looked as if they belonged in richly Southern antebellum-style architecture. The ornate decor, some of it astutely presidential in style, featured gilded accent pieces that shone brightly in the light of 1,000 candles. The tables, each one drenched in layers and layers of white linens, and topped with sparkling table service, had been set up around the dance floor. A nervous flutter hit her right in the stomach. She wasn't much of a ballroom dancer. What she and Knox had done in the past was more of a vertical foreplay kind of thing. Moves she didn't think would be appreciated by that particular crowd. Unlike at the charity dinner, where they'd been a footnote. Tonight, all eyes would be on them. Fortunately or otherwise, she didn't have time to be nervous, for everyone seemed to descend on them at once. She caught sight of her parents and Lila together near one side of the room, but quickly lost them as a crush of people pushed toward Knox. And her, in theory at least, but definitely Knox. For a moment, she was so completely overwhelmed she wanted to disappear through the floor. But then Knox started making introductions. 3 United States senators, cabinet members, the chief executive officers of 2 separate multi-million-dollar corporations, a billionaire friend of Knox's from Yale, Knox's campaign manager Toby, and Catherine, of course, but no Rex. Interesting, she realized, that not one person had asked about him. Chloe waited until she and Knox were mostly alone before asking about the senator. "He hadn't planned to attend," Knox said, looking over her shoulder as he spoke. "He said he didn't want to shift the attention away from us. But I think my mom told him the snub would draw more attention than the appearance. He's supposed to stop by." She wasn't sure how thrilled she was about that. Rex was a powerful man, and based on his reputation alone, Chloe wasn't a fan. He'd managed to turn his son against relationships, a fact that made her want to go after him with a salad fork. And his wife, Chloe noticed, had never even mentioned his name in her presence. 45 minutes into the schmoozing, she had yet to speak to her parents or her best friend. She had, however, seen enough 20-something cleavage to last a lifetime. A few were daughters of the more distinguished guests, while a shocking percentage appeared to be there on the arms of much older men. "I don't know how you deal with this," she muttered under her breath. "Reprieve is on its way. Those are your parents with my mom, right? Let's go say hello before we get swamped again." She gave him a grateful smile as he took her hand and led the way. As best she could tell, her parents were somewhere between furious and really furious over her marriage, but she'd never know to look at them. They, along with Lila, stood in conversation with Catherine, and Chloe found herself exceedingly grateful Catherine would spend time with arguably the least of the many, many important guests. Once they'd passed the last potential obstacle, an older gentleman who clapped Knox on the back as they passed, Chloe went straight for her mom and gave her a long hug, then shared the same with her dad. "I would like for you to meet Knox Hamilton. Knox, these are my parents, Ava and Patrick Lachlan." It was a little odd to introduce her parents to her husband, and doing so certainly didn't bode well for their purported love story, so she did it quietly. Knox shook her father's hand, then leaned over and whispered in her mother's ear. Ava laughed and looked warmly at Knox. Well, that was great. She'd given Chloe hell on the phone, and here she was, falling all over Knox, like pretty much everyone else at the party. Chloe cleared her throat. "And this is my closest friend, Lila. Lila, Knox." Knox smiled warmly. "Lila, it's a pleasure." She responded with a knowing grin. "I heard it's been a great deal of pleasure." "Lila!" Chloe's face flamed hot. "You just said that in front of my parents," who were exchanging the kind of glances that made Chloe want to disappear. Lila rolled her eyes. "You're married. Relax." Knox cleared his throat. "Where's Rex?" The edge to his voice, almost a wobble, offered more than a clue that Rex's presence meant more than Knox let on. He may not agree with his father's actions, but underneath it all, she suspected a part of him still wanted his approval. How would Knox feel if he knew Rex was her target? In that moment, Chloe wasn't sure she wanted to find out. Catherine looked past them toward the door, then shifted her attention back to her son. "We're here to celebrate the two of you, not talk about him." Chloe's heart ached. Everything she had ever heard about Knox's mother appeared to be true. She had a warm smile and a way about her that made Chloe feel at ease. She couldn't imagine maintaining such decorum in the face of such betrayal. Hell, she couldn't imagine it now, as a newly appointed wife. Doing so after decades of a marriage purportedly built on love seemed unfathomable, even if Rex's definition of love seemed a bit open to interpretation. In less than a minute, Knox had her parents engrossed in a conversation about their Midwestern home. As soon as Knox and Chloe's parents were occupied, Lila grabbed her arm and steered her away from the crowd. "He's even more gorgeous in person than he is in pictures. I didn't think that was possible." Chloe followed Lila's gaze to where Knox stood with her parents. All three were laughing. "You wouldn't believe what that man is capable of," Chloe murmured. Her friend could take that any way she wanted. "I have to give you credit," Lila said. "You've always made it a priority to stay on top of what's hot in Washington. But who knew you'd succeed so literally?" The effort not to elbow her was substantial. "That's my husband you're staring at, you know. I guess I'm now the serially single one. Does your husband have any unattached friends?" Chloe welcomed the change of subject. She searched the crowd until she found the man she was looking for. "He's single," she said, under her breath. "And a multi-millionaire. The tall one with the light brown hair." "Is that how people introduce themselves around here? By their net worth?" "No. I did a little research ahead of time. I figured I had enough to worry about without needing to learn 100 names in one night." Lila's gaze raked him from one end to the other. "Millionaire, huh?" "Several times over. He owns a tech firm." "Well, something must be wrong with him, or he wouldn't be single. Knox was single." Too late. Chloe clamped shut her mouth. He had one terminal flaw. Perhaps the worst one of all. Failure to love. Yes, he was single. About a week ago. Lila's brow lifted. "And one day, I'm going to get the rest of that story out of you." "Excuse me, you two," Knox said, easing between them, and saving Chloe from a response. "The choreographer lady wants us to find our seats." Chloe looked up in surprise. She hadn't noticed the migration toward the tables, one of which sat at the head of the room, a bit more elaborately decorated than the rest. Though she'd helped Catherine make the selections, Chloe hadn't been prepared for the overwhelming presentation of it all. Lila snorted. "The choreographer?" "Whatever she's called," he said. "She wants us to find our seats." "Let the games begin," Chloe muttered, pasting on her brightest smile as Knox led her across the room. Aside from theirs, one seat at the head table was conspicuously empty. Rex Hamilton was a no-show. Chapter 15. Chloe realized when it came to schmoozing, Knox had his limits. For example, not one time that night did he allow another man to cut in and dance with her. Once he got her back from her father, after the father-daughter dance, he didn't let go. Not even for a visiting diplomat. After the 5th or 6th time his glare sent someone skulking off, Chloe called him on it. "Are you afraid I'll embarrass you?" She could see that. She'd fallen into an easy routine in his arms, but any attempt at dancing with someone unfamiliar would likely have her in a heap on the floor, her 2 left feet inexorably tangled with her ruined effort at class. But no, he was smiling. Broadly. "Are you kidding me? Everyone loves you." Sure they did. She'd managed to smile and nod and look interested at all the right times. Or so she'd hoped. But most of the conversation was over her head. Few people had asked what she did for a living. The expectation clearly that her sole purpose was that of wife. But those who learned she'd been anointed the Washington Tribune's home and garden diva had expressed equal parts surprise and interest. Unfortunately, she'd spent a lot more time memorizing guests than she had the local plant hardiness zone. So she'd resorted to jokes when asked serious questions about her employ. That couldn't have looked good. But it sure as hell beat the truth. Not everyone, Chloe corrected. Senator Pierce's daughters are trying to vaporize me as we speak. And the looks on the faces of that gaggle of girls surrounding them aren't much better. How about a change of scenery, then? I'm going to turn us in just a minute. After which, you'll see a woman wearing a bright red dress and lipstick to match. You can't miss her. That's Eleanor Bird, the woman with whom Rex had had his career-ending affair. She's married to Grant Hardy, the Secretary of the Interior. The one and only, he said, maneuvering so she had the promised view. He's well-liked. Her, not so much, especially now. He left the reason unsaid, but it was evident. The fact Grant Hardy was well known was especially notable considering he held an office with which few members of the general public were greatly familiar. When presented with a beloved public figure and a cheating spouse, people tended to take sides. That in turn made it personal for them, even when it wasn't. Eleanor's affair with Rex had been a huge embarrassment for everyone involved. Apparently even Rex, who was closing out the night as a no-show. I can't believe your mother invited her, Chloe said of Eleanor. Knox shrugged. Grant is a close family friend. She couldn't very well leave him off the list. And, naturally, Eleanor is his +1. What does she do for a living? She's an environmental impact analyst. Interesting. So she would get a vote if, say, a controversial project threatened environmental interests? Yes. She's not with the Environmental Protection Agency, though. It's a private firm. Emerson Environmental, I think. Emerson. Chloe had seen the name in Pactron's file. It didn't have to mean anything, but she found it curious Rex had a recreational affiliation with a woman whose company had aligned opposite his staunch political interests. From what she remembered, Pactron had been one of his few well-publicized failures. First Harold, then Eleanor. And the plot thickens. Is Rex coming? Considering it's almost midnight? I'd think not. Kind of a public snub, isn't it? I'm not worried about that. He'll spin it so he looks good. But it doesn't bode well for his whole reformed family man resignation spiel. Is he backing you for office? Knox's step hitched, but he quickly recovered. Had it been her question, or was the timing a coincidence? Of course. He lowered his head, and his voice, and elaborated. His favorite mantra is that I'll never be the man he is. But, in light of recent events, one can only hope he's right. The song ended before she could tell him his father was the worst kind of jackass. How could Knox's father be anything less than proud of the man Knox had become? She'd never met Rex, although they'd been in the same place a number of times. But she already held an intense dislike for a man so obviously callous. She wished Knox was as detached as he tried to appear, but she could see from the tension in his jaw that that wasn't the case. She hated to think he could ever feel less of a man because of his father. If anything, Knox was more of a man, despite Rex's influence. Though the music had ended, Knox still held her. So many important people in the room. People who really could change his life. And he had eyes for only her. She could lose herself in them. She already had more with him than most women experienced in a lifetime. but she still ached for what he refused to give her. Why can't you be real?
You know what I want to do when I get you home.
His breath tickled her ear. The sensation shot straight to her belly. If it involves a new addition to the conservatory, I don't want to know.
Wrong room, he said.
Her breath caught. She skipped the logical question for one less loaded. What room did you have in mind?
The bedroom, he said. If we make it that far. As much as Knox did want to get his hands and other parts on Chloe, he could relish the wait if it meant watching the expression provoked by his words play across her face. Emotion transformed in kaleidoscope fashion. From shock to a hint of suspicion, to something from which he might want to duck and run for cover. But she landed on desire. She wanted him, and she didn't seem shy about letting him know it. Though Knox wasn't sure Chloe believed it, he hadn't doubted for a minute she could handle his crowd. The woman was amazing. She had to know every eye in the place was on her. His wife. She'd turn heads any day. But as a woman whose name and face were completely unfamiliar to nearly everyone there, the scrutiny had to be brutal, and she hadn't missed a step. Granted, he'd kept her to himself as much as he could. That might have been the wrong thing to do, but it couldn't have been any worse than throwing her into the arena without backup. Knox had grown up around these people. Different names and faces over the years, but much the same crowd. Not only was he used to them, but they didn't bat an eyelash over him. But Chloe, he couldn't explain what it was about her. He wouldn't call it innocence. Maybe it was just that she didn't give a damn about what most people thought. A rarity in circles where the world seemed to revolve around pure opinion. Or maybe she was just so comfortable in her own skin, she didn't worry enough to adopt pretenses. She didn't have anything to prove to anyone. And that confidence, however it was born, shone. He had never, ever been so proud to have a woman on his arm. She was so natural, so gracious and funny and smart, that she had some of the most powerful men in Washington staring after her, doe-eyed. But she was his, and he wanted to make damn sure they all knew it. She hadn't seemed to mind. Hell, if her ability to play the part of his adoring wife was any indication as to her talent, the woman was Emmy-bound. She'd simply melded into him on the dance floor, probably not the least bit aware Knox had given the evil eye over her shoulder to any man who got too close. The night had been perfect. Almost.
You're upset Rex didn't come, aren't you?
She didn't bring it up until they were alone, settled in the back of the limo with a bottle of strawberry champagne and the bonsai tree he'd given her. How did you know?
When you talked about him earlier, it was the only time all night you didn't look at me when you spoke.
She offered a small smile.
I probably shouldn't have asked. It was hardly the time or place.
He reached for her hand. The diamonds sparkled brightly in the dim light. He still couldn't believe she'd said yes. Don't take it personally. It's not like there isn't something in it for her. My relationship with Rex is hard to explain. I lost respect for him a long time ago. But there's a part of me that still wants to make him proud. It's like the ultimate prize. Earning approval from a man who's made it clear he's not going to give it.
She tightened her fingers on his. "It's all so futile." He shrugged. "I guess there's always that kid inside who wants to feel he's doing something right." "I'm sure your mother thinks you are." He laughed. "Of course she does. But that's what mothers do. Rex, not so much. He backs me publicly for his seat, but as soon as the doors close and the cameras shut down, he's right back to that same old mantra that I'll never be the man he is." "I'd consider that a win." Chloe's eyes shone, so much so that he wondered if they'd filled with tears. He wiped a thumb across her cheek, and she smiled. "You were perfect tonight." "I'll settle for the reassurance I neither embarrassed you nor ruined your campaign." "No need to settle there. You kicked ass, even with your crooked eye and bad hair." "Knox!" She swatted at him with her free hand, and he took full advantage of her momentum by pulling her against his chest. When she opened her mouth to protest, he was ready, quickly pressing for entry. She granted it. She pursued it. He couldn't breathe for the taste of her. The woman had never given herself to him without her whole heart. But this, he felt to his toes. It was the kind of kiss that came with flinging clothes and slapping skin. Primal and inescapable. And whatever she was doing to his tongue promised devastation. He had the barest grip on the fact they were still in the limo, albeit with the privacy partition in place, but even as he fought for restraint, he was calculating how much time they had before they got home. The urge to thoroughly rock her world was seriously undermined by the effect she had on him. The light touch of her fingertips at his nape, the sleek expanse of her thigh exposed by the trek of his hand, the taste of the strawberry champagne. She was everything, and he was just as much a fool for thinking it as he was for denying it. But he'd worry about that later. This was what the wedding night should have been. Polite conversation and gracious nods to well-wishers, when all he wanted was to get her home, and naked as quickly as possible. But, to bide his time, he had the soft, sweet taste of her lips, and the unruly tangle of their mouths and limbs, all an unbearable precursor to what would happen when he had her alone. He couldn't wait to strip her of that dress, to remove whatever invisibility held her hair off her neck, and plunge his fingers through those carefree strands, holding on for dear life while he drove into her. He'd lose another piece of himself, one he'd never get back. But at this point, he was willing to let go of everything to feel her, to be inside her. Something had changed. Until tonight, they'd largely existed in their own worlds. She hadn't needed to fit into his, and he hadn't tried to be a part of hers. He'd just assumed the inevitable collision would be just how it sounded. A little breathtaking, a little messy, and with any luck, they'd survive the eventual end. But she had been flawlessly his, fitting easily into his life no matter what she claimed. She was right in that she wasn't like all those other women. But what she didn't realize was how much his world needed someone like her. He hadn't been prepared for that. He couldn't have been. "I want you." Any attempt to sound as if he had it together was obliterated by the hoarse, ragged quality of his words. Propriety be damned. He drove his tongue into her mouth,
feasting on his hunger and nearly falling apart when she returned it. "I can tell," she murmured. "You're not leaving much to interpretation." "You complaining?" "No." "I can show you more." "We're in the car," she protested, albeit weakly. "Won't Jeeves see us?" "Jeeves is the butler. Davis is the driver." "Really?" He laughed and shook his head. "We don't have a butler." "Well, I sure hope we have a driver," she said, casting a wary look out the window, where the world passed dutifully by. "And I really hope he can't see us." "Why not?" he teased. "Are you shy?" "No. I just prefer to have a reasonable expectation he's watching the road." He started to nod, but then her words hit him. "Wait, you're not shy?" She shook her head. "Don't get any ideas." "Too late," he shot back. "I have the ideas. All of them." "You going to tell me about it?" "Tell indeed." He uttered every word with her eyes on his lips. "I'm going to show you. Just as soon as this car stops." "I think there's a traffic light ahead." "In our driveway," he elaborated. "And after I get you in the house. As soon as I get you in the house." She laughed and traced his bottom lip with a fingertip. "Does this mean my little army of plants is going to get a show?" "You better believe it. Brace yourself, Chloe. The bet is off." Chapter 16. Chloe couldn't breathe. The entire point of betting Knox he couldn't keep his hands to himself was precisely so he would. And the plan had backfired to the extreme. Sex was one thing, whereas sex, after a maddening buildup of sexual tension, promised to be especially damaging to her whole plan of walking away unscathed. To that end, as much as she wanted him, she held on to the minuscule hope that he was just toying with her. But he quickly proved to her that he'd meant every word. As soon as the limo door shut behind him, he was on her, kissing her breathless. He walked her backward over the cobblestone driveway, his mouth and hands on her every step of the way, and fumbled with his keys and the security code without breaking contact. Poor Davis, or whatever the driver's name, was assuredly getting an eyeful. But to her surprise, she really didn't care. There was something intensely erotic about a man as powerful as Knox, driven to such unrestrained passion, and that she was the subject of his affection was nothing short of mind-bending. As soon as the front door closed behind them, and he'd set down her little bonsai tree, he had her flat against the wall. The cool plaster left her gasping, but no more so than the hard length of his body, holding her captive. He tore at her dress, his palm finding her bare breast, while he kissed her fiercely. When he granted a slight reprieve, she hadn't the time to catch her breath before he started on her neck. "This bet," he muttered, "has lasted too damn long." Her knees were liquid, and gravity had ceased to exist. She knew the latter to be true because when he withdrew enough to unbutton his pants and yank his shirt out of the way, she managed to stay upright, despite all odds to the contrary. Only a second passed before he had her again. In one swift motion, sweeping her dress up her thighs and lifting her,
wrenching her underwear to the side as he plunged deep inside her. He stilled, and but for the pounding of her heart and the quickness of their breaths, the world lay utterly silent. Then he shifted, pegging her hard against the wall. "Look at me," he said, driving into her at an achingly slow pace. "The only thing I want more right now than to fuck you senseless is to watch you come for me. And I don't want you fighting to keep it from happening because of a stupid bet." She nodded, her lip caught between her teeth. She couldn't think of anything more unbearably intimate than maintaining eye contact while he sent her flailing over the edge. His every touch left her inebriated, but never too much to lose that singular focus. Never so much that she wouldn't fall head first in the wrong direction if she shared too much. She knew that about herself, knew she should say no to his deceptively simple request. But some irrational part of her wanted this moment for her emotional scrapbook, as if anything good could possibly come from revisiting it. He kissed her, deeply, sweetly, as he moved in and out of her. But for all of his surety and strength, he trembled. Knox Hamilton overcome. It didn't seem possible. The rational pace didn't last any longer than it took her to catch her breath. Within seconds, the rocking turned into pounding, the vast entry hall echoing with the wet smack of skin on skin. Her promise to look at him lodged in her throat for all of a minute, before the impossible dam of desire inside her burst, and she was left clutching his shoulders, her ankles snagged hopelessly somewhere behind his back. She leaned her head against the wall and saw, honest-to-goodness stars. And hearts. The kind that circled overhead making little Tweety bird noises. Knox, still pulsing thick inside her, dropped his forehead to her shoulder and laughed. "I think my legs are locked." She squirmed, her intention to guide her own feet to the floor, but he shook his head and held her tighter. "I'm not finished with you yet," he murmured, "if that's okay. Because that was way too quick. And there's so much we can do in a bed that we can't against a wall." She laughed. "If you feel the need to redeem yourself, you won't hear any complaints out of me. Besides, I'm pretty sure I lost the bet. And the use of her legs. I think it was a tie. Don't let go." As if. Her legs were numb. Her arms felt like lead, and she was becoming increasingly aware of the fact her heart was in danger. She could do nothing but hold on. He half walked, half shuffled to the bedroom, effortlessly carrying her despite the fact that his pants were somewhere in the vicinity of his ankles. The opulent house passed in a dizzied blur. She'd blamed the champagne, but some things were so brilliantly clear. Like his eyes. She didn't dare label what she saw there, but while everything else wavered around her, his eyes were steady, just as his arms were strong, and somewhere inside of him, a piece had to be hers. He'd never convince her otherwise. But would that ever be enough? By the time he lowered her to the bed, she could almost feel her limbs again. He graced her with a devilish grin, lacing his fingers with hers, and settling into a flawless new rhythm. No greater intimacy existed than what they had in that moment. Him staring so deeply into her eyes as he rocked against her, wearing nothing but a smile. She was almost drunk with the medley of sensation. The thick, soft comforter at her back. A slight chill from the air conditioner. Knox's soft lips. His hard body. And the overwhelming fulfillment only he had ever given her. He broke free from the trail of kisses he'd left down her neck.
I've never done that before, you know.
Done what? Wall sex?
Bear sex.
He'd always insisted on protection during their previous relationship. And despite the fact that they'd never gone without, they'd both been tested. It warmed her that he trusted her when she said she hadn't been with anyone else, and that he'd chosen her to be his first.
It's only sex, she reminded herself.
No need to read anything into it. But at least now she understood why he'd quizzed her so thoroughly over the birth control pills she'd left on the bathroom counter. Was it any good?
He grinned. It still is.
He dropped his mouth to hers, teasing the seam of her lips until she let him in. He kissed her as deeply as he moved inside. And before she'd managed to climb back up the cliff, she was lost to another free fall, dragging him over the edge with her. For a long time, there was nothing but the sound of breathing. Then he kissed her tenderly.
You're amazing,
he murmured. You've mentioned that a time or two. He propped himself on one elbow, and with the other hand teased a few tendrils of hair from her face.
I'm pretty sure I could never say it enough.
Chloe groaned. You're killing me. His brow knit.
I thought I was being nice.
Never be nice. That's the worst thing you can be. He looked at her in bewilderment.
What?
Sincere. You want to be sincere. Nice sounds too much like you're saying or doing something because it's expected, and not because you mean it. He rolled over, off her, his body disengaging from hers with a loud plop. It should have been funny. It wasn't.
Chloe, I can't love you. I don't know what else to say.
She sat up, dragging the sheet with her. Try the truth. You don't want to love me.
I thought we had an understanding.
Oh, no worries. I'm not out to change your mind. That was the truth. He hadn't even looked at her. What chance did she have of changing him?
Then what the hell is the problem?
You tell me, Knox. You claim to stand for honesty, but you can't stop lying to yourself. You're not Rex. Don't you get that? You're not him. Now, he looked at her, dead on, and so intensely, she nearly edged away from him.
Maybe not, he said. But I was the little boy who cried every damn time he made my mother cry. She never knew it. She never cried in front of me. But when her heart broke, so did mine. I've carried that burden for as long as I can remember. I used to wish she'd just take me and leave. I would have lived in a cardboard box if it meant she would be happy. Because then I could have been happy. But no, she wouldn't walk away. The family name meant too much to her, so she stayed. She stayed strong. Then Rex got himself caught. And the one thing that kept her hanging on all those years was destroyed. It was that damned name. She wanted me to have a foundation, a legacy, damn it. But Rex couldn't keep it in his pants. No one blames her for that. The reality can only matter so much, Chloe. She could have found happiness, but she held on to Rex because she wanted something to hand down to me. And now that he's ruined the family name, everything she sacrificed for is gone. It's just wasted. She touched his arm. That's terrible. And I'm sorry for every bit of it. Truly. But nothing you've told me explains what you've got against letting yourself love someone. Because, damn it, I'm afraid. The silence that followed was profound. And endless. Only the grandfather clock in the gallery carried on as if nothing had happened. The ticks grating in the quiet. Minutes passed. 5, 10, 20, for all she knew. Eventually he spoke. Love isn't worth it. Not for anyone, Chloe. Not even you. You're right, she said, fighting tears. He didn't deserve them. What do you mean? You're right. Loving someone is the biggest leap of faith you'll ever take. Sometimes bad things happen, but if you don't take the chance, you'll miss every good thing life has to offer. Maybe your mom should have taken a chance and walked out on Rex, but it's just as likely the chance she took was in staying. You're not in a position to judge her. That was a personal decision on her part. Maybe even a personal sacrifice. But whatever it was, I can guarantee she didn't do it to watch you give up. I'm not giving up, he said. But he sounded defeated. No, you're not giving up, Chloe said. But I think I'm going to have to. Chapter 17. Knox stared through his windshield, trying like hell to focus on the road, but seeing only Chloe. She was right. He really was an ass. Why had he thought he could make her forget about falling in love? Just because touching her had a way of chasing the shadows from her eyes didn't mean it was a good idea. And now he'd gone and hurt her. Really hurt her. She hadn't said as much, but she didn't need to. The expression on her face said it for her. And what she did after that made it 10 times worse. She didn't fire back. She, who never let anything get past her, had simply rolled over to her side of that enormous bed, and she'd stayed there, not sleeping. He knew because he'd grown so accustomed to the deep, even sound of her breathing, that it had become his solace in the dead of the night. And that night, her breath was halting, uneven, not at rest. He thought about apologizing, but for what? Being honest? Because when it came down to it, an apology would be a lie. He was sorry he'd upset her, but he couldn't ease the brunt of the truth. Chloe meant the world to him, but he couldn't love, and a woman like her couldn't live any other way. Rebuilding that bridge between them would only harm her in the end. She deserved more than that. She deserved more than him. And though he felt like the worst kind of man, he knew the best thing he could do was let her be hurt. Because then she would get mad, and eventually that would save her. Something had to, because he sure as hell couldn't. There had been something different about the night of the reception. Something for the longest time that Chloe couldn't quite put her finger on. They'd been together at the charity dinner, but that hadn't been about them. Maybe it hadn't felt big enough. But at their reception, when he'd pulled her into his arms in front of everyone, and Knox Hamilton had kissed Chloe Lachlan, the moment had been unmistakable. Something inside her had shifted. And when he'd said he wouldn't love her, that same something twisted and shattered. He was right. She knew he was. He'd made clear from the beginning she was entering a business relationship and nothing more. But facts hadn't kept her heart from getting involved. The best thing Knox could have done was slam the door on those emotions. And though the timing couldn't have been worse, after sex of all times, she'd certainly felt the impact then, like no other. A rejection was one thing. One during the post-coital haze was just the kind of brutality she needed. She was done. She had to be. Fortunately, she had something else on which to focus. Pactron. Eleanor Bird was indeed the one behind Emerson Environmental's thumbs up on the Pactron project. Clearly, they'd found a way to separate business and pleasure. But that didn't explain the handwritten note from H.L., whom she remained convinced was Pactron CEO Harold Leavenworth. The files had almost certainly come from Rex, which meant the note thanking Rex for pushing the deal through probably belonged to him as well. Rex, Emerson Environmental, and Eleanor Bird. The most bizarre of triangles, yet inexplicably connected. How? And just as importantly, why? And was there anyone else? She needed another look at those files. Knox was off at a 2-day conference. Convenient, because she had absolutely nothing to say to him. But he'd given her carte blanche over his files. So she grabbed her laptop and took it into his study. His chair, the buttery soft one with which she'd fallen in love, smelled of leather. The scent, too, took her straight back to the limo and that night that had followed. How everything had been beyond perfect, until he'd thrown that "not even you" at her. She had to give him credit. He was all about not misleading her. But how could he touch her the way he had, and still utter those words? He could have at least waited until they were dressed. Hell, a distant text message would have been perfect. That way she could have fallen apart in private, rather than giving herself a headache trying not to fall apart in his bed. But headache or not, she hadn't fallen apart. Not then, and not since. She couldn't help how she felt about him, but until he got down on his knees and declared his undying love, and fat chance there, she was done with hoping anything would change. They had an agreement, and they'd both be a lot happier if she gave up the blind hope that it could ever be anything more. She had her own career on which to focus, and she had a very strong feeling she'd find the key to it in those files.
She went first for the Pactron file, seeking any mention of Emerson. There were copies of the environmental study findings, but nothing else that appeared to carry significance. 2 other companies had provided environmental studies, Greenleaf and Impact, and both reports came back that the factory would have minimal detrimental effect on the site. Chloe was no expert, but the results didn't make sense. In fact, at one time, a developer had tried to put a subdivision of single-family homes on the land, but the ground had been too wet. Too wet for houses, but not too wet for a power plant? She leafed through the rest of the files, but none were dedicated to Eleanor, Emerson, Greenleaf, or Impact Environmental. Or, for that matter, Harold Leavenworth. In anyone else's files, that wouldn't be so unusual. But if these were Rex's files? The labels were handwritten. Chloe grabbed a stack and began flipping through them on a hunt for jotted notes. She found Rex's signature and noted a similarity between the script and the printed version. But it wasn't enough. Then she hit the jackpot. One of Rex's speeches, typed, but with notes in the margin. Who else but he would have written on one of his own speeches? The files were Rex's. They had to be. But why would he give anyone this information? Knox was probably the last person she should ask, but he was also her only option. Fortunately, she didn't have to talk to him to find out what she needed to know. She weighed her alternatives for a moment, then picked up her cell and typed a short message in the text box. "Where did you get the files you left for me in your office?" She didn't expect a rapid reply, considering Knox was off somewhere being fabulous. But she got one. Quickly. "My mom. She thought I might learn something useful." "You think?" she murmured. "Are they Rex's files?" "I assume so. She said he kept them in the basement, so she figured he wouldn't miss them." Chloe sat back in Knox's chair. She had Rex's personal files, and they weren't even that old. In fact, Pactron could logically be quantified as a current event. Why had he moved something so recent? Her phone dinged. "Is something wrong?" Wrong? Boy, was that ever open to interpretation. "Nope. Just wanted to make sure I had my bearings. Thanks." "I'm tied up here through the weekend. I'm leaving Monday morning. Will I see you then for lunch?" Did it matter? She sighed. She tapped her reply. Not sure. It was the easiest way to deal with Knox. Rex presented another issue altogether. Knowing for certain the files were his, and even better, that they had been relegated to the basement, gave her new purpose. It was generally a no-brainer that anything put in writing might be found. But private files? Not from the office, but from home? Were another story. Rex would have had reasonable expectation these were for his eyes only. Unless, of course, the feds raided his property. But that wasn't a typical concern for most folks. Granted, Rex wasn't most folks. But he had an ego you couldn't fit a house around. If he was doing anything wrong, he probably didn't think he'd be caught. And he sure as hell hadn't counted on her. Chloe spent the next several hours going through every folder, page by page. Only a few facts stood out. Most predominantly, the thank you note, signed H.L. And then there was the affair with Eleanor Bird. It didn't have to mean more than sex, but the fact she was such a big player in Pactron's site approval gave Chloe pause. Either way, Rex had really stepped in it this time. There was nothing for connecting old dots like a very public scandal. He'd been sloppy. And if Chloe was onto anything, it was just a matter of time before someone else found it. Whatever it was. Eleanor's firm wasn't the only one that gave approval to Pactron. 2 others had as well. Acting on a hunch, Chloe pulled the reports from the other 2 companies and looked for the sign-offs. Ronald Harris and Charles Martin. She didn't turn up anything unusual for either name, but made notes of them anyway. She was just about to put the Pactron file back in Knox's desk when she saw a piece of paper lying loose in the bottom of the drawer. It was handwritten and contained a series of numbers and letters. Initials. Included among them, E.B., R.H., and C.M., Eleanor Bird, Ronald Harris, and Charles Martin. Anything else would be far too much of a coincidence. Next to each one was a set of numbers. 1, 100K. Suggested a hell of a lot of money. The next was a 9-digit number, and it was followed by another series of numbers. The 9-digit number was a routing number. It had to be. She typed it into her browser and pulled up the name of a bank. Interesting. But now what? She couldn't exactly go trolling through his bank account records. Or could she? Almost everything seemed to be online these days. But Chloe's parents had been holdouts to that particular swath of technology, claiming they didn't trust computers with their banking information. Rex was from the same generation. Perhaps he felt the same way. She hadn't seen anything dedicated to a bank among his papers. But it was just as Knox had said. Finding something was a lot easier when you knew what you were looking for. And soon, she found it. Print bank statements. The bank account wasn't in Rex's name, but in that of a charity. And right around the time the Pactron studies were returned, there were money transfers from the charity's accounts to account numbers matching those labeled EB, RH, and CM, to the tune of $100,000 each, and a thank you note from HL. Had Rex paid for favorable studies? And if so, why? He hadn't supported Pactron, at least not publicly. Very few people who weren't behind the proposal had. It certainly wasn't the popular thing to do, and Rex Hamilton had a real thing for being popular. He was also sloppy, unless he was keeping proof for a reason. The basement didn't seem the most secure place for that, but there again, who would look for secrets in a bunch of old boxes in a basement? He had no way of knowing those files would ever see the light of day, much less the fingertips of a reporter for the Washington Tribune. Hidden money transfers to key environmental analysts. A controversial project with inexplicable approval. And a thank you note from the man at the helm. Chloe had a strong idea of what was going on, but she wasn't in a position to verify it. But she knew someone who was. Chapter 18. After the initial flush of adrenaline wore off, Chloe felt like a train wreck. It had been one thing to go after a big story, but was another to find it. Because it was no longer just a nameless, faceless story, but one with real people attached. She didn't care so much for Rex's feelings, but she genuinely liked Catherine. And Knox. How could she do this to Knox? He'd married her to launch his career. He wanted to restore honor to the family name. If this story was what she thought it was, what would that do to him? Voters might look past his father's extramarital affairs, but who would look the other way on corruption? The Hamilton name would be synonymous with filthy politics. Some people would see past that. They'd know Knox was not his father. But that shadow was already deep and dark enough as it was. And the bigger the scandal, the longer the public tended to remember it. When her phone rang, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Hand shaking, she checked the call. Not her contact, but her editor. Beth hardly ever called her. She had a thing about putting everything in writing so she'd have a record of it. This didn't bode well. Chloe answered the phone. "I've got bad news." "No, hello?" Chloe asked. "Not this time. There's a meeting Monday. They're making cuts. I'm going to pull for you, kid, but I can't make promises." "I'm going to lose my job?" Suddenly, the home and garden gig looked good. Better than unemployment. "Like I said, I'm pulling for you. But they already cut loose a couple of power players. Granted, they cost more than you do to keep on staff, but they were still big cuts. Threw us all for a loop." Chloe glanced at her laptop. "What if I told you I had a big story?" "You can say it all you want, but I need to see it by Monday noon if you want it to count." "That bad?" "Plan on it. Then maybe we'll all be pleasantly surprised." "Thanks for the warning." Chloe ended the call. Time was short. Could the stakes get any higher? It was down to her or Knox. And he'd made one thing clear. It was every man for himself. By Sunday night, Chloe had gone from a wreck to a disaster. She hadn't talked to Knox. She hadn't left the house. And every new email, phone call, or text message notification sent her heart clamoring into her throat. She had about 15 hours to get a story in. A story she had no idea if she could actually write. She contacted the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, which had fought vehemently against the power plant. The person with whom she spoke was baffled as to how the project had been approved, and offered plenty of reasons it shouldn't have been, not the least of which was the pollution to the extensive estuary system. But that wasn't enough. She still needed to hear back from her contact, who was a long-time detective with the local PD. She'd given him the leads. She needed only for him to tie it all together, independent of what she'd found in Rex's files. Something he assured would be no problem. She trusted her contact. He'd come through for her time and time again. But the clock was ticking. Then, with the delivery of one email to her inbox, it stopped. She opened the message with her heart in her throat. Not because she wondered what was there, but because she knew. Scanning the email verified it. She'd gotten her big story. But at Knox's expense. Rex was a crook. He'd made a number of payments to the environmental analysts, more than what she'd found. According to new studies that had yet to go public, the completed plant would have dumped pollutants in sensitive areas at a damaging rate. For one analyst to be off was one thing. For the 3 initial independent analyses to be in such agreement, yet to all be so wrong, was another entirely. Rex had paid them off for approval. She didn't know why, and she certainly didn't have the power of judge and jury. But she didn't need it. Everything except the note of thanks from HL had been independently verified. She'd have to leave that out. But she didn't need it. She had her story. And when that news broke, it didn't matter how well Knox was doing in the polls. His campaign would be thrown into a tailspin, and any hopes he had of restoring honor to the family name would be dashed. Not even Rex Hamilton, third-generation American royalty, would be able to put a good spin on this. He had somehow kept it under wraps this long, but his luck had come to an end. She dropped her head into her hands. She could not, in good conscience, keep Rex's misdeeds from going public. But if she exposed him, she would destroy Knox, the man she loved. The same man who'd made it clear he'd never love her back. Chloe had promised her editor a story, and her job depended on its delivery. Knox hadn't given Chloe a choice. She didn't want to hurt him, but he'd made it clear this wasn't about feelings. He was the one who'd said she'd find a story. He couldn't have known she'd find it in his backyard. But protecting his feelings wouldn't do anything for her bank account when they put this business deal of a marriage behind them. Her heart breaking, she pushed up her sleeves and began to type. Chapter 19. Knox spent the whole weekend in hell. He'd hurt Chloe, and his words haunted him. He hadn't meant to say those things to her, but damn it, it was what they'd agreed. Still, having her notarized signature on the prenup attesting to his righteousness did little to appease his guilty conscience. And now he couldn't find her. He'd sent her a text that morning when he'd returned from a breakfast meeting, asking if she'd be around. She'd responded that she had an important noon deadline, which he took to mean he'd find her at their home. She did all of her other writing at home, so why would this have been different? It shouldn't be. He rechecked the house, then landed in her office. Her laptop sat right in the middle of her desk. She must have met her deadline, or she wouldn't have left that behind. But why had she left it behind at all? The new car Knox had given her was there, but her old car wasn't in the garage, and he'd run through the house twice. She wasn't home. So why was her computer? Feeling more than a little like an ass, he opened the laptop. After a moment, the password screen greeted him. Great. What had she said her password was? Her birthday. As if she thought he'd never remember. Shows what you know, he murmured. He typed the date and was in. Got it in one. The screen revealed a file. At the top, where the title should have been, was a simple statement. Knox, I got my story. It's only fair you see it first. Everything here has been independently verified. It's all true. Even before he read another word, a cold, hard weight sat on his chest. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Rex. Money transfers. Pactron. Eleanor Bird. Fuck. He read the story a second, then a third time. She'd laid everything out, and the truth culminated with the answer everyone wanted to know. Rex hadn't stepped down because he cared about his family. He'd stepped down because he'd gotten caught with the wrong woman. The truth had been too close. He probably hoped playing the good guy would keep the heat down, but Rex hadn't counted on his new daughter-in-law. Neither had Knox. As he read through the article again, he realized why she'd been asking about the files.
She'd probably found her story right there in his office. Use whatever you need. Nothing is classified in here. Yet. And he'd smiled. Chloe had betrayed him. He clutched the edge of the desk to keep his hands from shaking, but the unsteadiness only spread to his arms. She'd lied, and he had believed her. He'd believed her when she'd said she cared, not about the name, but about him. He had been the biggest kind of fool. From the moment she stepped foot in his rented room that night at Off the Record, it had been the wrong kind of personal. The Pactron bid had begun long before he and Chloe met. But back then, no one had thought the site would pass the environmental assessments, so it was no wonder she hadn't mentioned it. Then the approvals had come through, and weeks later, he'd walked back into her life and truly given her an offer she couldn't refuse. Access. He nearly laughed. He'd given her access, all right. He supposed it would have been a little much to have asked her to not destroy his life with it. But it was his fault for not seeing it coming. After a lifetime of learning not to trust, he'd believed one time. In one woman. Fuck. He pushed back from her desk so forcefully the chair tipped and fell. He managed to get to his feet before it hit the ground, taking him with it. As he stood there, trying to catch his breath, he realized the grinding in his chest was something more than anger. He'd been angry before, but this god-awful pain went beyond anything he'd ever known. He was hurt. He'd trusted her. He'd trusted a fucking reporter. And she'd used that trust to destroy him. But he'd have to deal with that later. He pressed his fingers to his temples, but there was no slowing down the headache that had already begun to settle in. Ultimately, he had no one to blame but himself. Believing in her had been his mistake, one he'd never make again. In the meantime, he needed to make strides toward damage control. His father was a crook, and when this story broke, all hell would rain. Toby would have a coronary trying to somehow spin it, so Knox looked like the good guy, and Knox's opponent would have a field day. He glanced at the clock. Chloe's deadline had been noon, but he didn't know what that meant in terms of when the story would break. Clearly it hadn't done so yet, or he'd have gotten a phone call. He should really send the file to Toby, so he had time to scrape himself off the floor before the phone lines went crazy. He didn't get the chance. His cell rang. As he consulted the display, his hand shook. Chloe. He thought about ignoring her, but he had a responsibility to his team that transcended the sting of betrayal. He accepted the call. Hello? He managed to keep his voice even, as though she hadn't wrecked him. He was surprised by that. I need to tell you something. If you've got anything beyond Rex being a crook and my campaign going to hell, it might have to wait for another day. Dead silence followed the icy words. He forcibly loosened his grip on the phone. Is that all? He asked. I'm not sending the story to the paper. I wanted you to know what I found. Yeah, that's understandable. Most people just pick up the phone, but you write an article that will earn a national byline, so you can not send it to the paper. All traces of her hesitation vanished. Look,
I'm about to walk into a meeting I didn't have to attend, just so they can look me in the eye when they fire me. Or lay me off, or whatever vernacular they attach to it. Bottom line is, I'm losing a job I love because I didn't send the damned article. If you don't believe me, then check my sent email. I just wanted you to know. Never mind. I didn't send it, and that's all you need to know.
The hell it was? Tell me why. What did you want me to know?
Later. I have a meeting.
Now!
I'm leaving you.
The words hit him straight in the gut. He opened his mouth, but the first words that threatened to escape were to ask why. To ask her to stay. And he had no idea how he could think such a thing after what she'd done. He didn't want to know.
Are you still there?
Say what you need to say, Chloe.
I can't send it because I love you.
He smacked his palm against his forehead in mock surprise.
Of course you do. I've been standing here trying to figure out why the fuck you would do this to me. And that was the one explanation I hadn't managed to stumble on by myself. You love me. You're an ass, Knox. You saw the article, so clearly you saw my note. I thought you deserved to see the whole story, and that's the truth. Believe what you want, but while you're coming up with reasons to convince yourself how right you are, just try to think of one time I've lied to you. You won't. You can't. The only person I've lied to is myself, and I'm done. I love you, but I have to respect myself. I can't do this. And not because you won't love me, but because you're too stupid or stubborn to admit you already do. Now, if you don't mind, I'm needed in a meeting so I can lose the other thing I love. Have a nice life, Knox.
He listened, stunned as the air went dead. Was it possible she really hadn't sent the article? She had everything to lose. She loved her job. If she hadn't hit send, she was essentially walking away from it. And she'd made it clear she was walking away from him. He'd offered her everything she could ask for. A beautiful home, a faithful husband who couldn't get enough of her. Children. A chance to further her career. Nothing was missing. The only thing that he'd failed to do was say he loved her. But what would that change? Nothing. It wouldn't change anything. And he didn't want to think about what that meant. He righted the chair and sat, staring for a long moment at her computer and the article she'd left for him, before he switched to her browser. Her email was open. He clicked the link for sent mail and waited for the page to load. What was her editor's name? Beth something. He skimmed the list of sent email. No Beth. No anything. Chloe hadn't sent a single email from that account since the previous morning. He frowned, his eyes landing on the search box. Clicking there, he tried Beth at, and got nothing. Damn it. What was her last name? It was a big paper. Odds were they didn't assign emails on a first-name basis. You're an idiot, he muttered. At Washington Tribune. Bingo. Beth Mahan. He clicked on the result and scanned the titles of recent emails. Each one was clearly labeled with an article title, the last few of which were decidedly home and garden-esque. But none had been sent in the last couple of days. Frowning, he clicked back to the Tribune results and checked the list in case she'd sent it to someone else. Nothing. Chloe hadn't sent the article.
The proof obliterated what remained of his anger. He sat back in her chair, his gaze skirting the wilderness of greenery in her office. The conservatory. She hadn't been kidding. Potted plants filled tables in front of every window. He hadn't realized how big of a pile they made. But he liked it. They added life to the house. Chloe had too. She wasn't one of those women who needed to be dressed to kill every waking minute of the day. In fact, he loved her bare feet peeking out from under her sweats, and the way she twisted her hair up off her neck. He liked how he could swipe a kiss and not end up wearing red lipstick. For that matter, he'd be hard-pressed to admit it out loud, but he actually liked the cherry taste of whatever it was she used to make her lips look deliciously moist all day. She was flawlessly beautiful, but unlike so many other women he knew, she didn't paint it on. She was real, and that was the one thing he'd been missing all along. His knee-jerk reaction to love had been honest, but he'd been lying to himself. He was absolutely the last person to believe in love. But whatever she'd triggered inside him the night they met had only grown stronger with time. He had no idea what had possessed him to shed his skin and go to that bar. But the moment he'd locked eyes with Chloe, something inside him had changed. He'd grown up with the Hamilton name. He'd never known what it was like to be a regular guy. Not until Chloe. He had never wanted for anything in his life. But in that moment, he knew she'd given him something no one else ever had. When she'd looked at him, she had seen a guy wearing faded jeans and an old t-shirt, and still her eyes had torn through him, as though he was on the dessert menu. He'd been terrified to lose that. So when he'd introduced himself, he'd given his middle name. Misleading, perhaps, but not untrue. And waited with bated breath for her to make the connection. But she hadn't. She hadn't seen a Hamilton. She'd seen a man. He'd been lost then. Maybe that was why he hadn't broken things off with her sooner. He'd known ever since he was a kid, listening to his mother cry down the hall, that he wanted nothing of marriage. Even before he'd fully understood his father's infidelities, he'd learned loving someone meant hurting them. He'd never met anyone with whom he had even thought he wanted a real relationship. Until Chloe. And the last thing he'd wanted was to hurt her. Not like that. So he'd ended it. And if he was honest with himself, he'd have to admit he hadn't been the same since. He'd convinced himself. He'd asked Chloe to marry him to further his career. But the truth was, he wanted back the piece of himself that had left with her. He'd been so close to the truth when he'd refused to marry anyone but her. But he'd also missed it by a mile. He hadn't shed his skin that night they met. He'd found himself. He'd found himself in her. And then he'd made love to her, and before the sweat dried, he'd said she didn't matter enough. Fuck. No wonder she was gone. He clicked back to the article and read it once more. Most of her citations he recognized, and he didn't doubt the rest to be true. Chloe wouldn't fabricate this. She valued her job, reputation, and integrity too much to risk any one of them. Every damned word of what she had written was true. It had to be. She had Rex in her sights, but she hadn't pulled the trigger. Knox boiled with emotion. His father had paid off inspectors, doubtlessly having a hand in getting a factory approved that he'd been publicly against. He was smart, and dumb enough to keep those payoffs from surfacing, and ultimately the whole house of cards had fallen because he'd chosen the wrong place to get his dick wet. If he hadn't gotten caught in that high-profile affair, he wouldn't have stepped down from his seat. There would be no need for a special election. And Knox wouldn't have married Chloe. And she wouldn't have broken a story every top reporter in the country would have given his or her right arm for. She had everything she needed, but she had refused to hit send because she loved him. And that love was deeper and truer than he deserved. He shook his head in disbelief. He'd figured she'd dig up something on someone, but never had he imagined it would be at his expense. She was a handful of keystrokes away from making her career and destroying what was left of the Hamilton name. And by extension, Knox. Toby would shit a brick if he knew Knox had prior knowledge of the story. But how the hell could you put a good spin on something like this? He'd find out soon enough. There was a certain peace in that. Knox switched back to Chloe's story and deleted the message she left for him at the top. He saved the changes, then attached the document to a new email. He hesitated only a moment over the to field before typing in his recipient. She hadn't clicked send. He hadn't any other choice. Chapter 20. Chloe steered her piece of crap car into a parking spot near Belleville Lake. Grateful the old girl had made the 45-minute drive without leaving a trail of pieces on the road behind her. She needed time to think, and she wasn't going to get it at her old apartment or at Lila's or anywhere else that bred familiarity. For a person seeking solace, the state park was as good a place as any. Though the recreation area entertained a lot of traffic, it wasn't typically packed on a weekday afternoon. There were enough people there that she wouldn't draw attention, and that's all that really mattered. Toby would probably have a fit if he knew she'd let the old beast out of the garage. Keeping up the Hamilton image absolutely required her to drive shiny, late-model things. But she didn't feel right taking the car Knox had bought her. Not when she'd just wrecked what was left of his family by exposing his father. Her heart felt as if it had landed in a million pieces. But she'd done the right thing. She'd rather live alone with her conscience than carry the burden of a lie. She just dug into her grilled chicken salad, courtesy of a fast food drive-thru, when her phone vibrated. She hit ignore, then checked her missed calls. 6 of them, all from her editor. According to the timestamps, the calls had been coming in since minutes after she'd left the meeting room, where she had been handed a bunch of empty accolades to go alongside her pink slip, both courtesy of the publisher, Harry Olander. The calls had been easy enough to ignore. She hadn't even noticed the vibrations from the phone while on the road. She'd just set down the device when another call came in. It was her editor, or her former editor. Chloe was sorely tempted to ignore her for a 7th time, but curiosity got the better of her. Besides, it wasn't as if she had anything left to lose. She answered. "Sorry, Beth," she said in lieu of a greeting. "The story wasn't what I thought it was." Not a shred of untruth there. "I'm sorry if I let you down." "What are you talking about? Why the hell didn't you mention the story during the meeting?" Beth sounded as if she'd just opened the door to find freaking Publishers Clearinghouse standing on her front porch with an oversized cardboard check. "What story?" "The one that just made your career. If it pans out, that is, but All things considered, Chloe sat up straight, spilling her salad in the process. What things? What story? The story on Rex Hamilton. I've got to say, I never saw this coming. You've got balls the likes of which I've never seen, and I've seen plenty. The woman sounded giddy. Giddy. Panic made a shrill sound when it traveled at the speed of light. Beth, I'm not kidding. What the hell are you talking about? Don't act like you don't know. Olander got a call after you left. The memo came through the door, and he shot out of his chair as though he was being chased. Left us all sitting there, wondering when the last time was he'd let anything interrupt a meeting. While I was waiting for him to return, I found your story in my email. Chloe's story? Beth had Chloe's story? Beth, you have to tell me how you got that file. In my inbox, like I get the rest of them? What's going on? Who sent it to you? Chloe's pulse thundered in her ears. You did? Beth sounded puzzled. Not that Chloe could blame her. Can you double-check that? Yes, hang on. The sound of clacking keys drifted through the phone line. You've got me worried. Is this info legit? Yes, it's legit. Beth, listen to me. You cannot run that story. Not a chance. Olander's already seen it. Chloe's heart sank. Beth was right. There was no way in hell Olander would drop a story that guaranteed national exposure. How did he see it? She whispered. Direct email. The timestamp is 12:46 this afternoon, and it was sent to me with a copy to Olander. I'm assuming that's why he hightailed it out of the meeting, then came flying back the same way. He was moving so fast, hollering the whole while, "Stop the presses!" that he lost his toupee in the corridor. I've been here over 10 years, and I've never seen anyone do that. I didn't know people actually said that. This isn't happening. Is it running tomorrow? If he can verify it, it will. Olander is practically humping the printing press to get it out there. But he's smart enough to fact-check first. He's got a whole team of people on it, not one of whom knows what's going on with the rest, but he's not going to sit on it. He doesn't want anything to leak ahead of time. Oh, God. Chloe sank lower in her seat. She'd had no intention of ever submitting that story. She'd written it for Knox, so he could be the first to see the truth. Chloe had gotten to it before any other reporter, because she had an insider advantage. But she'd known the story would come out eventually. Rex hadn't hidden his trail as well as he thought he had, especially in light of that last affair, which connected one too many dots. She'd known the truth would destroy Knox, and she hadn't wanted to be the one to break the story. She couldn't do that to him. And then the truth hit her. He'd done it to himself. Chloe? The memo Olander got during the meeting. Do you know what it said? Everyone in the meeting knows. He left it on the conference table when he flew out of there. Chloe gritted her teeth. What did it say? Don't quote me, but it was something like, Knox Hamilton is offering an exclusive, holding on line 2. She took a deep, unsettled breath. He really had done it to himself. But why? Look, I've got to go. If the press date changes, let me know. She ended the call over Beth's protests and stared through the windshield, picking absently at the spilled contents of her salad. Knox was going to kill her. but she knew what she had to do next. Before she lost her nerve, she scrolled through the contacts in her cell until she found the one she needed. She tapped the screen. The phone rang only once before the call was answered. "Toby, it's Chloe. We need to talk." Catherine Hamilton's expression was absolutely unreadable. It had been that way the whole time Knox told her about her husband's latest misdeeds. And when he got to the part about the story breaking, the only shift in her countenance was the slight lift of one of her eyebrows. Knox pinched the bridge of his nose with one hand and reached for his coffee with the other. 5 a.m. was mighty damn early, especially for this kind of news. But his mother had been off at some charity thing the night before and hadn't returned his call. Not that it mattered. He wouldn't have told her this over the phone. "Your husband is a bigger cheat than anyone knew. Oh, and he's also a felon." Environmentalism was all the rage. The fact that Rex's cash influence would have led to pollution of an environmentally sensitive area was just the icing on the fucking cake. Knox had told her everything. Almost. "There's one more thing." "There's more?" His mother looked as tired as he'd ever seen her. He didn't doubt she'd be fine in an hour. She had that way about her. And for the first time, the thought pissed him off. Why couldn't she be real? Maybe if she hadn't perfected the art of pretending the bad stuff didn't exist, she'd have had a chance at being happy. He thought of Chloe and wished his mother would take a page from her book. Maybe if she'd just once threatened to rip Rex's balls off and fucking meant it, he'd have thought twice about what he'd done. Knox didn't blame his mother one bit. But damn it, why did she have to take it? Chloe wouldn't. She'd never know his mother's unhappiness, because she'd have his nuts in a sling before she let him do that to her. He drained his coffee cup, buying time before he answered. Chloe broke the story. His mother didn't flinch. She simply stood and turned toward the window, through which reflected the shimmering blue of the brightly lit swimming pool. Knox had grown up with that view beyond his mother's breakfast table. Funny how it hadn't changed in so many years, even as it seemed everything else had. Chloe broke it, he repeated. But she didn't send it to the paper. I did. She spun. And for the first time in his life, he saw a break in that famous facade. You destroyed our family? No, Mother. Not me, and not Chloe. Rex did that. You could have warned us, she fired back. Given us some time for damage control. No, you don't get it, do you? He broke the law. I don't know where you got your morals, growing up under your father's example as you have. But people who do everything by the letter of the law seldom get anywhere. Those may be your rules, Mother, but they're not mine. She shook her head. Don't be so sure. The higher the stakes, the more loosely people tend to hold their ideals. She paused, raising an eyebrow. Take Chloe, for example. What about her? I'm not stupid, Knox. The timing of your marriage was suspect, at best. I saw the poll results. A dark, cold knot formed in Knox's chest. The polls hadn't changed how he felt about Chloe, just what he'd done about it. I didn't choose her because of the election, he said firmly. I hope that's true, his mother said, her voice softening. Because when you hit send on that story, you did more than ruin what was left of your father's legacy. You cost yourself the raise. That was when it hit him. He didn't care. Love isn't worth it. Not for anyone, Chloe. Not even you. He'd been wrong. So wrong. He'd thought his career was what mattered. But he'd hit send on that damned email knowing full well what the consequences to his campaign were. He'd done it for her. He could walk away from the election. Hell, he could walk away from his career. But he couldn't walk away from Chloe. He just had to find her and let her know. Chapter 21. Chloe had seriously underestimated what the hell she was doing. Her initial plan had seemed simple enough. Arrange a small press conference, tell the world how Knox Hamilton was honest to a fault, and escape before she had a chance to put her foot in her mouth. She'd hoped by speaking early on, the day the news broke, the buzz would be so intently focused on her story that the press would fail to notice her speaking engagement. But she hadn't counted on how quickly word would spread. She should have known. Instead of a small handful of reporters she more or less knew, she found herself in front of a crowd predominantly filled with strangers. And for all she worried over how she would start her little speech, she hadn't considered she wouldn't be given a chance to start anything in the barrage of questions flying her way. She couldn't think, and she sure as hell couldn't tell one question from the next. They hadn't even given her a chance to say anything, and she had no idea how she was going to string two words together to form a thought in the face of all that yelling. How did Knox deal with this all the time? He had an obligation to be polite. She didn't. Screw 'em. She put her fingers in her mouth and released a shrill wolf whistle directly into the microphone. Everyone froze. Silence. At last. And she was too annoyed to be nervous. It was now or never. "As you have doubtlessly heard," she announced, "Senator Rex Hamilton was exposed this morning for a number of crimes that took place while he was in office. I am not here to discuss those details, all of which you'll find in today's edition of the Washington Tribune." She paused, trying to keep the emotion from her voice. "I am here to tell you how the story broke." At least a dozen cameras stared blankly at her. No one said a word. Chloe cleared her throat. Once the illegal activity stemming from Senator Hamilton's office was confirmed, I did write the story. But when I got to the end, I couldn't give it to the paper. I couldn't do that to my husband. I couldn't, but he could. Knox broke the story to the press. Not me. She took a deep breath. The fact that Knox found the story and sent it in himself will tell you everything you need to know about his character. He believes in the truth so much, he was willing to sacrifice his career. I once told him he was too honest to be a politician, but I think he's proven exactly the opposite. An honest politician is exactly what we all need. That's exactly the man you want representing you in office. Her words were met with silence. She'd said what she needed to say, and she thought this was the part where they'd start yelling questions at her. That's what happened to everyone else, at least. This was just awkward. Then a voice rang out. "Do you have any proof Mr. Hamilton did this?" "She doesn't need it." The answer came from behind her. She turned, shocked at the sound of Knox's voice. "Miss Lachlan is correct. I sent the story to her editor." He didn't spare her a glance as he addressed the crowd, which had quickly forgotten her. A small uproar sounded as the assembled reporters all tried to talk over one another. Him, they shouted questions at. Knox silenced them with a raised palm that worked every bit as well as her deafening whistle. "My father isn't above the law. You put your trust in him, and he abused the privilege of his office. Maybe he'll talk his way out of it, or maybe he'll find himself in a jail cell. But the bottom line is, the public had a right to know." A bunch of questions were shouted, but one came through more clearly than the rest. "You intentionally exposed your father?" Knox nodded, once again holding out his hands to draw silence. "Yes, but he's also my senator. What you saw was not idle gossip. It is confirmed fact. And once I knew what had been going on, I had two choices: expose it or be a part of the cover-up. I refuse to do the latter." Chloe's heart sank. She hadn't realized it, but she'd put him exactly in that position. She just wanted to give him a chance to prepare for the inevitable, but what she had actually done was give him an impossible choice. One that had ruined his dreams of restoring honor to the family name. Even if he won that, or any other election, the Hamilton name would, for a long time, be remembered not for greatness, but for scandal. She had done that to him. "Knox, I'm so sorry." Every eye in the place was glued on him. Every eye but hers. She had cost him everything he wanted. And for what? "There's something else." Knox sounded so serious, she had to look at him. "For several months last year, I was in a relationship with an incredible woman. She was everything I could ask for. Beautiful, stunning, actually. But she was also smart and funny, and not the least bit concerned with my last name. When you grow up as a Hamilton in that mansion on the hill, that's not the kind of thing you ever think you'll find. You don't even know to wish for it." Chloe drew her hand to her chest, pressed it tightly so it wouldn't tremble. "What are you doing, Knox?" And yet, there it was. There she was. This woman, so pure-hearted. A woman without an agenda, if you can believe that. He smiled, his remark drawing laughter from the crowd. "I had everything, and I pushed her away. I said it was because I didn't believe in love, but what I was too stupid to admit was that I already knew love." Chloe shook from head to toe. He looked at her. "I pushed her away, and still I wouldn't admit why. Then my father's affair broke, and it was my chance to step up and follow my own dreams.
To follow not in my father's footsteps, but my grandfather's. It was from him I learned what it means to be a good man and a great leader, and I wanted to honor that legacy. I wanted to make a difference, to restore honor to the Hamilton name. And I ruined it. He gave a short laugh, a heartbreaking, self-deprecating sound, and turned back to the reporters. All I needed, it seemed, was a wife. Someone whose presence in my life would convince the world I was stable and ready to take seriously my ambitions. Originally, I said no. I would not orchestrate a marriage for the sake of appearances. I would take my chances, stand on my own merit, refuse to live a lie. But then I remembered this woman. The truth is, I hadn't forgotten her. Not for a minute. So, I asked her to marry me. But I couldn't say I loved her. So I pointed out the obvious, which was if she got close to me, she'd get close to a story. Not a bad offer for one of the Washington Tribune's best reporters. I never expected the story would hit so close to home. But it did. And despite the fact that being the reporter behind that story would have made her career, she didn't hit send. She saved it. She saved me. But she deserved more. She deserves recognition for that story. He paused and looked at her intently before turning back to his audience. When I asked Chloe Loughlin to marry me, Chloe and no one else, it was because I didn't want a pretend wife. I didn't want to live a lie. But in doing so, I told the greatest lie of them all. I told her I couldn't love her. Knox had everyone in attendance completely transfixed by his words. Not a soul moved. Chloe wasn't sure she could draw breath. A woman like her deserves so much more than any man can give. And I'm the last one who should have the chance. But she believed in me once. So I hope that counts for something. He grinned sheepishly, breaking some of the tension. I'm afraid I also missed one of the finer points of a proposal. So if you'll allow me. Knox stepped away from the microphone and reached in his pocket, pulling out a small box. The type rings came in. Then, in front of the entire world, he lowered himself to one knee and opened the box to reveal a stunning diamond solitaire. The style he'd said was real. The kind he said she might one day get from a man who loved her. Chloe, he said, I've aspired to be a lot of things in my life, but there's only one that's ever really mattered. I want to be your husband, the kind you deserve. I know this is a bit awkward, considering we're already married, but I love you. I love you so damned much it hurts. But nothing has ever felt so right. I don't want to live my life without you. Will you let me be a real husband to you? Will you let me love you? She blinked. She had to be dreaming. She thought 1,000 questions, but there was only one answer. Yes. Flashes went off like crazy, reminding her they had a huge audience. But the only thing that mattered was Knox. He loved her. He stood and slid the ring on her finger, having to turn the diamond to the side so it would fit next to the 3 on her other engagement band. We'll have to figure this out later, he said, laughing.
I can't believe you did this, she whispered. You just gave up everything. He turned away from the prying eyes and ears of the crowd. No, Chloe. I didn't give up anything. I gained everything. He kissed her softly. Everything. And I think we need to go home right now. But if it's okay, we have a stop to make. Why? You think we need to resuscitate Toby? Probably, but that's not what I meant. With a wave to the reporters he'd driven into fits, he took her hand and led her outside and to his car. I want to stop by the florist. I think it's past time I buy my wife some flowers. Chloe rolled her eyes as he opened her door. They don't sell flower bushes at the florist. I think you're going to need to go to a garden center for that. He shook his head. Nah, I think I'm going to splurge on a bouquet. Do you have a favorite? Daisies. 20 minutes later, Knox emerged from a florist with a huge bouquet of cut daisies in one hand and a potted miniature rosebush in the other. Knox had taken makeup sex to new levels. Other than answering the door for the pizza they'd ordered, they'd spent the whole day in bed. She probably couldn't walk if she had to, but she didn't really have a need. Everything she wanted was right there. Do you think we can make a daily thing of this? Maybe get it onto your schedule? He laughed. Good luck getting that one by Toby. Can you please not say that name while you're naked? What? He likes you. Knox? Yes? He didn't seem to want to answer. Not with his hands headed into the kind of territory that seldom served as a conversation starter. Why did you do it? Because you like it, he responded, clearly on a different page. No, not that. She swatted at his hand and got a deep, lingering kiss for her trouble. I know, he muttered, but this is more fun. I'm serious. He sighed, but he was smiling. I sent the story because you earned the right to it. And because I meant what I said out there. Rex betrayed my trust as much as he did anyone else's. But your name? My name is what it is. It shouldn't define me. Not the way I let it. Having my grandfather's last name didn't make Rex a saint, and having Rex's doesn't have to make me a bad guy. And at least now, when I make it, no one will accuse me of doing so on Rex's coattails. What about the election? I'll worry about that later. Right now, you're looking a little needy. He punctuated his husky words by closing his mouth on her breast, his erection nudging her belly. She wriggled against him, drawing her leg over his hip and feasting on the groan he fed her. He was hers, every inch of him. She couldn't believe it. By now, the video evidence of his confession had to be all over the internet. If they ever got out of bed, she'd probably watch it 100 times, waiting for it to sink in that his words were true. I love you, she said. I love you. With everything I have, and then some. He kissed her slowly, sweetly. While I'm groveling, he said, there's something else I want to tell you. If it's bad news, you might want to protect yourself before you say anything further. He cupped her face, melting her. I'll take my chances.
I owe you an apology.
You sure you don't want to grab some protection?
That depends. Do you have anything in green?
Oh, the memories. This one made her flush hot. You had to remind me of that.
Why not? It's a good memory.
She blew her hair from her face. She probably looked a mess. You were saying? He put his hand over his mouth, unsuccessfully trying to cover a smile.
It's my mother.
His mother? First Toby, and now your mother? Is this our bedroom?
Okay, you're right.
He rolled off her and tugged the sheet to her chin.
Now that you're fully dressed, I'll talk.
She rolled her eyes and fell back on the pillow. Please do, because I'm absolutely fully dressed.
He grinned. And you wear sarcasm so well. Chloe, one reason I was so afraid of marriage was I didn't want to put any woman in my mother's position.
You're not your father.
And you're not my mother.
Convenient right about now, isn't it?
No, I'm serious. Rex isn't the reason she spent so much time crying behind closed doors.
She toyed with his fingers, not quite holding his hand. From what I've heard, I think he deserves at least some of the credit.
He does, but so does she. It hit me last night. Chloe, that if my mother had an ounce of you in her, she'd have had Rex's balls on the mantel by now.
That's a good thing to remember. You know, future reference and all.
He shook his head. You're impossible.
She adjusted the sheet so she wasn't quite so dressed. You married me.
Yes. And I'd do it again and again.
Powerful words spoken with his attention pegged on her breasts. She touched his chin, drawing his attention to her face. That's a lovely thought. But you do realize this is something you should only have to do once.
He laughed. I don't know why I worried you'd end up like my mother. And that is my point. I spent so much time worrying I'd be Rex. It never occurred to me you couldn't be my mother if you tried.
Your mother is a lovely woman, but I'll take that as a compliment anyway. He smiled, but his expression quickly turned serious.
I love you, Chloe.
Without missing a beat, he threw the sheet off the bed and pulled her into one of those deep, thigh-drenching kisses that curled her toes and made her think she could never get close enough. You should be inside me, she murmured, right now.
I'm going for it,
he growled, nudging apart her thighs and pushing between them.
By the way.
Seriously? The conversation can wait.
This one can't. With yours and your grandmother's permission, I want to buy her farm. We'll put it in your name, so you'll never have to worry about losing it again. We'll keep the old house and live in it, or your grandma can live there, and we'll build a new one on the property. Whatever you want. As long as we have one of those porches and plenty of room for our kids to run and get splinters and wreck a rose bush or two.
I'd like that, she said. She could have said a lot more, but not without sobbing. He was wonderful, and he was inside her and had the whole grind thing down to a science. He'd spent half the day in there, but still, the exquisite pressure was intense and new, and she didn't want to cry. Not now. Then the doorbell rang, and she thought she might cry anyway. Ignore it, Knox said, tightening his hold on her and pushing deeper. It could be important. Please, say it's not. Please, don't stop. Nope, can't be. I have everything important right here. I think under the circumstances... She couldn't even get the sentence out. No circumstances. He rolled over onto his back, leaving her sitting on top of him, her body fully exposed. He reached up and traced his fingertips over her breasts. Just this. I think you found my point of surrender, she said. The broad light of day left her a little self-conscious, but she moved over him anyway. I told myself I'd never let you do this again, he said. That bad? No, that good. I had a thing about giving up control. And now? Shut up and ride me, woman. She laughed. So much for a lack of control. Trust me, it's coming. She didn't have to ask what that meant. She'd nearly forgotten about the doorbell until the sound of it was replaced by pounding. At his insistence, they'd turned off their phones that morning, the moment they'd closed the car doors. She'd wondered if it had been a good idea. But he assured her the chaos would be waiting if and when they decided to crawl out of bed. Apparently, not all of it was willing to wait. Maybe you should make sure it's not important. It might be. Doesn't matter. He put his hands on her hips and reminded her of what she was supposed to be doing. Well, in that case... Tap, tap, tap. The window. Chloe peered across the room, locking eyes with Toby through the glass. Knox! She shrieked, covering her breasts with one hand and reaching for the sheet with the other. She missed. They'd kicked it onto the floor. At least her ass hadn't been in the air. Because this is so much better. Knox grabbed the comforter and yanked it over them both. But Toby had already disappeared from the window. I'm going to kill him. He's probably thinking the same thing about you, she said, untangling from Knox and reaching for her clothes. She crawled out of bed on rubber legs and slipped into her dress. She had to dig through the bedding for her underwear. Knox pulled on his pants and grabbed a t-shirt off a nearby chair. Yeah, well, when I see his wife naked, he can decide to kill me. Until then, when you see his wife naked, he's not married. He took her hand and pulled her into a kiss. Chloe could have drowned in the man, but she didn't want witnesses. Why don't you go see what he wants so we can finish this without interruption? Sounds like a plan. She tried to pull free her hand, but he tightened his hold. Come with me. Are you kidding? I think he just saw me naked. And for that, he will pay. But please come. I want you with me. Always. She rolled her eyes, but followed him to the entry without further protest. Toby stood on the porch, having nearly worked himself into a lather. Have you lost your mind? Knox took a step back. What are you talking about? Toby charged into the entry hall. You don't do something like that, he muttered, and not answer your phone. Catching sight of Chloe's office, he said, That's a damn lot of plants. Actually, Knox said with a grin, I'm pretty sure when you do something like that, that is precisely the point at which you ignore your phone. You're kidding me, right? Toby set his briefcase on Knox's desk and flipped it open. At least she warned me about what she was about to do. You just... I think I'm going to need a raise.
I'm thinking more along the lines of a severance package. The campaign is over, Tobster. Rex pretty well saw to that.
Actually, we're not blaming here. We're giving credit.
Knox and Chloe exchanged glances. What the hell are you talking about?
Toby withdrew a sheet of paper from his briefcase. People are going wild for you. I'm pretty sure you've won over every woman in the state. Hell, I bet Jackson's own wife is wet for you after that performance.
Charlie Jackson's wife? Chloe asked. Knox shot her a sideways glance. I don't think he means that literally.
To Toby, he said,
That was not a performance.
Call it what you want. You're polling over 80%.
Knox's jaw dropped. Favorable?
Of course favorable. Would I have stood in your flower bed and risked voyeurism charges over bad news?
Chloe glared. How long did you stand there?
Voyeurs peep for sexual gratification, Knox said. It would be significantly less awkward if you would just say you peeped. I can assure you that was not the highlight of my day. And you two are completely missing the point.
To the contrary. I had a most excellent point going until I saw your face in my bedroom window.
Toby shook his head. Is this who I'm going to be dealing with from now on?
Wait a minute. Knox held up a hand. Who said anything about moving forward?
What the hell are you talking about? Toby asked. The election is yours to lose. 80% is unheard of.
I don't think. She put her hand on his arm.
Don't be an ass, Knox. Didn't you say you wanted to restore honor to your family name?
I think the damage is pretty well irreparable at this point.
If that's true, why are you leading the polls? She looked to Toby. It's not irreparable, is it? Toby almost smiled. There's plenty of time to reduce Rex to a footnote.
Chloe's breath caught. If she had one regret, it was that her story had ruined Knox's odds of winning the election. Could he really still have a chance?
Knox turned to Chloe.
What do you think? Are you still up for the job of a senator's wife?
Toby snorted. Are you kidding me? She's a piranha. Not only can she handle it, she'll clear the pool. She snorted. Is that a compliment?
It's as close to one as you're going to get from him,
Knox said. I think it's a yes, she said. However, you might need to try a little harder to get your point across. She cocked her head toward Toby. You know, without him in the window. Do I need to hear this?
No, and you shouldn't watch, either, said Knox. If you'll excuse us, I need to go drill my point into my wife.
You're going to make me nauseous. What about the race?
It's a yes, Chloe said.
Toby snapped shut his briefcase. I'm going to need a bonus for this, he muttered, heading for the door.
I think I'm about to hit 100% approval rating,
Knox called after him. You don't get that until after you're elected, and never at 100%. Toby offered a wave, one lacking in eye contact, and let himself out of the house.
We'll see about that,
Knox called to the closed door. Then to Chloe.
What do you think?
I think you better keep your approval rating between us. He pulled her into his arms.
You want to know what I think about approval ratings?
She poked a finger to his chest. A great deal. Hence your marriage.
He laughed. That was then. Now there's only one person's approval that matters, and that is my wife's.
She thought him joking at first, but all traces of humor had slipped from his face. She traced a fingertip over his lips, drank in the sincerity in his eyes, felt the hard planes of his body, and the strength of arms he promised would never again let go. Only me, huh?
Always.
Then I approve. Always.
In that case, Mrs. Hamilton, I think it's safe to say I've already won.
This concludes The Marriage Agenda by Sarah Ballance, narrated by Georgia Gray. Copyright 2014 by Sarah Ballance. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.